Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome to Sports Wrap on Aneke TV this morning. I'm your one and only host. That's the Sports Oracle. Today promises to be interesting because we're going to take a lot of time to analyze what is happening in the world of sports, not just in the world of sports, but also in the world of football. Because football is one of the most. Someone have asked me that question. So someone have even said, while we are, the people that should actually ask this question, when I'm done with the question, then the gender that have asked the question. The person asked, why would 22 men be chasing around one small ball? You know what I mean? 22 men are chasing around one small ball. And what is actually the big deal there? I think the big deal is the fun and the enjoyment. And not just the fun and the enjoyment, but also the mood, the emotion it brings. Just doing this with me this morning, who will answer that question very well, is Worldwide. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
All right. How was yesterday? Did you see that Barcelona match?
Of course, even though I did not see it live,
Okay.
I saw the replay, some part of it.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about this thing about football that a lot of people have been saying.
Okay.
Yeah, well, the gender that would actually ask such question, because if the guy asked such question, I will suspend the guy.
We have only two genders, so
yes, of course.
definitely it cannot be a guy
No.
that will ask that question.
Okay. What if it's a
But
guy?
if it's a guy, then he's not a complete guy. Maybe there are some malformation or something else. Because I believe 90% of guys, if not 99%, watch football. We all enjoy football at our youthful age, even growing up. Even when you see the adults, you see the matured ones, you see the old ones still watching football. So if that statement is coming from a guy, then I think it's a misfunction. There's a abnormality within the guy.
Most times it happens that people want to just talk about the sports they can't watch, the sports they don't understand. Someone have asked me, what are you even watching in football? And I'm like, hold up.
Not a guy though.
Not a guy, it's a girl. What do you guys even find so? Why are you shouting? Like when my team scores, I'm shouting everywhere. I'm excited.
Female gender will not understand the passion behind football. They will never understand because they don't enjoy it. They prefer watching their movie. If it's cartoon now, just the way you ask them, what are you watching in this cartoon now that you are seeing the baby running up and down? Somebody, but they will not understand.
Up and down.
Football is passion.
Yes.
You put your heart into it. Just like when Nigeria is playing, you just want your country to win. You are from Nigeria, so you want them to win. This recent AFCON, although I did not cry when we lost, but at least I was sad. It touched me like, my country is gone. So
it really must touch you.
Yeah, as a Nigerian, it should touch you now. But if you say, what's my business with football? That is to say you're not passionate about it. It's not something you care about. So,
yes,
but as a football fan, you should have a club where apart from your country, you should have your club that you are passionate about. Like when we were younger, when Man U will lose those days, you will not want to eat. You just go somewhere, be quiet. You are just angry about it. Of course, you are matured now. If they lose, even though you are not, you will eat. Of course, you have to eat, but you will still feel it that these people lost today, and it's not something you wanted.
Yeah,
so,
but let me ask that question. It's been on my mind. does it feel to support a team that is not that has never been, or okay, they have, but they have not currently, they are not around the top of the league or anywhere around it? For instance, how does it feel to support teams like QPR, teams like Hull City, teams like, you're talking about West Brom, all those teams that are in the second division? How does it feel to support those teams?
Well, I won't say I would know that feeling, because right from when I started supporting a club, that has been Manchester United. So at least I watched them play in the Premier League. I watched them play in the Champions League. No, I've been watching them since when they were in the Premier League. I don't know if they have ever gone to relegation or Championship or Division 1. But clubs like West Brom now, QPR, funny enough, they have their own fans. That is just like in Nigeria now, where you have a Eyimba, you have a Enugu Rangers. As you are from Enugu State now, you enjoy watching Rangers because it's your state, this is your club. That's the way it is for them. That's their club. West Brom is in their own country, so automatically they're a fan of that club. So they will just keep on enjoying their club, hoping they get to that level. Of course, there was a time, even Derby County, we are in the Premier. We are like Manchester United, so they will get their time. Maybe not this generation, but definitely they will get their time.
Maybe it's not this generation.
No, maybe not. It's not anytime soon.
It will actually be something else.
It will take a lot of work and effort now to bring West Brom down to Premier League, then down to competing for, Champions League trophy and all those things. It's going to take a lot of effort.
Okay, all right. So let's talk about we already have a newspaper where we where we always draw our points from. That's the Sports Pulse newspaper. And looking at it this morning, you've seen the news and how things that are on it. Now let's talk about the NFF trial. I'm saying trial. It feels like a court case when it's not. It's not a court case.
Now, we don't even know what it is.
We don't know what it is, because currently FIFA has not even replied anybody. What you see flying around the internet is just rumors. And FIFA has not released an official statement. I checked their handles. They have not released anything so far. But we can look at it from a place where Nigeria, we're expecting the judgment to be ruled in our favor. So now, when you look at, I asked this question the other day, what do you think about the NFF and as a professional football body of Nigeria? Do you think that when the stuff is ruled to Nigeria's favor, when the judgment is ruled to Nigeria's favor, that at the end that we will not waste that opportunity of being at the World Cup? Because it is one of the things that keeps bothering the entire populace. For instance, Coach Eric Chelle, NFF has already warned him. He moved from just $50,000 to $100,000, and but he has not accepted that one. He has not
offering him.
Yes, he has not accepted it, because look at the plan. From what I've seen, I mean, this could be rumor, it could be true, or it could be rumor, but let's say alleged. Now, what I've seen is that if eventually he qualifies for World Cup, then he has the opportunity to take Nigeria to World Cup, right?
Yes.
Good. But if Nigeria finally doesn't get their the verdict, guess what will happen? From what I'm seeing, it looks like he's going to take up the Olympic Marcel job.
Okay.
So now is a dicey situation. So what do you think about this whole situation? World Cup Nigeria or Olympic Marcel job?
That's if Nigeria is given the verdict to go to World Cup.
Yes.
We'll continue with Nigeria.
Yes.
Well, I think the option should be left for the coach. Now, NFF should not be putting him under pressure.
Okay.
Like if Nigeria should get the verdict, will you stay? Because I believe his heart is with Nigeria.
Yes.
He wants to coach the team. The players are right behind him. Like everyone has shown support for Chelle. Like he has brought unity to the squad. Now, if they don't get that verdict and Nigeria does not qualify for the World Cup, he should continue. It's not a matter of you have done a job for like 6 months and they want to get another coach. Starting from beginning, this has been Nigerian problem. You always sack one coach, bring in a new coach, expecting the team to just turn around immediately. Let this coach carry on with what he has started. There is AFCON coming up 2027.
Yes, of course, yes.
We have a coach that is good enough. So why, because maybe Nigeria does not get the verdict, you now want to chase him away to bring another person to start reshaping or restructuring the team all over again. These things will not bring, I don't think success will just come just like that. You know, it starts from somewhere, and this coach has started from somewhere. So let him have the opportunity. Even when Nigeria does not get the verdict, let him continue with the team.
Okay.
We have 2027 AFCON coming up. So it should be done. Who do they want to replace him with? That's the question. Who do they want to replace him with?
It's not about them replacing him.
Yeah.
It's about his choice.
I believe Chelle wants to stay with Nigeria. It's when it's Nigeria, it's NFF that maybe they are pulling one or two strings to see somebody else replacing.
Who will replace Chelle? Because currently Chelle is not looking for home-based players, from what I'm saying. Chelle is not even looking at home-based players.
Yes.
He's currently looking at foreign-based players. I think you understand what that does to our mentality.
But the foreign-based players are Nigerians too.
Yes, but you understand what that will do to our mentality as a team.
But
because see the thing, if foreign-based players are
occupying the team,
are getting into the team, it means that there's something the coach has seen
about them. Yeah.
It's not about a culture. It is basically about the winning ways, the coordination. You understand what I mean?
That's true.
Of course, it may not be so lenient. It may not be as at the best for the
home-based players.
For the home-based players, but that also may shift the focus of home-based players to knowing if they could get slots. You know, they could go for trials in international clubs or those places. Basically, I think that Chelle is not wrong if he can actually get his stuffs right.
Yeah.
That means he is on the right path. Because now looking at it, Rick Chelle, he has already announced, he said it just last week that he is expecting, or he is hoping that one day he will go to the top of his career. His dream is to
coach Real Madrid,
become the first African coach to do that at Real Madrid.
That's it for him.
Do you get
good?
So if everything is taking, if the route he's taking is towards that, I mean, it's a dream he has,
of course,
and he has to really.
Every coach ambition should be to coach a top team,
yes,
like Real Madrid,
yes,
like Manchester United,
yes,
like Man City.
Yes.
But blaming or trying to say Eric Chelle is looking at foreign players to play for Nigeria, like foreign-based players, it's not really a bad thing. If you come to the last AFCON that was played, most players there, they are, in fact, 99% were foreign-based.
Yes.
And we saw results.
The result was more solid.
There was more solid result. So it's not really bad. Of course, there is always room for home-based players to come in. When you are playing well, these ones we are saying foreign-based players, they started from somewhere and they are performing. So you don't expect players of that caliber now. You want them to be sidelined then because you want to follow a culture to bring in home-based players. So it's not really there. I don't see any problem with that. You can have home-based players 1, 2, 3. If foreign-based players are giving you results,
why?
We are all Nigerians.
Do you get? We are all Nigerians.
So for Manchester United, you are playing well.
You are playing well.
Playing for Rivers, you are playing
well. So
there's no. I don't think there should be any conflict there.
I don't think there's that.
He has proven. There's, in fact, AFCON brought results.
No, AFCON
there was great unity within the players. So let's not bring in this segregation of
or sentiment of give me a home-based player, give me a foreign-based player.
There will always be home-based players.
The issue is actually that there's no home-based player in AFCON, but there will be AFCON 2027.
Yes.
And there are these tensions around his job. Olympic Marseille and national team, Nigeria's national team. We're going to see what happens at the end of the day, of course, and it's going to be something that we are going to look into. Now, still in world of football today is Real Madrid Benfica. That match is one of the matches.
That's the star match.
That's the star match for today. So we're going to see what happens when the match sets in.
I want to get your prediction.
Well, my prediction is simply that Madrid would win Benfica, but it will be very difficult because their coach, Jose Mourinho, is not
difficult. And anyway, Benfica has injury problem right now.
They have injury problem, but we are talking about mentality now.
Of course.
Abeloa is Abeloa played under Jose Mourinho.
Yes,
you see, so we're talking about mentality problem now. Not even injury, because anybody, there was a time Manchester United had injuries. They played against PSG. Do you remember that match?
Yes.
The Hannibal. They played. That was when Rashford was really Rashford.
Yeah.
Okay, they fielded just youth players, and that was the second leg of that particular competition. I think that was Champions League. That Manchester United won. They had to win that game with less players. So I think it's just mentality and perspective. For me, injuries.
Jose Mourinho, he has given his players that mentality.
Yes.
And this is the second time they want to play in the space of, I think, 2 months or so.
Yeah.
They won the first leg 4-2. And they played very well. Not just that they won, they played very well. So this second leg, I won't say Madrid will win.
Well, we're going to see.
My prediction will be draw.
Draw, of course.
Maybe extra time they might go into penalty and all this, but my prediction will be draw to win that Benfica in their house.
We'll see what happens today as the match comes by. All right, thank you very much for doing this. I wanted to shake you. Thank you for that in-depth analysis. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, this is where we draw the curtain today. Thank you very much for watching. It is your one and only Sports Oracle. See you same time, same station here on Aneke TV. Join us across all our social platforms: X, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Check us out there. We are there live and direct. Have a wonderful morning until I see you again same time tomorrow. Bye.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV, your trusted window to the major developments across Nigeria and the global community. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Glad to have you join us. Moving over to the headlines, former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai faces cybercrime charges. 15 health workers infected as Lassa fever outbreak escalates. And on the foreign scene, 7 Ghanaian traders killed in Burkina Faso terror attack. And on business, federal government targets 800 billion naira in February bond auction. And now the news in details. Former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai has been charged with alleged cybercrime offences that could carry a 2-year jail term if he is convicted. The charges were filed by the Directorate of State Services (DSS) at the Federal High Court in Abuja. The 3-count prosecution centers on claims that Malam El-Rufai unlawfully intercepted telephone communications involving the National Security Advisor Malam Nuhu Ribadu. The charges draw heavily on comments Malam El-Rufai made during a televised interview on Arise TV's primetime program on February 13, 2026. DSS says those remarks suggest unlawful intrusion into another person's privacy. The specifics of the counts filed have not been made fully public, but the case is being treated as a serious breach of Nigeria's cybercrime laws. In a separate development, last night the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) detained Malam El-Rufai after several hours of interrogation. The EFCC says the focus is questioning was alleged financial impropriety tied to his time in public office. No formal charges have yet been announced by the anti-graft agency. Malam El-Rufai's appearance at the EFCC office was marked by public demonstrations. President Bola Tinubu has concluded his first official visit in Adamawa State, where he publicly praised Governor Amadu Fintiri for the scale of infrastructure development across the state. The president described the progress as evidence of renewed hope for Nigeria's broader development goals and highlighted the importance of education and infrastructure in reducing poverty and insecurity. During the tour of Yola, President Tinubu inaugurated multiple major projects. These included the newly completed Yola Model School and an 8-lane flyover off Galadima Aminu Road, both centerpieces of the state urban development plan. The president also laid the foundation for a permanent NYSC orientation camp. Governor Fintiri announced the financial cost of key projects, noting that the model school alone cost nearly 25 billion naira, with road expansions and related works exceeding 15 billion naira. President Tinubu also inspected the remodeled High Court complex and a high-tech government house office, emphasizing the role of infrastructure in economic growth. In his closing remark, President Tinubu called for national unity and reaffirmed the need for cohesive action to build a future that benefits Nigerians' youth. Governor Fintiri reiterated his administration's support for the federal government's reform agenda and pledged continued operations. The National Assembly will reconvene today amid heightened public scrutiny as protesters and civil society leaders gather outside the legislative complex. The demonstration led by the Movement for Credible Elections, Dr. Obi Ezekwesili and Mr. Femi Falana, called for mandatory real-time electronic transmission of polling units results for the 2027 general elections. Inside the chambers, lawmakers are attempting to reconcile the different versions of the Electoral Act passed by the Senate and the House of Representatives. The Senate version includes a conditional clause linking electronic transmission to mobile network availability, a provision critics argue could undermine transparency and open the door to manipulation. Former election officials have challenged claims of inadequate network infrastructure, pointing to technology that allows offline data queuing and automatic upload when service is available, a capability covering nearly 97% of the country. The debate reflects broader national concerns over election credibility and technology adoption. Compounding tensions is a dispute over the 2027 election timetable released by Aneke, with Muslim groups opposing proposed February and March dates that coincide with the holy month of Ramadan. Lawmakers now face difficult choices between constitutional election windows and religious sensitives, with public trust in the electoral process at stake. The Minister of Women Affairs, Imam Suleiman Ibrahim, has requested a substantial increase to the ministry's 134 billion naira 2026 budget, arguing that current estimates are insufficient to address Nigeria's pressing social and economic challenges affecting women. She appeared before the Senate committee to defend the proposed allocations. Senator responded with skepticism, expressing concern over the ministry past budget performance. Committee Chairperson Senator Ireti King-Gibe highlighted a poor spending record, noting that of 89 billion naira allocated for capital projects in 2025, less than 400 million naira was released and none of the funds were utilized. Operational spending also lagged, with only 16% of overhead funds disbursed. The 2020 budget presentation includes 139 billion naira for capital expenditure and 2.9 billion naira for personnel cost. Despite the proposed increase, committee members emphasized that unresolved issues around fund release bottlenecks must be addressed before endorsing a higher appropriation. The Senate's position remains firm. The government must demonstrate that funds reach their intended destinations and deliver tangible outcomes. The budget defense process continues, with oversight of implementation expected to remain a central focus. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) says it is finalizing preparations for the Federal Capital Territory Council elections scheduled for February 21st. The chairman of the commission, Professor Joshua Mupitan, held a strategic meeting with major transport unions to finalize logistics planning, underscoring the official role of reliable transportation in election success. INEC plans to hire more than 1,100 vehicles to ensure timely delivery of sensitive election materials to polling units across the 6 area councils. The commission cited logistical failures in previous polls, particularly in Anambra State, where vehicle breakdowns significantly disrupted voting processes. Professor Amupita stressed that the commission will no longer tolerate excuses and reiterated the terms of recently signed memoranda of understanding with transport unions. The directive requires union vehicles to be fully deployed to registration area centers by Friday to support early election day readiness. Leaders of the NURTW and NIRTO assured INEC that lessons learned from past challenges have strengthened planning and coordination. Both unions continue ongoing collaboration with resident electoral commissioners, aiming to deliver a smooth and credible election. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control (NCDC) has issued an urgent advisory as Lassa fever cases surge, affecting frontline healthcare workers. The agency reported that 15 health workers have contracted the virus, with 2 fatalities recorded as of mid-February. The outbreak is concentrated in Ondo, Edo, Bauchi, and Ebonyi states, with Benue State reporting at least 4 health workers' deaths. NCDC investigations have identified significant gaps in infection prevention and control practices in several hospitals. They say inadequate safety measures have exposed medical personnel to increased risk of infection while treating suspected Lassa fever patients. Lassa fever is endemic in West Africa and spread primarily by contact with food or household items contaminated by the urine or feces of infected mastomys rodents. Person-to-person transmission in healthcare settings has raised alarm among health authorities. State health commissioners are stepping up community education campaigns and urging improved hygiene practices to curb transmission. The NCDC is coordinating with state government to enforce safety protocols, protect frontline workers, and contain the outbreak. The Kwara State Environmental Protection Agency has intensified environmental enforcement across the state, recently inspecting Landmark University in Omo-Aran to assess compliance with sanitation and waste management laws. The inspection was led by General Manager Jide Aina as part of routine regulatory responsibilities. The agency officials focus on the university's waste disposal systems and overall sanitation protocols. Mr. Aina emphasized that the agency's mandate is to safeguard public health and the environment, promoting consistent adherence to state standards rather than imposing punitive measures. Vice-Chancellor Kolawole Ajanaku welcomed the inspection, affirming the institution's commitment to maintaining a clean and safe campus. He noted that existing waste management initiatives align with regulatory expectations. Both the agencies and university leadership reiterated a shared commitment to environmental protection and sustainable practices. The visit concluded with mutual assurances to sustain collaborative efforts and support long-term ecological stewardship in Kwara State. The executive chairman of Enugu South Local Government Area, Dr. Caleb Onyama Ani, has received members of the council's forest guard upon completion of a 10-week security training program in Osho State. The training was designed to improve tactical skills, intelligence gathering, and coordinated response capabilities for personnel operating in forested and rural areas. Addressing officers at the council headquarters, Dr. Ani described the program as a significant enhancement to grassroots security infrastructure. The Enugu South contingent was part of a larger cohort of approximately 1,040 forest guard personnel from across Enugu State. The training covered modern security strategies, surveillance operations, and techniques to address criminal activities effectively. Sector Commander Okechukwu led the contingent throughout the instructional period in Ila Orangun. Chairman Ani praised the discipline and resilience shown by the officers and urged them to apply their new skills professionally. He pledged continued logistical and operational support, emphasizing the importance of community trust and intergovernmental collaboration in maintaining local security. Nigeria's Defense Minister, retired General Christopher Musa, has clarified that the presence of United States military personnel in Nigeria is strictly for training and technological support. Speaking in an exclusive interview at the Ministry of Defense in Abuja, General Musa said the cooperation is guided by formal agreements requested by the federal government. The Defense Headquarters also confirmed the arrival of about 100 U.S. military personnel and associated equipment at Bauchi Airfield. The deployment officials said aligns with bilateral engagement aimed at enhancing training, technical capability, and intelligence sharing with the Nigerian Armed Forces. The minister stressed that the partnership is short-term and focused on specific capacity-building objectives. He said both militaries are working together in defined areas within Bauchi State where joint activities are ongoing on the agreed terms. The collaboration follows structured discussion between Nigerian and U.S. defense delegations. Authorities emphasize that the deployment does not signal a change in Nigeria's sovereignty or defense postures, but reflects a targeted approach to strengthening military effectiveness. Former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has criticized reports that the Aso Rock presidential villa may be disconnected from Nigeria's national electricity grid. In a statement shared on social media, Mr. Obi said the reported plan raises concern about leadership priorities in the national power sector. Mr. Obi noted President Bola Tinubu's campaign pledge that Nigeria should deny him a second term if he failed to deliver reliable electricity within 4 years. He observed that 3 years into the administration, many Nigerians still experience inconsistent power supply, making the reported great disconnection for the villa troubling. Mr. Obi referenced budget provisions in the 2025 federal appropriation, which allocated about 10 billion naira for solar power at the presidential villa, and further allocations in the 2026 budget for power upgrade and maintenance. He said leadership must demonstrate commitment to strengthening the national grid so that ordinary citizens and businesses benefit from improved electricity. While acknowledging the importance of renewable energy, Mr. Obi emphasized that national leadership should not separate itself from the realities faced by the public. He argued that progress, accountability, and visible improvement in infrastructure are essential to rebuilding trust. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai charged with alleged cybercrime offences. Lassa fever outbreak worsens as 15 health workers test positive. And coming up shortly, on the foreign scene, 7 Ghanaian traders killed in terror attack in Burkina Faso. And in business news, federal government moves to raise 800 billion naira at February bond auction. We'll be right back.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Come back, still on the news. 7 Ghanaian traders have been killed following an insurgent attack in northern Burkina Faso. Ghana's Interior Minister Mohamed Mubarak Montaka confirmed that the victims were part of a cross-border tomato trading group ambushed in Titao. Officials say the assailant stormed the town, separated the men from the women, and opened fire. Authorities described extensive devastation at the scene, reporting that the victims' transport vehicle was set ablaze. Out of the 18 traders, 7 women escaped unharmed, while 4 others sustained varying degrees of injuries. Due to security concerns, Ghanaian officials were unable to immediately access the location. Burkina Faso security forces have since regained control of the town after engagements with the attackers. The Burkinabé government has pledged to provide military escort to evacuate the wounded survivors. The incident highlights persistent security challenges linked to extremist groups operating across the Sahel region. Ukraine is intensifying efforts to address a worsening demographic crisis by supporting fertility preservation for military personnel. The government-backed program allows soldiers to freeze reproductive materials, offering families future options amid the uncertainties of war. Officials say the initiative evolved from privately managed services introduced at the onset of the conflict. Under existing regulations, stored samples are maintained at no cost for a specified period following a donor's death, subject to documented consent procedures. Medical experts report that prolonged conflict conditions have significantly affected birth rates. Analysts note that the program reflects broader national consent about population sustainability. For many military families, the measure represents both personal reassurance and long-term national planning. High-level nuclear diplomacy between the United States and Iran is on the way in Geneva, with both sides signaling cautious engagement. The negotiations facilitated by mediators aim to address long-standing disputes over sanctions and nuclear compliance frameworks. Officials indicate that discussions are occurring amid heightened geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. Both governments have reiterated their positions publicly, emphasizing diplomatic resolution while maintaining firm policy stances. Key issues include economic sanctions, verification mechanisms, and broader regional security concerns. Observers say the talks represent a critical opportunity for de-escalation. However, analysts caution that significant gaps remain between the negotiating parties. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly has stated he is evaluating the possibility of a presidential bid in 2028. Speaking in a recent interview, the lawmaker cited the evolving political climate and national challenges as factors shaping his considerations. Kelly also addressed ongoing political controversies linked to statements made in previous public communications. Legal developments surrounding the matter have drawn attention, though no formal charges have been sustained. The senator noted that security concerns have intensified amid heightened political rhetoric. Analysts say Kelly's comments place him among several figures already being discussed in early conversation about the next presidential cycle. And now in business news, the federal government plans to raise 800 billion naira through the February bond auction conducted by the Debt Management Office. The offering reflects continued reliance on domestic borrowing to finance budgetary obligations. The auction will feature reopened instruments across medium to long-term maturities. Analysts say the focus on longer tenors signals efforts to manage short-term repayment pressures. Market observers note that prevailing yields remain elevated amid tight monetary conditions. Investor response is expected to provide insight into liquidity trends and debt sustainability considerations. Still on business news, Nigeria has secured a permanent seat on the board of the African Monetary Institute, according to Central Bank Governor Olayemi Cardoso. The development positions the country prominently within continental financial integration efforts. Officials say the institute will play a transitional role toward the establishment of the African Central Bank. Nigeria's representation is expected to strengthen its influence in policy design and institutional frameworks. Economic analysts describe the move as strategically significant. The focus now shifts to macroeconomic convergence and regulatory coordination among participating member states. Still on business, Gombe State is reporting notable progress under the ACRESAL program with over 223 million naira disbursed as interest-free loans. State authorities say the initiative is supporting agriculture enterprises and job creation. The program includes mechanization support and climate-resilient farming inputs. Officials highlight infrastructure upgrades aimed at boosting irrigation and productivity. Government representatives describe sustainability as the central objective. Plans are on the way to institutionalize the program's gains beyond its current funding cycle. And now in sports, the Nigerian Football Federation is awaiting FIFA's decision on its protest concerning recent World Cup qualification fixtures. The federation has raised concerns over player eligibility issues. NFF officials maintain that their petition is supported by regulatory provisions governing nationality status. A ruling is expected to clarify the implications for tournament qualification pathways. Sport analysts say the case underscores the complexity of international eligibility regulations. The outcome could significantly affect Nigeria's qualification prospects. Still on sport, heavyweight boxer Tyson Fury has confirmed his return to competitive action following a period away from the ring. The former champion cited renewed motivation behind the decisions. Fury is scheduled to face Aslan Beck in an upcoming bout. The contest has drawn attention within boxing circles given Fury's previous retirement announcements. Industry observers say the return adds momentum to the heavyweight division. Discussions about potential future matchups continue to generate interest among fans. And now to the world of entertainment. Legal representatives for Davido and Sophia Momodu have reiterated that their custody dispute remains before the court. The matter concerns arrangements involving their daughter. Counsel emphasized that proceedings will be determined strictly by legal processes. The statement follows heightened public commentary surrounding the case. Legal analysts note that the dispute reflects broader conversations about privacy and judicial independence. Both parties have been urged to allow the court to conclude deliberations. Still on entertainment, media personality Toke Makinwa has sparked debate following remarks about her evolving approach to charitable giving. In a recent interview, Makinwa discussed redirecting financial contributions toward direct humanitarian support. She explained that her decision reflects a preference for immediate social impact. The comments have generated mixed reaction across religious and social communities. Observers say the discussion highlights changing attitudes toward philanthropy and personal belief system. The conversation continues to resonate within public discourse. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here's a recap of our top stories. Former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai has been charged with alleged cybercrime offences, marking a significant development with potential legal and political implications. The case is expected to draw national attention as judicial proceedings unfold. Public health authorities are raising fresh concerns over the Lassa fever outbreak, with 15 health workers reportedly infected. Officials warn that the spread among frontline medical personnel underscores the urgency of strengthened contact containment and proactive measures. And on the foreign scene, 7 Ghanaian traders have been killed in a terror attack in northern Burkina Faso. The incident highlights the persistent security challenges and expanding insurgent threats across the Sahel region. And in business, the federal government is set to raise 800 billion naira through its February bond auction. The move reflects continued reliance on domestic debt markets amid prevailing fiscal and economic pressures. And that's news around the globe. On Aneke TV, for more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakuba. Thank you for watching.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal influence, patronage networks, and bribery remain significant determinants of who gets hired. This reality has produced ministries, departments, and agencies burdened with underqualified personnel, struggling to deliver on complex policy mandates in a rapidly evolving global environment. The consequences are not abstract. They manifest in delayed project execution, weak policy implementation, inefficient service delivery, and ballooning recurrent expenditure with minimal value creation. When institutions are staffed without regard for skill or capacity, governance becomes reactive rather than strategic. The problem is not limited to recruitment alone. Nigeria's elective political system reflects the same crisis of merit. In many cases, candidates emerge not through rigorous debate, policy clarity, or intellectual depth, but through financial muscle, political godfathers, or ethnic calculations. Electoral outcomes frequently reward popularity, patronage, or vote buying over competence and vision. The result is a leadership deficit that cuts across local government councils, state assemblies, governorships, and even the national legislature, institutions constitutionally taxed with lawmaking, oversight, and representation, yet often lacking the technical depths required to interrogate budgets, scrutinize policies, or design forward-looking legislation. Other sectors tell a similar story. In education, the erosion of merit in academic appointment has weakened research quality and global competitiveness. In some tertiary institutions, promotions and leadership roles are influenced more by internal politics than scholarly output. In the corporate space, family ties and informal networks sometimes override professional management principles, limiting innovation and sustainability. Ironically, Nigeria continues to produce world-class professionals who excel in merit-driven systems abroad, from medicine and engineering to technology, finance, and academia. Their success outside the country reinforces a painful truth. The problem is not Nigerian capacity or Nigerian systems. Countries that have achieved rapid development offer contrasting examples. Singapore Rwanda and South Korea institutionalize meritocracy through transparent recruitment, performance-based promotion, and zero tolerance for patronage. Leadership selection in these systems prioritize competence, integrity, and accountability, even when politically inconvenient. Back home, the cost of failing to do the same is increasingly evident. Brain drain has accelerated as skilled Nigerians seek environments where effort is rewarded fairly. Public trust in institutions has declined, and citizens grow more cynical about processes they perceive as rigged or predetermined. Yet, experts argue that the tide can be turned. Strengthening meritocracy requires deliberate reform, not rhetoric. Transparent digital recruitment platforms, independently supervised examinations, enforceable sanctions for recruitment breaches, and clear performance metrics are critical starting points. In the political space, electoral reforms that reduce the influence of money, strengthen internal party democracy, and encourage issue-based campaigns are essential to improving leadership quality. Civil society, the media, and the electorate also carry responsibility to interrogate candidates, demand competence, and reject mediocrity at the ballot box. Ultimately, meritocracy is not elitism, it is fairness. It is the assurance that every Nigerian, regardless of background, has a genuine chance to rise based on ability and effort. Without it, institutions weaken, leadership falters, and national ambition remains unrealized. For Nigeria to compete globally, govern effectively, and harness its vast human capital, merit must no longer be optional. It must become the standard. In recruitment, in elections, and in every field where decisions shape the nation's future.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Thank you for joining us today. Once again, you're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness. And bringing you today's sunrise, I am Deborah Wakaba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and today is Tuesday, 17th February 2026. And of course, we've got a power-packed morning for you here today on Sunrise. We've got our latest news, what's trending, our sport update, our business update also. And of course, that Sports Show Sunrise vibe to help us start our day.
So, get comfortable, grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, let the sun shine in, because the sunrise is here.
Okay, now on Sunrise today, we'll be kicking things off with our quote of the day with words that are thoughtful, words that are inspiring, words that offer insight to whatever we do to keep us focused, stay motivated, and also well-driven.
Then, it's straight into the day top headlines. All the key news update that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, and debated.
And right after that, we'll be giving you our weather forecast for today, covering cities across the southeast and beyond, so you'd know what to expect before stepping out, or if you've stepped out already, it is to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
And later we'll bring to you a business news update for you to remain informed and invest wisely. And of course, we won't let go without bringing the man of many parts, the sports oracle himself, Commissioner of Enjoyment and the mental mechanic.
All right, now moving over to our inspiration segment, our quote for today. Now, our quote for today is coming from an African proverb that says, "The hunter who overaims misses the better." I'm going to take that proverb again. Say, "The hunter who overaims misses the better." Now, this proverbs is one against excess overcomplication. When someone aims too high, when someone tries too hard or to be too perfect, now or becomes overly ambitious, they may lose a good and achievable opportunity that is right in front of them. And also in simple terms, this quote is also saying that perfectionism and overambition can be self-defeating. So by focusing only on the ideal, we risk missing the good, the practical, or the timely. Now, this is also telling us that we should not ignore realistic goals while chasing the flawless one, and also that sometimes good enough is better than perfect. Mr. Ocha, I'd like to know your thoughts on this quote.
All right. This very quote, being an African proverb, like always aims direct to the kill and is so effortlessly clear. You know, it is very clear in its meaning that the hunter who over aims misses the bird, right? And when you just links to our quote yesterday when we were talking about the man who waits for the perfect shot dies with full magazine. In life, you don't need to keep waiting for the perfect condition.
Yeah.
When you have the plan, execute as soon as possible, as soon as you can. While you keep waiting for all the conditions, all the variables to come together, you may miss the mark. And that's what this African proverb is telling us this morning, that when you continue to aim, you more often, stand the chance of missing the bird. While you're trying to get a clearer shot, the bird flies away. Mm. So in all, you have to, though you have to be precise in execution, but you need to take your opportunity once it presents itself. You don't need to wait for that perfect plan. There's never a perfect plan. What is that there is an opportunity that will keep presenting itself, and like shifting grounds, that opportunity may not be there forever. Yeah. So in whatever occasion, whatever you do, you don't need to continue to relax and procrastinate and say when the rainy season starts, start during the dry season. Okay. So when the rain comes, it becomes a better plan. Or you are waiting for the rainy season to be over for the dry season to start from the rainy season. Do the much you can. When the dry season comes, then the plan becomes perfect. And that's what it's telling us this morning. Our Africans our elders in their wisdom always give us words like the oil with which we eat our yam, right? You see that they give us the right ways to be able to plan our action effectively, and it produces result when you listen to them. And this morning will not be an exception, and we encourage everybody out there, you do not wait like the hunter who keep waiting for the perfect opportunity and misses the kill. You should just take action this morning. Get up from your bed, get up from where you are, start getting to where you ought to be. Is that proposal in your hands? Go with it. Try one more time. That you failed yesterday doesn't mean you failed today. You went to the office yesterday and nobody opened the door. Go back. Keep speaking to someone. At least, most given time, somebody may give you attention. Is he in the marketplace? You don't have to wait because you have no goods in your stall. Like I did say yesterday, you may have the stall and there's someone else who has the goods, but without stall. So by being out there, there's a perfect opportunity or chance that both of you may happen on each other, and the perfect opportunity is there. Then if you are there, you're able to cash in on it. So there's no time to wait. And I will reiterate by that quote he brought yesterday, that the man who waits for the perfect shot dies with full magazine. Yes, so you don't have to wait. Shoot from where you are. Aim and fire. That's what it's all about, and that's what life is all about. You fire from where you stop. If you keep procrastinating or keep being dull, waiting, you will be overtaken. Just like the tide, you will be overtaken. You will be overrun, because the world we're in is fast-paced and keep moving. So if you wait for every other person to be dull like you or go to bed by early 5 o'clock, nope. The world won't wait for you. The world is not waiting for no one. You have to play catch up, and it becomes more difficult when you have to play catch up. So stand from where you are. Be active. Keep working at it. Keep working at it. The more you work at it, the more it becomes a perfect plan. Yes, the world doesn't wait for procrastinators. The world is in need of action takers. Action-oriented people. These are those who are meant for this world. And until you are at such a time as that, success will elude you.
All right, thank you very much for that. And also this quote is advising us that we should balance ambition with wisdom, and also we should act, or we should aim wisely instead of excessively. Now, when you're waiting for the perfect opportunity, when you're waiting for that glorious, that magnificent opportunity to come, leaving the little that are already coming by, you would find out wisely while we are aiming with wisdom. Let us try and remember that each new sunrise is an opportunity, is a platform where we grow, where we learn something new, or simply stay more present in whatever we do. Now let us know what this quote means to you. You can reach us at 07030437110 or any of our social media platforms, all at Aneke TV. And up next is our weather report for today.
Yes, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
And we're starting off with Oka today. It's a warm and toasty Tuesday with mostly cloudy skies, keeping the sun cozy but not too harsh. Expect highs around 33 to 35 degrees Celsius and lows near 25 to 26 degrees Celsius. It's your typical February sunshine with just a tiny sprinkle possibility.
And good morning, Enugu. The temperature this morning should sit around the low to mid 30 degrees Celsius, with sunny spells and perhaps a few dreamy clouds drifting by.
And in Abakaliki, heat alert in February. This city holds high temperatures close to 37 degrees Celsius and humidity rising, so it feels sizzling. Maybe a bit like being near the grill. Stay dry overall with lots of sunshine and just a few lazy clouds trying to chill. Hydration is key today.
And good morning, Imo State. Welcome to my beautiful city of Owerri. Expect a warm and partly cloudy day with highs around low to mid 30 degrees Celsius and comfortable evenings, perfect for evening strolls.
And in Umahia, today will feel like summer in February. Temperatures can hover up near the low 30s under partly cloudy skies with sunshine peeking through. A gentle breeze might kiss your forehead in the evening, which is beautiful.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, but keep an umbrella handy. Do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And that's your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Now we'll be taking a look at our newspapers for today, coming from Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and the Guardian newspaper.
And joining us this morning is the man of many parts, the sports oracle, commissioner of enjoyment himself, the mental mechanic, Mr. Goodhope. It's a pleasure to see you here on Sunrise.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm all right.
All right. So hope you come loaded with things happening around the world and the sports world as well.
Yes, of course. It's part of my giveaway.
Part of your giveaway. All right. We'll still wait to see that unravel, but you're welcome.
All right, now moving over to our newspapers for today from The Nation. The Nation paper, the major headline says El-Rufai faces 2-year jail for alleged cybercrime offences. And from the Punch paper says 432 billion naira probe. EFCC detains El-Rufai, DSS on standby. And on the Vanguard paper, the Vanguard headline is saying Electoral Act, hide-and-seek game in Abuja as representative avoid joint meeting. And from The Guardian says 2027, protesters storm National Assembly as debate on Electoral Act resumes. I'll be starting our paper for today from the Punch newspaper, where the Punch newspaper says 432 billion naira probe, EFCC detains El Rufai, DSS on standby. And in another twist today, the EFCC has detained El Rufai following hours of questioning tied to a 432 billion naira corruption investigation. According to officials, the probe stems from a 2024 Kaduna State Assembly report that accuses administration of breaching due process on loans, contract and finances, matters now at the heart of the anti-graft agency line of questioning. Supporters and protesters collided around the FCC headquarters on Monday with security agents dispersing crowds as political tensions soared. This dramatic development underscores how high-profile anti-corruption campaigns continue to shape Nigeria's political news agenda. Mr. Aucha, I would like to know your take.
All right. When we look at this headline, National Assembly, moving on with the issue we're seeing before us. That's from the Punch newspaper, right? Right. You see developments in Nigeria where we're looking at the issue of El-Rufai with the EFCC, and it's no longer news that El-Rufai was detained by the graft agency after he submitted himself. He went willingly to the headquarters of EFCC at Jabi in Abuja, presented himself as he did promise, for interrogation. And before now, AFCC has said they've been carrying out investigation on his period as the governor of Kaduna State. But be that as it may, we're seeing a humongous amount. It's written in the front pages of the Punch newspaper, where he said that 432 billion naira probe, EFCC detains El-Rufai, and we are told that the investigation questioning is still ongoing. Perhaps they were unable to finish the processes last night, leading to his being detained overnight. So investigation continues. And while the spokesperson for EFCC was interrogated, he did reply yes, that they still have El-Rufai in custody. Speaking to Mr. Dele Oyewale, that they have him in custody and investigation is still ongoing. That leads us to the genesis of this whole issue. You remember that when El-Rufai finished his tenure, as they got into his tenure in office, as he has to do with the loans that the Kaduna State government obtained, from different institutions, and they arrived at the conclusion that the bulk of these loans were misappropriated under the leadership of El-Rufai, and that there was an abuse of office by his aides as well. So in that report, they leveled a lot of allegations. Some of those allegations was that there was a cash payment, to the tune of 155 million naira. And that brings to question, why would somebody, make a cash payment of that magnitude? It's still an allegation. But the former governor, Federal Capital Territory Minister El-Rufai is there to answer for himself, give account of his stewardship, and part of the issues raised, apart from abuse of office and diversion of public funds, they did equally accuse him of money laundering, him and his heirs, and reckless borrowing. These were the issues that were raised by the Kaduna State Assembly. And if one followed the happenings, then when this report was being presented by Henry Zakari, who was the committee chairman that looked into this issue, at the point where they were laying down this report at the Kaduna State Assembly, the Speaker of Kaduna State Assembly, Yusuf, Danhiru, then made it publicly that there was an alleged issue of money laundering to this tune of 432 billion naira, that El-Rufai had plugged the state into debt, exposing them to a lot of borrowing, and that these resources, these borrowed loans, were misappropriated. But the issue now became that, yes, while EFCC has told us that they've been investigating, we didn't hear much about this issue, leading to this period while El-Rufai had continued to be a vocal critic of this government. Many analysts tend to point, accusing fingers to the federal government that they want to silence opposition, leading to why they've decided to, investigate this issue and at this time. But be that as it may, while we do not want to take any sides, our position has always been that when someone is found wanting, and such a person should be invited, duly investigated, and if found culpable should be prosecuted. What we did want is media trial, a situation where we see the media, being involved in these issues. Not that the media shouldn't be informed or aware, but where we tend to convince people on, national televisions and pages of newspaper without completing investigation is what every sane Nigeria should be frowning against. When you look at the weight of these allegations, then one understands that the former governor needs to, come clean and defend his tenure in office, though he has over time said that there was nothing of such nature, that he was in no way or by no means appropriated these loans, that they were put into judicious use. And when one continues to pray further, it is alleged that the loan that was obtained for light rail in Kaduna State was equally misappropriated. So these are wholesome issues that shouldn't be coming up in a state like Kaduna or any state in Nigeria, given the state of things in the country. Things are so difficult for this nation, especially when you look at infrastructural development in our country. It's nothing to write home about. And when loan is obtained for such developmental, overhaul of a state, one should believe that such resources should be applied for such projects to take effect. You look at where in a situation where we have light challenges in Nigeria, where you have the grids collapsing, off and on, where there are power issues. So one should expect that the resources of every state should be geared towards incremental development as regards the need of the people. Transportation, the issue of rent that we're seeing, you cannot overemphasize the need and the economic viability of such projects in a state. Be that as it may, one thing that still stands out is that an innocent person is still innocent until he's proven guilty. What is happening is that he has to be in EFCC custody to give answers to the questions that are being raised, right? And one, would want to be able to separate the politics from the real investigation of issues. But it's very difficult for us to separate these issues, especially where politicians are involved, right? And one, tends to look at the fact that El-Rufai is now in the opposition, and like I did mention, is a vocal critic of this president and this government. Is that reason why he's being investigated? Is being kept in the custody of EFCC? So these are questions that we must answer, and in answering this question, the onus now lies on government and government agencies to see that at the end of the day, these are not mere allegations, but provable allegation carried out as a result of due investigation into these issues. Right? So we should be able to separate our politics from that, because you see that El-Rufai is now a member of the ADC that is campaigning and gunning for the seat of the president, and many people are continuing to raise the concern that the government is against opposition. You look at the case, for example, they cite the case of former Attorney General of the Federation and raise the question, why was he not prosecuted since last year, waiting till this moment until the political realignment after the demise of former president. Be that as it may, the issue remains that it's still an allegation until one is proven guilty. They should be able to give account of their stewardship. But in the case of El-Rufai, we are seeing that it becomes a very complex issue, being that while he is still in EFCC custody, we are well informed that the federal government has gone to a high court in Abuja and filed criminal charges against him as on cyber crime grounds, where he may face upwards of 2 years, if found guilty. Remember that while granting a television interview, that El-Rufai publicly, did admit that they intercepted calls from the NSA, Nuhu Ribadu, to the effect that he gave the order for his arrest while he was in a route from from Cairo to Nigeria, where there was an attempt to seize his passport and get him arrested at the airport. But though Floyd, later while he was granting that interview, he did allege that it was the NSA Nuhu that gave that order, and that he had access to people who intercepted this call, and on that ground, the federal government are now filing, cyber crime charges. This is still all an unfolding story. We'll still watch out to see how this pans out. But one thing stands clear, that yes, it is right and just for any leader to give account of their stewardship. However, we shouldn't use that as a ground, to which hot political openness. Democracy thrives when there is opposition. It's the duty of the opposition to equally keep the leaders, those who are in governments, on their toes consistently and constantly. So we shouldn't fight our political differences using, organs of the government like the EFCC, the ICPC, and the DSS as well, while I give in to the fact that yes, these issues needs to be investigated, and if he is found guilty, right, then let him face the law. Let him defend himself as is obtainable in every civic and civil organization. But what we are witnessing here, like someone did point out, is a situation, like to put it in somebody's voice, he was like, the government is all out to get El-Rufai on any grounds. You can see that part of the issues on that headline is that the DSS now reopens the issue of Dadiata. Dadiata was a social critique when El-Rufai was the governor, who critiqued the government of El-Rufai vehemently and the government in Kano State of Ganduje in Kano State. And then at a certain point, he now disappeared. No one could account to his whereabouts. No one, we stopped hearing Dadiata's voices on Twitter, and that was all till this moment. Now, one now asks, what was the government doing all this while that this issue is being reopened at this point? El-Rufai, Ganduje had been out of government for a long while now, dating to upwards of 2 years. So why are these issues coming up at this moment? That's not to, water down the issue of the data, disappearing. And I learned that the El-Rufai son is equally invited as a result of the tweet he made sometime, alluding to the disappearance of the data, where they are now reopening this issue. But for me, why these are very good grounds that El-Rufai on one ground has to give account of his stewardship as the governor of Kaduna State, that the issue of around the disappearance of the data, the claim he made as to the Nuhu Ribadu phone calls, these are issues, grounds in law that should be investigated, and if found culpable, should be what? He should be prosecuted for it and face the wrath of the law. But in any case, this should not be political vendetta, because we were well aware that prior to 2023 election, that El-Rufai was in the camp of Mr. President, where he campaigned vigorously and stood even as a spokesman for for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as is evident at Chatham House in London, right prior to that election. But the issue is that it's quite obvious, and every Nigerian is well aware that they have fallen apart, that El-Rufai has fallen apart with Mr. President. So we are saying that this shouldn't be a political vendetta. El-Rufai reserves the right as any Nigerian citizens to be accorded every privilege due to a Nigerian, even as an opposition leader. And he should, in this case, the right things should be done. It shouldn't be a ploy to silence his voice. The question is, how many people can we silence in Nigeria? And they who are in authority today should be well aware that at one time they will be called to give account of their stewardship. Remember, there was a time Malami, was all powerful, but today Malami is in custody, fighting for his freedom, defending himself. And same fate may be meted out to those who are in authority today, because we are told that power is transient. So we need to be cautious, careful with what we do when we are in power and around corridors of power, because a time may come, as it is today for El-Rufai and so many other people, to give account of their stewardship. But I will rise on the point that we shouldn't turn these things into a political opportunity to help in either to silence the opposition or to go against people who are not in support of the government. Yeah. And another issue is that we are seeing where crowds are being rented. So those who are protesting either for or against. These are charades that we shouldn't allow in a just society where the rule of law, where due process is applicable. The right thing should be done seamlessly, not, subject to political interpretation, where we have to rent a crowd in for government and those who are for the opposition, giving credence to who should be investigated and who should be prosecuted. Such things tell you that there is an anomaly, there's an aberration as regards the rule of law and due process in Nigeria. If these things should happen seamlessly.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now we're moving over to our next paper for today, coming from the Vanguard newspaper, that says Electoral Act, hide and seek in Abuja as representatives avoid joint meeting. In Abuja, lawmakers faced a bit of political hide-and-seek game as the conference committee working on the Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2026 struggled to meet. Members of the House of Representatives reportedly failed to show up for a scheduled session to harmonize differences between House and Senate positions, especially around electronic transmission of election results, a key issue ahead of the 2027 general election. Mr. Aucha, I would like to know your take.
All right. When we speak to the issue around this electoral act, is being prolonged for a while, and it's been in the coming. It doesn't just start today. This is an issue that we've been all about since the conclusion of the 2023 general election, given to the myriad of challenges that we faced in that election. It was one election where the generality of Nigerians would say that their turnout was quite higher than previous elections in Nigeria, where we had the youth demography, turning up for the first time. In that election, we had a highest turnout of first-time voters in Nigeria, and given the glitches that we were told about, confidence has been eroded, especially amongst youthful demography that were majorly first-time voters. A lot of them became distraught as a result of the issues around that general election, given to the glitches where there was issues around transmission of results leading to litigations in court, where we now had to rely on the interpretation of the courts, to really knew where we stand constitutionally on our election. For example, the issue around the interpretations in FCT being part of the a special status, or is just the status of another state in Nigeria. These were issues, ambiguous issues that headed the 2023 election. Now, after that election, most Nigerians and civil society started campaigning for the amendment of the Electoral Act to give credence to the next election, so that we do not encounter the challenges that we witnessed in 2023, or where we'll be told that there were glitches. So there were campaigns as a result of that election since 2023. In fact, I can say that immediately the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu immediately took the oath of office. The campaign started earnestly for the amendment of this Electoral Act 2022 to what we have today, and giving room to that, it rose from the House of Reps meeting around 2025, around December, and passed their own version of that amendment, where the House of Reps, upheld the transmission of results from the polling units to IRF in real time. And then, when we applauded that, everyone was waiting for the Senate to equally, when they will deliberate and pass their own amendment, that it should be in tandem with the position of the House of Rep. But that was not supposed. It didn't come to bear. It wasn't the case, as by the time the Senate rose from their own voting and that amendment, what we saw was a situation where the upper legislature jettisoned the issue of transmission in real time, leading to pressure from civil society and the generality of Nigerians, campaigning seriously against individual senators, beginning to call out each senator by name as to why they took that position, leading to the quick reconvening of the Senate by the Senate President, Akpabio, where we now saw the Senate deliberated and came out with what we will now have as the Senate version of that amendment, where they've come to give, credence to transmission, but without a proviso that should there be a network issue, we revert to the old system, manual system, where we had to now transfer from EC8A manually which a lot of Nigerians had come out to critique and criticize, that that's a challenge in itself. That what we need at this time around is to give that legal backing to issue around transmission in real time, so that there will be a legal backing and not subject to judicial interpretation, where it now becomes the whims or the wish of INEC to choose whatever method they want, as we witnessed in 2023, that when this issue was in litigation, the court came out to say that they couldn't base that judgment based on the rules of INEC. They had to interpret what the law says, leading to why most Nigerians, even eminent Nigerians, are now criticizing the position of the Senate. But far above that, we know that there is a harmonization committee set up by the joint session of the House of Rep and the Senate to harmonize their position on this issue before it will be transmitted to the executive of Mr. President for his assent. And it is in that harmonization that we are seeing this headline, the Electoral Act hide and seek game in Abuja, where we were told that House of Rep members, avoided meeting that was slated for yesterday early hours up until 4 p.m., where the Senate, Senator Lalong, who is the chairman of the Senate of the committee on that amendment, with Honorable Adebayo Balogun, where they now met indoors after conversation. They now adjourned. But now we are being told that there was a meeting that was later convened in the middle of the night at the residence of the Senate president, in order to find a common ground on this very issue. The point remains that every Nigerian, and what Nigerians are yearning for, is to ensure that there's electronic transmission of our results, so that we'll have a seamless, transparent, and legally unassailable position of the law when it comes to that section 60 subsection 3 of that Electoral Amendment Act, which is to give legal backing to the transmission of electoral results in real time to the IRF, such that there won't be any provision, if the grid collapses, if network or this on that. Nigerians don't want that. And they are saying that if developing countries like Brazil, India, and Kenya are able to transmit results in real time, that Nigeria equally have the same potential and capacity to transmit these results in real time. So that's where we are, and there's an impasse. While everyone is, judiciously waiting for the both chambers to harmonize and come out with a unified position, there are prayers that the House of Reps should not capitulate on their position and toe the path of the Senate. Nigerians want to see that section reading, transmitting the results in real time. What are the issues that are being raised in challenge to this whole process, scaling through as to the transmission in real time, is issue of network infrastructure. And one begins to ask, what is the nature of our network infrastructure? One will recall that even before the Senate got to this point, that there was a meeting with INEC, the infrastructural network providers in Nigeria, civil society, labor, and everybody sat together, agreed on the fact that we can have a transmission in real time, where the network providers, pledge their capacity and capability to see to it that there is a transmission in real time. And INEC, we are told, is equally in support, or was equally in support of the transmission of these results in real time. They do not have exceptions to it. So the question now remains, while the issue of infrastructure, has been, jettisoned, that it cannot stand, then one asks, what is the challenge? What is the fear of the senators as regards this issue? If we've, debunked the issue of infrastructural inability to be able to transmit these results in real life, then what is the real challenge? Then if one is to listen to a lot of analysts or majority of Nigerians, there is this allegation that they are scared that in a free and fair and credible election, they may not be able to, return to the Senate again. But that raises the question, if one is serving his people right, then such a person shouldn't be afraid to go back to his people and seek for re-election. If you've done well, then re-election should come to you naturally. Just like when we speak to a lot of individuals around Enugu State, despite the fact that most indigenous of Enugu are averse to their governor now being a member of the APC, but they will tell you that his re-election is not contestable. That's because a lot of the Enugu believe that the governor is working and is working for them, and as such they see rewarding him with a second term to be, to be on the bosom of the father. He has worked for them. That is a reward for work well done. And that should be the case for every political position in Nigeria, except where you've not done anything for your people. That's the only way you will be scared, that your people may not want you to return to the either the Senate or House of Rep or whatever position you occupy. So, in order for Nigeria to have a free, fair, and credible election come 2027, the generality of Nigerians are hinged on the fact that we need to have transmission in real time to the IRF without any procusal or any other provision as to being an alternative. When this happens, let that happen. Nigerians do not want to see that. We want to see a clear, unambiguous legal backing of that section 60 subsection 3. And I tell you, when both has meet, there are a lot of issues around 20 clauses that they need to work on. But the issue around this section 60 subsection 3 is dominating, because this is the yearning of majority of Nigerians, and it has to do with the credibility of your election. It has to do with bringing back the trust of the people on the process, on INEC, for example, that they will have the capacity to have an election that will stand for the will of the people, an election that will be credible, transparent, and free and fair. And that's what Nigerians are yearning for. And it's not too much for the Senate or the representatives to give them what they want. And as you speak, we know that there is equally an arrangement where people still want to go back and protest. You see that the movement for credible election are still mobilizing, which is a coalition of civil society, labor union, and all that, where they are threatening that they are embarking on peaceful protest to make sure that there is no, there's no moving away from upholding what we'll see that that session will give Nigerians free, credible election when it comes to the transmission of results in real time, from the polling units to the IRF, after the polling agent or the contestant in the election must have duly signed the forms, and then such be transmitted. And this is what Nigerians are asking for. And we are saying that if Kenya is able to do that in their last election, then Nigeria has the capacity, and we should be able to do that as well.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now moving over to the next paper, coming from The Guardian, where The Guardian headline says 2027 protesters storm National Assembly over Electoral Act debate. And there is more drama over electoral reforms. As the National Assembly reconvened today, protesters again took to the complex to press lawmakers to ensure real-time electronic transmission of election results is enshrined in the law, a reform many see as crucial to credible polls in 2027. Civil society groups, including Situation Room Nigeria and Action Aid, returned to demand that the amended Electoral Act makes electronic result transmission mandatory, not optional, to reduce the risk of manipulation and strengthen transparency. This public pushback underscores how deeply Nigerians care about electoral integrity and how contentious the debate over election technology and fairness has become on the political calendar. Mr. Alja, I would like to know your take on this also.
All right. My position on this is an offshoot of what we were just talking about, leading to this whole electoral amendment as to the transmission of results in real time. And if you read quite well, you see that this is where all this issue is hinged upon. And why are we at this state at this time? Remember what our experience is from the 2023 election, where there has been, a lot of credibility issues, given that after the 2023 election, there was a whole lot of controversies, leading and dominating the 2023 election, the litigation and everything. And like I did mention, what every Nigerian is yearning for is to have a free, fair and credible election. They do not want election that is now shrouded in controversy. No, they want to move away from that. They want an election where the will of the people will be seen to be paramount, to be supreme, where the people will speak and it will be heard loud and clear. They want an election that is away from manipulation, an election without glitches. That's why you see at this reconvention of the National Assembly that we are talking about civil society, coming again to protest, because as they reconvene, they will be looking at issues around the Electoral Act. We know that there will be, a convergence of both the House of Rep and the Senate to look at these whole issues to modify the Electoral Act, and equally, more importantly, is that they will be looking at the election timetable as well. Remember that Aneke have come out with their electoral timetable to stating that the general election as to presidential election and National Assembly will come up on 20th of February. And now our Muslim brothers are announcing that this will fall into the month of Ramadan, and there is need to adjust the timetable in order to let our Muslim brothers observe Ramadan, without the hitches and the noise, the chaos of an election processes. And that's part of why the Senate, when they will meet, will come together to look at this electoral timetable and see if there will be modification. However, beyond that is that every Nigerian is clamoring for an election that is credible. That's why you see civil society groups and labor, everyone coming together to put pressure on the Senate or the legislature to uphold those amendments that would, engender confidence in the people, so that we will have an election, like I did tell you, that is credible. And that credible election are fundamental and strengthening part of democracy. Without credible election, then what you call democracy will be a charade. And we do not want a democracy, that will be akin to our experiences from the military rule. When you have a government that is not coming from the power of the ballot box, you seem to have an autocratic leadership, and that's what Nigerians don't want. They want to be able to elect their leaders. Nigerians want their will, their wishes, and through the ballot to count. And that's the yearning that you're seeing. And that's why you see that a lot of civil societies, generality of Nigerians will protest, and there will be more protests if these yardsticks are not met. Yes. And what Nigerians are saying is that they want a situation where both the youth demography, the first-time voters that we saw in 2023, will be able to come out again believing in the system. That's what every Nigerian is calling for. And without the Senate giving Lego back into this whole amendment issues, then the 2027 election may be far worse than what we witnessed in 2023. You may have issue with voter apathy in 2027, because people do not believe that as it is, as of today, as the electoral act of today is able to ensure a credible election where their votes will count. So while we will continue to look at the position of the Senate and the House of Rep, how they harmonize this issue, we will continue to persuade them and call on them to toe the line of the generality of Nigerians, toe to the wishes of the generality of Nigerians who have elected them into that position to represent them. And when the people you are representing are speaking, you should, as their representative, as servant leaders, listen to them and toe to their dictates and their wish, because they are the people you serve. You are not there to serve your own interests. You represent the interests of the people, and this is what the people are yearning for. They want a change. They want an amendment. They want an amendment that will ensure that their vote counts, that their votes not just count, but is seen to be counted in a free, fair, and credible election. Nigerians don't want an election that will be subject to the interpretation of the judiciary. They want it clean, clear, and simple.
Okay. All right, thank you very much for that. This is all for our newspaper review today here on Sunrise. Please don't forget that you could grab physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or catch the e-paper online for more brother information. And up next, we'll be moving over to our sports update from the man himself, Good Hope, the Sports Oracle.
All right, thank you very much for this in-depth analysis. And the newspaper review. Well, in the world of sports, a lot of things happened yesterday. We are still waiting for the ruling of FIFA concerning the NFF appeal about the DR Congo issue, how they actually fielded an ineligible player. Of course, from what the whole scenario is, the DR Congo guys, they fielded a player who was allowed to switch from their DR Congo nationality to another nationality. And that actually attracted the consent of the whole game, changing the whole game. Of course, it was a penalty shootout that Nigeria was knocked out from that World Cup qualification match. But it was not just enough. It was something that we needed to look into in depth. Now, everyone on the social media, especially when we talk about the NFF and the FIFA ruling, there has been this rumor that FIFA would actually rule for Nigeria because there are lots of evidences from what we have seen that Nigeria stands a chance to play in the World Cup because of the issue that came from DR Congo side. Well, we are still waiting for FIFA. It was yesterday that they announced there will be a ruling, but right now there's no ruling. In case you are reading from the internet or from every other source about the ruling, there's no ruling yet. We are still waiting for FIFA to make the ruling, and we are believing that Nigeria would find their light, not just at the end of the tunnel, but here at the beginning of the tunnel. Yesterday, I also mentioned that Nigeria is going to face Jordan in the friendlies, which is coming up in March 16th to 18th. That friendly is actually a way or roadmap to the preparations of AFCON. AFCON also is going to take place in 2027, and after 2027, from 2028, AFCON will now be 4 years. This was announced just last year by the CAF president. And talking about the friendlies Nigeria is going to have, there's a lot of tension around Erichele's job, around the Nigerian Football Federation, and around what we could say a better offer. If these things are allegedly, it is said that Erichele is looking forward to know if Nigeria will qualify for the World Cup. And if they do, then he will move on with the job. There's already an upgraded contract for him from the NFF, from the Nigerian body side of football. But if in case, this is alleged, so in case if Nigeria does not qualify for the World Cup, he would go over to Olympic himself. Last week I told you that Erichele becomes or has this dream of becoming one of the first African black coach for Real Madrid. This means that one of his dreams, he said that his dream is to coach Real Madrid, and we are looking forward to this happening just in the neck of time. And before we move on to what we have in sports today, let's look at the newspaper. What is it and how is it on the sports newspaper for today? What is actually happening? What is trending? The fixtures and the games, and also the comments as we have had it over the time. Well, today in the newspaper headlines, you could see that in the front page is still that FIFA ruling. Nigerians, NFL, all of us are waiting for that ruling. And just moving over across the newspaper, you will see fixtures by the right side, by the right-hand side, of just at the top. You see the fixtures that Arsenal has their match tomorrow, and today is Benfica versus Real Madrid. Now, we're also looking at what is happening in the newspaper headline. You see that Chile eyes more foreign-born players. You saw what happened in Africa. There was no, of course, there were Nigerians who moved from the MPFL to the international football world. Erichele had to call them, but now I think he's shifting his focus from that particular side, and he is targeting foreign-born players to come and play for Nigeria. And that we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Still around that, you see Eagles to face Jordan in match friendly, and Palace asks Uche from Conference League squad. So just looking at that upright, you will see Mourinho worried of wounded Blancas. Mourinho worried of wounded Blancos. You know the match is taking place tonight, and Benfica has injury crisis, so we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Now, coming just down, you see resting will be not possible. See, Fabio Silva, the Fulham coach, he said resting Iwobi is not a thing that he's seeing. It's not possible because Iwobi, why does he need to rest? He needs to play. If he's fit, let him just play. That's what it says. And just coming down to the left side of the newspaper, you'll see Rashford still against Old Trafford return. There has been this rumor about Rashford coming back to Manchester United. Well, I don't know who is going to replace. Of course, you know Rashford has been a sensation for Barcelona since he went to the Catalan Giants. He has been delivering. Of course, he has involved himself in several goal contributions and he has done a lot of great job. But we're going to see what happens at the end of the day, and we're going to see what happens just before the season runs out. Now, coming down, see Arteta reviews new Saka role. Arteta reviews new Saka role. Then coming down, see EPL trial plot Rudiger swoop. English Premier League trial plot Rudiger swoop. You know, Rudiger went from Chelsea to Real Madrid, and we are looking forward to, of course, in the English Premier League, a lot of physicality, a lot of action, a lot of agility too is needed to play in that league. So Rudiger seems to be a better fit, a great fit to play for any team in the Premier League, and we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Of course, Real Madrid are still positive that the defender would have his way and still keep playing as he has always been playing. Now coming down, you see EPL to observe Ramadan breaks. Of course, we are the neck or the break of Ramadan. English Premier League would observe Ramadan breaks. Now just coming down to boxing, Ajaba eyes tougher fights after Martin Cable. Now just by the side, you see David celebrates sister's childbirth. Now just going by the side, you see Ter Stegen risks missing World Cup. And today is still that same match we're talking about. Galatasaray versus Juventus. Victor Osimhen's side, the Nigerian striker, the sensation, who has been doing a lot for his team and also for the national side. He is going to face Juventus today in their qualification, Champions League qualification, of course. And just under it, you see Brook bans on Osimhen Ekadi firepower. And just let's see today's fixtures, what is going to happen, who would play today in the UEFA Champions League. You're going to see Galatasaray versus Juventus, Benfica versus Real Madrid, Dortmund versus Atlanta. Then on Wednesday tomorrow, the Premier League leaders will face Wolves at Wolves' home. Of course, they are about to do what they know best how to do. But who are we to talk? We're going to see what happens after the game. And down till tomorrow, we have a suit in the Champions League qualification. Karabakh versus Newcastle United. Bodo Glimt versus Inter Milan. Club Brugge versus Atletico Madrid. And Olympiacos versus Bayer Leverkusen. And just in the world of sports also, we're going to have this whole fixtures coming in today, tomorrow, and next tomorrow. And I don't know, if you ask me the score line or the score sheets, what is going to be in the Madrid-Benfica, I will tell you, of course, that's Madrid and Benfica. You know that Benfica, they are being taken care of by Jose Mourinho. He has done a good job. He's a veteran. He's not just a veteran coach. He is an experienced coach. So he knows what to do because he has been a coach for Real Madrid before. So he would bring what it takes to win Real. And you know, this is a qualification. This is just like life and death. Benfica having this one-time opportunity, and they're going to face a great rival, that's Real Madrid. So they are not going to have it easy. Real Madrid, of course, will not have it easy. Neither Benfica will have it easy. Every game and every play would be so amazing. But I think tonight, Real Madrid are going to, of course, they have always been this Champions League champion. So we're expecting them to just do as they always have been doing. And we're expecting them to win the game, but just at the neck of time. It will be like a very strong, rough bottleneck for them. But at the end of the day, we are expecting a goal from the both sides. Then talking about Juventus versus Galatasaray or Galatasaray versus Juventus, because the match is going to be played at Galatasaray home. With Osimhen, as he would always do, would score. And let's say two goals to one or 2 goals to two. Or Juventus will also have their own score. Of course, it's going to be 2-1 victory or 3-1 victory from what I am actually seeing. So it's going to be a wonderful game. And still tomorrow, English Premier League, Arsenal is going to play. So, I mean, we are expecting Arsenal to still level up on their game and make sure that they play a great game. Of course, they are just 4 points below, 4 points ahead, sorry. Am I dreaming? 4 points ahead of the second position people, that's Manchester City. And you know what, how this is? If they draw or make any other mark, Manchester City could overtake them. And we don't want that to happen. We don't really want that to happen. It's not me, of course. The people that are supporting and finding us now don't want that to happen. Now, just in a short explanation or just review of what happened yesterday between Barcelona and Girona. Girona played Barcelona yesterday. It was one of the matches you would not have seen that Barca will. Of course, Barca is going through. I don't know what they're going through. Just like every other team, at some point you start to shed your skin to get back. And currently, Barca has, I would say, injury crisis. Yesterday's match ended 2-1. Girona had to win that Barca game. Of course, Girona played well, and Barcelona, being very tricky people, had to keep an offside trap always for Girona. But at the end of the day, it was one of the highlights of the game. It was one of the best games you would have seen just this week. I mean, when you talk about Monday, it would have been one of the best games because it was very lively, competitive, and making sense. Yesterday, Barcelona had to play 2 goals. They had 2 balls, and he had to hit the woodwork, making it 25th woodwork for the season, the highest that has ever been played by any European top 5 football across the world. That means that Barcelona, they are just, if they had converted the 25 goals, it would have been something amazing for them. And also talking about that, you would see that Lamine Yamal yesterday, he played a pass that would have just, made the guys to score. But it was converted to be a penalty. That was a penalty. At the end of the day, instead of Rafinha to play the penalty, it was Lamine Yamal that was given the penalty to play. Now, what really had to shake everyone was that Rafinha always would play the penalty for Barcelona. But because it was Lamine Yamal, the star boy sheet, he had to play on, he had to play the penalty and he was not able to score. That's the second woodwork they had. The first woodwork was Rafinha. And I think that was the reason why the coach had to just, say, okay, Lamine, you have just had the bar, let someone else try. And that was what happened that yesterday. Now, still on football rumors, what is happening across transfers and across, generally what is happening in the world of football. There's this rumor about Bruno Fernandes saying that he will leave Manchester United if Michael Carrick is not retained, if he will not be retained as the head coach of the English side. Michael Carrick, he has not lost 5 games in a row. And I would think that guy that has not, given a side to taking cat down his head, he would have just by now, he would have just made it not Manchester United not losing, rather than Manchester United winning 5 games in a row. Well, that is what we are seeing actually. So Michael Carrick is set to just extend his contract in Manchester United, and if that would not happen, then Bruno Fernandes allegedly would leave Manchester United. Of course, that Bruno Fernandes is being chased by Bayern Munich. He is looking forward to playing for Bayern Munich. And what a prime Bruno Fernandes will look in the Bayern Munich team. That would be a time bomb that we have not seen coming. Still, on what is happening, just rumors around football and what is happening between clubs. Manchester United is set to offer, or are going to offer, a huge deal for Vinicius Jr. of Real Madrid. The Brazilian star is set to be lured to Old Trafford so that he could be able to play for Manchester United at a salary of $375,000 euros, sorry, every week. Now, what this means is that he will come to Manchester United and he could be one of the highest paid stars in the English football side. That means at the end of the day that he would want to provide or get more value to the team. And if he's deemed fit to, come to that come to the team and have such salary, whatever it is, I think that he would deliver a masterclass, and he is very important. And I think he will be important for Manchester United. Then, not just that, Manchester City are going for the Brazilian star. Manchester City are also looking at luring the Brazilian star to their side with their own negotiations and salary. That would be something that we're going to see at the end of the day, how it is going to be. And this is all we have in World of Sports. Thank you very much.
All right. Before we let you go on that, speaking to that Man U fan that is yet to shave his hair,
Yeah.
when do you think he will be able to shave his hair? Next year or next 2 years?
Why I use now is because it's looking like he's not going to shave his hair for now. If I were him, I would just do 5 games unbeaten, not Manchester United winning 5 games, because looking at the crisis or the lack of depth Manchester United had, I would have just done 5 games unbeaten and he would have shaved his hair.
But one was expecting that Michael Carrick should be able to break the jinx.
Yes, Michael Carrick is good. He's looking. Cristiano Ronaldo gave when he was granted an interview. He said that Manchester United's problem, the person that could solve the problem, is someone from Manchester, someone that has played in the team. So Michael Carrick is good. He can do that, and we are looking at reinforcing and bringing in the best. Of course, before the season is not yet over, there are other matches to play. So I believe that Michael Carrick will achieve that feat.
All right.
He would.
All right. Moving over to Spain, what is actually wrong with Barcelona at this moment? We're seeing that they are shipping in goals.
Okay, well, the thing is, Barcelona currently has just 2 problems: injury crisis and what we could say lack of understanding amongst themselves. Because when you don't play with the guys you play with, you would definitely have other people to play and understanding the team. Now, Barcelona they don't have, I wanted to use the word veteran. I mean, people who are very experienced, except Lewandowski, except Rafinha, and that's Frankie de Jong. Barcelona doesn't have guys like when you hear Barcelona of the days, you have people who are matured, who are playing the game. Barcelona they have just young people, and most times indecision could be the problem. That's actually
Indecision.
Yes.
And then looking at Rashford,
Oh,
after experiencing the Barcelona effect, he no longer wants to go back to England.
I think he would not want to go back to England because I don't know who is coming back to replace. I don't know who is going to who he would work harder than. That's just the point. Who would he work harder than in Manchester United currently? Who is he going to work harder than?
But this is a Rashford that is picking shares in Barcelona we're talking about.
Currently, Rashford is not as fantastic as anyone in Manchester United where he plays. When Rashford was played as number 9, he was not so fantastic. When he was played on on that side where he already plays, he was not so fantastic too. When I mean fantastic, he was doing well, but you can't compare him with the likes of Mateus Cunha, Brian Brumo, Ahmad, and the rest of them. You can't even compare Rashford with just a young person who is trying to find their place in Manchester United squad right now. You can't even compare Rashford with Zexi because Zexi has no playing time yet. He doesn't have enough. But you can't compare Rashford to that particular. Or is it Bruno Fernandes you will take away so if Rashford could play? Even is it Mount you bring in so that you will take away so that Rashford could? A 5th Mount is better than a Rashford.
That's quite interesting. However, I didn't hear you call it for Benfica versus Madrid. What's the scoreline?
I think I gave the scoreline. Okay, was it Galatasaray I gave the scoreline?
Yeah, for Benfica versus Madrid. What's the scoreline? What are we looking at?
We are looking at 2-1 or 1 goal, or just a goal.
A goal.
A goal, and then there will be defensive block.
So
Benfica knows how to play
we're
that.
looking at a goal from Madrid or Benfica.
No, from Madrid, and no, from Madrid. If Benfica scores first, Madrid will suffer their eyes
So
out.
you are looking at a Benfica beating Madrid.
Yes, the Benfica beating Madrid. If they currently Benfica has injury crisis, so we're looking at Benfica being just beating Madrid. But Real Madrid, they have been they have that Champions League effect. So they know how to show up when it comes to Champions, and they will always come from the back behind to address the whole situation. I think Benfica would this time do something.
All right. Thank you very much for those in-depth analysis on what's happening in the world of sports. And then moving on to the business update, starting from the Nigerian stock market. Yesterday, Tuesday, 17th February 2026, we're seeing that the Nigerian stock market opened the week in a strong bullish note. The all-share index ASI surged past the 180,000 point milestone, gaining approximately 4.37% to close at 190,281.56 points. This rally was largely driven by significant boost in investor sentiment following a recent policy shift by the National Pension Commission, PENCOM, to increase equity investment limits for pension funds. Market capitalization also saw a substantial rise, settling at approximately 122.14 trillion naira. When we look at the market summary, we saw that the market capitalization rose to 122.14 trillion. And looking at the market volume, we saw a market that was traded at 1.07 billion shares in a deal totaling 64,664. And when we look again at the gainers, we saw that the market breadth was overwhelmingly positive with 57 gainers. Many stocks hit the maximum daily limit of 10%. Ardell Holdings, being one of the leading stocks for yesterday, closed its book at 1,096 naira 70 kobo, making a plus 10 positive adjustment. And then followed by Better Glass, which closed trading yesterday at 453 naira 20 kobo, equally in the plus 10% positive adjustment. And they are followed by Owando. Owando closed trading yesterday at 44 naira, making a positive adjustment of plus 10% as well. And we're looking at Ikeja Hotel, which closed its books yesterday at 41 naira 80 kobo, equally in the positive plus 10 adjustment. They are the fifth on that list is ABC Transport, which closed its books yesterday at 8 naira 25 kobo, equally at a plus 10 positive adjustment. But despite this overall rally, 28 equities closed in the red as some investors moved to take profits. And the leader in this pack of losers is RT Briscoe, which closed trading yesterday at 15 naira 68 kobo, at negative 9.99%. They are followed by Deep Capital, which closed trading yesterday at 7 naira 64 kobo in the negative of 9.91%. We are looking at Caviton, closing trading yesterday at 7 naira 5 kobo in the negative of 9.62%. They are followed by Guinea Insurance. Guinea Insurance closed trading yesterday at 1 naira 37 kobo in the negative of minus 9.27%. And the last on this list is Tantalizers, which closed trading yesterday at 5 naira 10 kobo, equally in the negative 8.11%. Then when we look at the activities yesterday, we saw that Access Holdings recorded the highest volume of trade with 86.7 million shares, followed closely by Owando and Zenith Bank. Moving over to the Naira performance, yesterday, Monday, February 16, 2026, the Naira showed resilience, continuing its trend of gradual appreciation and stability against the US dollar in both the official and parallel market. The local currency benefited from improved liquidity following the Central Bank of Nigeria consistent use of the electronic foreign exchange matching system and increasing dollar supply to bridge the change BDC operators. And then at the official market yesterday, the Naira opened at 1,353 Naira 54 kobo as against the dollar and maintained a steady range throughout the day, closing nearly the 1,354 mark. This reflects a successful push away from the 1,400 naira resistance level seen earlier in the month. And then moving over to the parallel market, which is equally known as the black market, the naira recorded a strong gain on the streets. BDC operators in major hubs like Lagos and Abuja reported buying rates at 1,390 naira against the dollar and selling rate at 1,400 naira against the dollar. This is a significant improvement from the 1,450 naira level seen at the start of February. And then when we take a look at the key drivers' performance, we'll look at policy gains. Analysts point to CBN's transparent price discovery mechanism, which have helped cool speculative demand. And looking at this spread, we saw that the gap between the official and parallel market rates has continued to shrink, currently sitting at roughly for 6 naira, which reduces the incentive for round tripping and hoarding. Then when we take a look at the liquidity boost, we'll see increased flows from remittances, and exporters have provided the necessary buffer to meet demand to personal travel and small business needs. The narrowing gap is positive signal for market transparency, suggesting that the black market is losing the grip on price determination as official channels become more accessible. And that is it for today on the business news update. But please do well be informed that before you make any financial investment in the Nigerian stock market, please do consult a certified financial analyst. And this is due to the volatility of the market. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. And this is all for today's Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Please don't forget to follow us across our social media platforms or let Aneke TV or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. It's always a pleasure having you here every morning here on Sunrise. I am Deborah Nwakuba.
And thank you, Mr. Goodhope, for those in-depth sports analysis.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right. And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV to come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Ohaneze ndị Igbo worldwide heartily congratulate two illustrious sons and a daughter of Ali Igbo, namely Collins Obinna Chibueze, Shabuzi, Tyler Gregory Okoma, Tyler the Creator, and Cynthia Chinyasa Onyedimonazo Ukebu Erivo on their historic victories at the 68th Grammy Awards held on 2nd February 2026. Their remarkable achievements across diverse creative fields stand as a powerful testament to the creativity, resilience, excellence, and global relevance of Igbo talent. By proudly carrying their Igbo identities and names onto the world's most prestigious cultural stage, they have brought immense honor to Nigeria and to Nigerians everywhere. Speaking on behalf of the global Igbo nation, the President General of Ohaneze ndị Igbo worldwide, Senator Azuta Mbata, stated, "These outstanding achievements reaffirm the timeless Igbo virtues of brilliance, hard work, innovation, courage, and perseverance. Our sons and daughters have once again demonstrated that wherever Ndi Igbo find themselves, excellence follows, and they hoist the flag of Nigeria. We celebrate these winners not only for their personal success, but for elevating the Igbo name as Nigerian citizens with dignity and pride before the world." Ohaneze ndị Igbo worldwide thanks these award winners for being the worthy ambassadors of Igbo values and for inspiring millions of young people across the globe. Their journey sends a clear message to Igbo youth everywhere. Remain focused, law-abiding, resilient, and committed to excellence, knowing that integrity and perseverance can open doors on any global stage. As a people known for
turning adversity into opportunity, Ndi Igbo remain proud contributors to national and global progress. Ohanaeze Ndi Igbo Worldwide urges the government, institutions and stakeholders to continue investing in structures that nurture talent, creativity and enterprise so that future successes may flourish both at home and abroad. Once again, we celebrate these historic victories and salute all Igbo youths who continue to project the values of Igbo with honor and distinction. Signed, Ezechi Chukwu, National Publicity Secretary, Ohanaeze Ndi Igbo Worldwide.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal influence, patronage networks, and bribery remain significant determinants of who gets hired. This reality has produced ministries, departments, and agencies burdened with underqualified personnel, struggling to deliver on complex policy mandates in a rapidly evolving global environment. The consequences are not abstract. They manifest in delayed project execution, weak policy implementation, inefficient service delivery, and ballooning recurrent expenditure with minimal value creation. When institutions are staffed without regard for skill or capacity, governance becomes reactive rather than strategic. The problem is not limited to recruitment alone. Nigeria's elective political system reflects the same crisis of merit. In many cases, candidates emerge not through rigorous debate, policy clarity, or intellectual depth, but through financial muscle, political godfathers, or ethnic calculations. Electoral outcomes frequently reward popularity, patronage, or vote buying over competence and vision. The result is a leadership deficit that cuts across local government councils, state assemblies, governorships, and even the national legislature, institutions constitutionally taxed with lawmaking, oversight, and representation, yet often lacking the technical depths required to interrogate budgets, scrutinize policies, or design forward-looking legislation. Other sectors tell a similar story. In education, the erosion of merit in academic appointment has weakened research quality and global competitiveness. In some tertiary institutions, promotions and leadership roles are influenced more by internal politics than scholarly output. In the corporate space, family ties and informal networks sometimes override professional management principles, limiting innovation and sustainability. Ironically, Nigeria continues to produce world-class professionals who excel in merit-driven systems abroad, from medicine and engineering to technology, finance and academia. Their success outside the country reinforces a painful truth. The problem is not Nigerian capacity, but Nigerian systems. Countries that have achieved rapid development offer contrasting examples. Singapore, Rwanda, and South Korea institutionalize meritocracy through transparent recruitment, performance-based promotion, and zero tolerance for patronage. Leadership selection in these systems prioritize competence, integrity, and accountability, even when politically inconvenient. Back home, the cost of failing to do the same is increasingly evident. Brain drain has accelerated as skilled Nigerians seek environments where effort is rewarded fairly. Public trust in institutions has declined and citizens grow more cynical about processes they perceive as rigged or predetermined. Yet, experts argue that the tide can be turned. Strengthening meritocracy requires deliberate reform, not rhetoric. Transparent digital recruitment platforms, independently supervised examinations, enforceable sanctions for recruitment breaches, and clear performance metrics are critical starting points. In the political space, electoral reforms that reduce the influence of money, strengthen internal party democracy, and encourage issue-based campaigns are essential to improving leadership quality. Civil society, the media, and the electorate also carry responsibility to interrogate candidates, demand competence, and reject mediocrity at the ballot box. Ultimately, meritocracy is not elitism, it is fairness. It is the assurance that every Nigerian, regardless of background, has a genuine chance to rise based on ability and effort. Without it, institutions weaken, leadership falters, and national ambition remains unrealized. For Nigeria to compete globally, govern effectively, and harness its vast human capital, merit must no longer be optional. It must become the standard. In recruitment, in elections, and in every field where decisions shape the nation's future.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist. Insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result: reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles. Communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment initiatives like N-Power, combined with university private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance, strong transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach.
The Osu-Ohu caste divide in Igbo society took center stage at the just concluded 4th Enugu Diocesan Synod held at the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Under the theme, The Problem of Osu and Ohu in Our Communities and the Amadi Diala Linkage, Uniting God's Igbo Children, Njikozi Igbo Umochukwu. The gathering drew clergy, laity, and traditional leaders into an honest confrontation with one of the region's most enduring social challenges. The Emeritus Archbishop of Owerri and the head of Owerri Metropolitan See, Most Reverend Anthony J.V. Obinna, delivered the landmark paper tracing the historical roots, distortions, and human rights implications of the caste system. He described the hierarchy as an ancient but harmful legacy that contradicts Christian teachings and modern understanding of human dignity. Despite centuries of Christianity and legal reforms, Archbishop Obinna observed that discrimination persists in marriage, chieftaincy selection, and land ownership. He highlighted institutional efforts to tackle the problem, including the 2022 Joint Pastoral Directive by Catholic bishops in Onitsha and Owerri, which condemned caste segregation as obnoxious and incompatible with the Christian faith. He also referenced the 1956 abolition of the Osu designation by the Eastern Nigeria House of Assembly, noting that enforcement across Igbo states remains inconsistent. Human rights organizations like Pillars of Hope Africa Initiative have assisted traditional rulers in formally abolishing the caste system in parts of Imo State. The Archbishop outlined key social labels, Osu individuals historically dedicated to deities, Ohu, those bought or captured as slaves or considered strangers, Amari Diala, the so-called freeborn, often upholding discriminatory barriers, and Ume, a lesser-known category associated with alleged early death in some areas, facing harsh stigmatization. He stressed that while definitions vary, all these labels share a legacy of exclusion and social stigma. Archbishop Obinna urged all Igbo, regardless of caste label, to reclaim their God-given identity. The Amadi Diala, he said, must renounce claims of superiority, while Osu and Ohu and Ume should reject feelings of inferiority. True reform, he emphasized, requires heartfelt repentance, personal and communal, not just formal declarations. He outlined 5 steps towards healing: reject false caste identities, renounce derogatory attitudes and joke, confess past wrongs, resolve to end divisive practices, and embrace forgiveness rooted in love and humility. Only through sustained repentance, the Archbishop said, can Igbo break free from centuries of inherited prejudice. The Enugu Synod's engagement with the Osu-Ohu question represented a significant moment for Igbo society. By confronting discrimination openly, the Holy Ghost Cathedral has set a blueprint for reform, inspiring communities across Igbo land to uphold dignity, unity, and equality under God.
Thank you for joining us today on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you heartbeats of issues, topical headlines, policies that help in shaping our nation. Today is no exception as we take a look at Southeast Nigeria, a region that remains a vital heartbeat of the nation's commerce and industry, yet currently sits at a complex crossroads. From the bustling markets of Aba and Onitsha to the growing concerns over security, sit-at-home orders, and the call for economic revitalization, the stakes have never been higher. Joining us to navigate challenges and the deniable potential of Igbo land is Onyedika Abo, Public Affairs Analyst. Mr. Onyedika Abo, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you very much.
All right. Let's come home. Looking at Southeast, historically, it's been a region that knows for its innovative nature and position in Nigeria. When you take into account historically, there's been credible levels of advancement. If we look at Southeast from the times of the likes of M.I. Okpara and co., what is your assessment of Southeast today?
The truth is that the Southeast has become a shadow of itself. If you want to analyze the state of the region without mincing words, you will be fair to acknowledge that we have become an opposite of what we used to be and what we are known for. However, you can't just do such analysis in a portrait of hopelessness, because you can see how individuals on their own are thriving. You can also acknowledge the effort of governments in certain percentage and area. But if you look at the progression, if you look at, assuming this is a private business, any person who has invested much of the potential level we have in the Southeast, if you invest it in terms of resources and therefore in a private business and you're getting the outcome we're getting in Southeast, of course you know that that business is not doing well. But what we are left with is an opportunity of options. It's either we continue to live in sentiment, crying foul, or we take the bull by the horn. So my summary of the analysis is that the Southeast is a region that has, like you said, a huge deposit of both human and natural resources, but it's not being put into use. But we have an opportunity to decide whether we want to remain like this, whether we want to be defined or live by the definition of others, or we want to define ourselves. And it's entirely in our hands.
It's entirely in our hands. Okay. Now that it says entirely in our hands, I am forced to ask the question, because we've looked at Southeast as a very thriving region in Nigeria. And a number of times, I know that the Southeasterners, especially the Igbos, they cry about marginalization. Far beyond that, I want to ask, where did we miss the road?
Okay, I think it is in the inability of the leaders, when you make references to Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe and M.I. Okpara and the likes of them, is the inability to build and raise a sustainable system. First, in building a system that it looks beyond individual. If your success in your business, like we know most of our people do, enterprising, this person and Sons Limited. If your business has, for instance, a Courier and Sons Limited, and you don't have sons that will sustain it in the event of eventuality, that Sons Limited will eventually go into extinct the moment you drop dead. So we had people who actually, unfortunately, a lot of people will say, from the time they led till now, we are still celebrating some of them as the best governor of the old region and all that. It's the inability of building a system and raising successors. Because no matter how good you are in whatever you're doing, if you cannot replicate it in human form, people who can do either very close to 80-90% of what you can do in your lifetime, or in, for instance, if it's an office where you will stay and either retire or get to a point where your tenure expires and somebody takes over, you're not seeing people who can do very closely. It might not be totally exactly 100%, very closely to what you're doing. Then of course you know that there will be failure, which is what we are seeing in the governance and political corridor of our region, not just individual states, that we see governors who in their term seemingly will be doing exceptionally well. Oh, people will be praising them. In fact, as a matter of fact, it's not only the praise singers who fit from the government. There are objective analysts who will look at most of our leaders and say, oh, I think he's doing well in this time, he's doing well in this time. Most of the roads built by the past administration in the 5 states have all started getting very strong potholes and washing away. So what happens to the idea of looking beyond today? We know that there are some of the things that the then Jim Nwobodo did in the old Anambra that is still monumental today. And we can't find infrastructures that are actually people-oriented in the successive administration, especially from 1999 till now, that can be compared to such edifice. So it is the lack of the ability to institute a system that is sustainable, that would outlive them, and also because they couldn't raise successors, they did not breed their species in human form. So that is why when they died, some of the people that found their ways into power saw it as an opportunity to amass wealth and self-gain. And it has no, of course, if you have, even if it is a business like this studio now, if it starts generating income and you don't find a way to make sure that this income have a very huge percentage that is flung back into it for sustainability, it's a matter of time it will die off.
A matter of time it will die off indeed. But you spoke to that lack of sustainable system that would ensure successors. But I ask, do we just lay this blame at the doorsteps of these leaders, or does it have something to do with the masses as well, who have refused to toe the line of these leaders? You know, you cited an example, given the potholes that were, I mean, the roads that were, you know, constructed in the 5 southeastern states, as at this moment are bedeviled with potholes. And I ask, is it not just the people, the lack of will to be like these men that you mentioned, or do we just lay the blame at their table?
No. I think you're perfectly right. It's something we have most of the times when I do analysis of leadership and the state of whether the country, region, or state, I used to share the blames, those for the leaders and those for the masses. And you know, the leaders are not different from the people they led. They all emerge. As at last, say 12 years, the current governor of Enugu State was not known in any way around the corners of the state. Yeah, he was there with Chimaroke, but he disappeared, and then there's nothing. He is not doing anything in terms of holding any position. Even when I met him before the election, and he spoke so well, I was dazzled at his presentation. And I said, okay, I wasn't sure whether I was going to support you or not, but because of the things you've said, you've convinced me. Then I asked him a very important question. I said, how come you were in Chimaroke's administration as commissioner in 2 different ministries, plus the other state position you held? You went into business, became very successful, but there's no way we can find anything to link to you, like Peter Mba Foundation, or you're doing this for including the people of your own community. So, but what is important for me, that is not about his maybe inability to have done that, is because he was not in the corridor or the terrain of leadership. He was a citizen. Maybe he might not say just, or maybe a common citizen. He was a citizen, or an indigenous of Enugu State, living between Lagos and somewhere in the north, doing businesses, going outside the country and coming in. So if Peter Mba, for whatever he's doing today, depending on analysis and who is analyzing, if he was a good member of the masses, if he was exceptional, today he has the opportunity. Of course, you will see that his leadership beyond the political assessment and the endorsement would totally, if not 100%, at least over 90, x-ray the heart of a leader who leads because of the people, not just for a certain class or himself. Now, in addition, we have people in 2023 that were those that were nobodies, those that had no hope of winning an election. One of them in this our state printed his poster close to the election when he started seeing that the movement of Peter Obi was becoming so hard. I know one. In fact, one of the people that won under that election, I brought the person into politics myself in 2019, gave her a ticket to run and all that. So even myself, I know I've always looked forward, believed in an army of people, especially young people, that will one day take the country all by themselves, especially at the ballot, saying that we can no longer continue to do this. But we had a National Assembly gladiators in Enugu, people who were fierce in politics. We had them, they retired, being won by people who had no political history. We had the people come out, voted, those they didn't know. Oh, all because they wait for Peter Obi. And Uche, the question is, when these people all got into power, can we really assess what they've done from the time they were sworn in or inaugurated in the legislative chambers and various other offices till now, and say, wow, they're actually either living like our then leaders or they are exhibiting concern for the people? So the leaders are never different. That's why when people say people get the type of leaders they deserve, it's not like I hear people cry foul here, or our leaders are this or that. And most of the people that are crying this foul, give them an opportunity to be just a supervisor in a private firm and see what they will exhibit. So I agree that we do not blame them, but if you asked where we got it wrong, where we missed it, it was because there is no sustainable system that can throw up only leaders that have had track record of events in the past. Because I just need to know what you've been doing for the past 10 years, and I can tell you what you will do for the next 2 or 3 years. So the people don't just change, and when people say, oh, it's power that changed this person, it's a lie. People are leaders are just product of the society where they belong to. And if you until whenever maybe we start seeing citizens, individuals, policemen, civil servants who are living exceptional lives irrespective of how bad the system is, we continue to get leaders that will play gimmicks with our common resources and leave one turn for another person to still come in, and it continues like that. So all we got it wrong was this sustainable system, but it is not to blame these leaders alone, because some of them actually didn't even bother raising, like how do they put it, in this God playing the role of godfatherism. Some of them didn't even bother that. They believe that the system, whosoever comes, will do his own and go. So, but I still have a portion of the blame for them, because maybe they didn't foresee that if they were not very intentional about sustainability, that it will get to a time where it will be over or
You know, I was going to ask the morality question.
Okay.
But you trumped up something that made me wonder. The system, the Nigerian system, that allows for the wealthy to control the narrative, determine who is able to afford party primaries, party cards, in terms of aspiration for positions. That system, is he exempt from this blame as well?
You know, systems don't exist in vacuum. When there's a system in the private sector, it is individuals that run it. Everywhere in the world, it is the rich that control the narrative. Is it that they do it for good intentions or they do it for their own selfish will? We have a situation which is very sad, the one where people seem not to have the conscious or maybe conscience to think beyond today. Majority of that problem and why this system, well, the one we call the Nigerian system, why it does not have a futuristic outlook is that the people do not see beyond today. Each of the system that is sustained is being run by individuals who were actually products of those systems. Typical example, we had 17 local government chairmen in Enugu here. And there's a particular chairman that I've always had conversation with people of my constituencies, not geographically, but people who are maybe consider them civil society allies. And we're always looking at this, a particular chairman as being exceptional, even before they got into office, just because they were all on the ballot. And there's this particular friend that will always say, no, he wouldn't have been chosen if he is not part of the system. So this system has a way of handpicking the people that aligns with every tenet of its running. That, oh, don't bring Gucci outside here. He won't do, he will come here. In fact, they call it causing problem. He will come here and start causing problem. What does causing problem mean? He will not align with the directives, with how the system has been running. He will not be a conformist. So when we look at system, I look at it from the angle of returning back to this masses thing. Which, do you know, there was a program where I said there should be a national day of mourning for Ndibo, especially for Enugu State, because we didn't have the type of political breakthrough we had in Enugu. There's no other place nationwide in the southeast where out of the 8 National Assembly we had, 7 of them were thrown off. And these 7 are not just ordinary politicians. They are not even middle class rated politicians. There's a particular one that I had an engagement with before the election, and he was telling me that I should stop all this my daydreaming that one day Nigeria will just turn and become like America. That it is time I align with people like him, and when he gets into office, because we've not really been in talking terms. So one of my brothers convinced me, because I was leading a group then, that we should allow him to engage with us. After all, he's going to win. We know how this system is going to win. So I said, okay, we would allow him. He was a national legislator then. So he said he appreciates he was cajoling me. He was making mockery of my effort. I said, so the best thing is that we should just support him, that he's promising me that if he gets into National Assembly this time, I think should be his fourth or so, that he will have a dedicated funding for me and my dreams and research and what have you. I said, well, as a human being, I said, okay, if that's what is going to happen, because of this engagement, I think I can align. But I told them how I was going to vote, who my presidential candidate will be, National Assembly, Senate and House of Reps and what have you. And their party was only going to get just one of those votes. I was surprised we're still, I think I had the TV interview that day. We're still at the station doing a situation room. When people started giving me text messages, come, this guy that is this boastful is not even second. He's taking third position. Unbelievable. A gladiator. So what it means for me personally is that we did a test running of a system where the people came out in mass. The people voted and protected their votes. Because there's nothing else that would have made people like that to lose the election. If it was like something like second, they saw it. They were running around. Some of them were making calls and say, where are you people? What's happening? See, we're losing this thing, no? You're losing at the polling booth A, B, C, D, and E, and in different centers. So where do you control it? Even the people that they planned for some of the electoral manipulation, they couldn't do that because you saw that the people were there. Now, if we go back to the system that we are discussing, how come the system could not prevent such a breakthrough? When we had that result, one of the immediate interview I had after that, I said, this is a celebration that will last for a lifetime. But I'm worried because these people might not be different from those they have thrown out of office. And eventually that's what happened. All those that said, we don't like APC, because we don't like APC, we are going to vote Labour Party, Peter Obi's Labour Party to have new breed. All those new breed return to the APC that they voted against. So it's like you were voting for APC, not knowing you were voting for APC. So you don't like APC, so you're voting this person for Labour Party. He won, took your mandate, and returned to the same APC that you didn't like. So if you look at the system, you should also know that it is the people that run it. And until we get to that point where you can spot individuals, they don't even need to be leaders today. You can spot individuals when you go to civil service to do things. Somebody that will finish and hand over the file, and you're expecting that like others, he should be telling you, find me something. And he'll be saying, okay, that will be it. You can take your leave. And even to a point where you want to appreciate something, he will say, no, you don't need to. I've seen situations like that. So until we get to that point where a policeman will see someone who is like a pregnant woman carrying loads and say, madam, do you need help? If we don't see that on the roads of our streets, it's a long journey. I don't know how long it is.
All right. While you were speaking, you dropped up two issues that is making me now veer off the script. And these issues, let me take the number one, so I will just digest it immediately. And that's to ask, given this level of passion that you spoke to, that enthroned change in the previous election, is it possible for same water to pass under the bridge a second time, given the level of apathy that we see in Southeast?
Which is beyond apathy. A lot of other things that will not allow that.
Such as?
The campaign period, we will see noise. We will see people actually coming up and gathering under the new ADC. But number one factor is that those who are holding sway now will not be easy to kick out of the field.
They won't be easy to kick out of the field?
Yeah, from the presidency to at least some of the governors I know. Unfortunately, they are not so worried about elections. Sometimes one of the biggest problem we have is we don't know what the problem is. And I hear a lot of people saying, it's okay, I've been part of the campaign, get your PVC. But there are things that we should consider beyond getting your PVC, beyond voting. Okay, we had this success in Enugu, but there are places where such success we now recorded. There are places where people went to tribunal, from tribunal to court, even to Supreme Court. What happened on the day of election at the polling booths, at the polling units? If we are going to, of course, I know the factor number one is that the people who are holding sway are not easy to, you can't take the baton from them very easily. That doesn't mean it can't happen at all, but it's not something that will happen very easily. Secondly is that the masses have not learned anything. Why did we make the mistake of voting people that we voted in 2023 and eventually none of them, not even one, is holding on to the ideology that brought him to power? Because assuming we have one, for instance, now who is saying, well, I'm not going to back down, even if every other person has decamped. The people gave me the mandate. Even if they don't want me again, I'll go home. It's because it's beyond the leading class, it's beyond the ruling class. It's because it's beyond system thing. It's because it now lives in our veins and bone marrows. Now, if we because I've got the invite here and there about the new coalition movement. The first thing I looked at, who are the people leading this movement? And if they are not people that I can say, okay, because this question of throwing out your vote, why I was on the ballot in 2019. That's why I was able to give somebody else a ticket. And a lot of people that I actually helped in human rights cases say to me, you are a good person, but how many votes can you score? You will not win. In fact, one of them that I fought very fiercely for said that the person who I am contesting, okay, I think we had 4 major opponents then, or 4 major contestants. There were other people, but 4 of us were major. He said that one of them, what is offering him now, is better he grab it now, and then maybe later, because they were very sure we're not going to vote. I told them then that I voted in previous elections where I know that this person is coming from a very unpopular party, does not even have campaign structure, but he's selling what I believe in. And I'm casting my vote for him to go. In fact, there was an election where I was the only person that voted for a particular party in the whole of the community. And when the conversation was immediately after the election, they were saying, but this, you just threw this vote away. I said, well, that's what you consider it to be. For me, I voted my conscience. So it gets to a point where, if even in this formation now, I'm actually sincerely looking at people who are leading, even the people who are being proposed to be on the ballot, and I'm saying, can I really stake it? Because our people don't know that some of this unpopular opinion might actually be what will save us today. We know that the situation in the country now is very sorry. I don't know how people consider it to be, but every one of us should be saying, how can we get a way out? But unfortunately, we are all looking for a Messiah. Don't know whether he will come down from heaven, who will come and fling a magic wand and everything will be good. We're not looking at it from the angle of, I believe in this person. It's just one. Not so many people are seeing what I'm seeing in him, but I believe in him and I'm going to follow him. Or what people are interested in, where will the noise be more? Who is likely to win? This person must win. I've been in conversation where people tell me, if Tinubu did not lose as just a candidate, not a president, is it now that he's a president that he will lose? So that analysis is not based on performance, it's not based on credibility, it's not based on competence of being a master strategist. It's based on the system we run here now. We know that this man will definitely win this election. So when we look at it from the angle of replicating what happened in 2023, not just like when I did that Anambra State analysis. You can take it to the bank. There will be movements like 2023. The people will be in social media saying we no go agree. But first, that it won't be easy to take it from them. Secondly, those who are supposed to take it from them are not prepared enough. They are not well informed on what they ought to do, because something that is difficult does not mean that it's impossible.
All right. You've spoken quite eloquently about that, but looking at this issue from the perspective of the electoral amendment, given to the transmission of results in real time, speaking to that section 60 of the Electoral Act, subsection 3, if by the time the both chambers harmonize their position and we're able to get the transmission of results in real time, do you see it possible for us to be able to replicate, at least to the scale of 50 over 100, what Nigerians yearn for in 2023, especially in Southeast?
If you ask me, you see, this whole noise about electoral reform, well, unfortunately, a lot of people might not think well with them. It sounds lazy man's argument for me. For instance, there's been a time when we didn't even have all these gadgets in this country and people won election. They actually won. There's been a time somebody won an election and was shortchanged, and he went to court and claimed it by providing evidence. Now, transmitting results in real time is excellent if we can get that. Using beavers, using accreditation online and what have you, they are all good. But unless we get to the point where we know what is expected of each and every one of us on the day of election, which means, or which is number one, you must dedicate that day for your future. If you miss it out, there's no reason to go to the polling centers and be in a hurry to go home. There's no reason to look at the length of time we have from now to the election. And people are not yet informed on what they ought to do. And those who know are not willing to do it. Assuming we don't even have any transmission process through electronic gadgets, that the people who are trained to be party agents, to be election observers, not accredited from outside accredited from outside the country, for people who know that if you come to Enugu North, for instance, that the axis of Obiago and Owani and Oguinu layouts are starting from today to gather up in tens, 20s and in hundreds to say on the day of election, those that will be at the WTC, this is what to do, this is what to expect. Now, those results that were expected to be transmitted online in real time, let me give you a typical scenario. In an area where a certain party is very strong, to the point where they can buy over the agents and try to do some manipulation, the more you look, the less you see. The people will be voting, but they already have an arrangement that, because some of these party agents, it depends on a hungry person, you offer 200,000 naira, will say, I'm not sure I've even seen 50 that is complete. Will allow you. Most of the results that were uploaded in the last election were even falsified results. So when you falsify, you succeed in manipulating people who are working at the center, and they all agree, and you are uploading a result that does not represent the actual voting. They will be uploaded in the IVR, and people will be seeing it and saying, okay, so this party is winning at so place. This is what I propose. And that is why I'm not so quick. I see the people who went to National Assembly to protest and all that, they are all good. Them expressing their civic rights. But what I propose is, if we are really serious about salvaging this country, it should go beyond talk. It should go beyond the expression of anger. It should go beyond noise. Because there were some of the things I predicted in that 2023 election, because I saw the noise. I was impressed about the turnout of young people. But I said, most of you don't even know what should happen on the day of election. And because I was not really part of the movement, because I wasn't, a lot of them were telling me, don't even tell us, as long as you know all these things and you're not coming to become part of what we are doing. I said, I can't be. So one of the reasons is that you say you have a leaderless movement, I don't know how a person, you cut off the head of an individual, and because he's strong, so he will now be fighting and he'll be able to defeat those with their head, even if the person is weak. He's weak, doesn't have strength, but he has his head on, he has his eye, nose, and senses, and he's fighting against a giant whose head has been cut off. You know, I don't know how that will happen, and it's also part of the reasons why most of those mistakes were made, including voting for people we don't know. So the electoral reform and all the noise about it is good. It's some conversation we're going to have, but these leaders will become, they will sit up and standing on their toes if they know that they can't take these people for a ride any longer.
All right. On that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to probe this issue. Stay with us.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media, because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Many thanks for staying with us. And in case you're just joining us, we've been speaking to Onyedika Abo, Public Affairs Analyst on the state of the Southeast Nigeria. Mr. Onyedika, we were speaking so passionately about the whole civic responsibility, the neglect of our people to their civic responsibility against the passion with which we executed the 2023 election. But moving away from that, I was going to ask you, you know, we are talking about where we missed the mark and all that. And I was going to ask you the morality question. You know, the Igbo land, or the Igbos, who are the dominant ethnic group in Southeast Nigeria, used to be known for their moral uprightness, their moral standing in the society, such that an Igbo man hardly, you see, would want to soil his hands or get into, you know, questionable situation. And I want to ask, does he, what we're witnessing today, is he a factor into the situation that we are in Southeast Nigeria, especially when we view it with regards to development of the region?
Definitely is the decadence cannot be, you can't separate it from where we are now. The product of a good, okay, we call it good moral, convention of the people is what you see as the outcome of how their either country, region, or state is developed in terms of physical, and then maybe the morality aspect, like you said. We know that there were times in this Alibo where people were afraid of Ani to do certain things. Person would say, "Biko kani ali kubum." People were afraid. Even some of the things that might not have effects as they were projected or portrayed then, people were scared. You don't become Ozo if you don't know that you will not dare associate yourself with anything lie. You would rather die. You don't take what does not belong to you. You don't, but successively, people started daring some of these things and saying, "Are you sure you will really die? Why not do it?" And they did it. Even if the things that will kill them, it will not kill them on the spot. Maybe the person will have a few more months or a couple of years and they'll be like, I'm DK, I did this thing and nothing happened. They started throwing up those affluence, wealth, whether ill-gotten or what have you. They started enforcing people to worship materialism, which also became sort of systematic in politics and governance, where people, one day I was at, we had the conference in Abuja, and one of our facilitators said that, I can't remember the assembly, maybe 7th or 6th assembly, something, Senate. He said one of the retired deputy IG that also ran for Senate and won came on the day of their inauguration and saw most of the people he was investigating their criminal involvement as elected senators. And the man cried out and said that the country is doomed. People, the case files you left before your retirement, and you decided to go into politics maybe out of your experience. You now saw criminals upon criminals whose files have not even been treated, winning from certain regions. And it might shock you to know where the larger percentage of those criminals that emerged as senators, the region where they came from. So if we have system where people no longer care, as in people walk into your workplace, you're more interested in what is this person putting on or what car did he pack. People practically worship wealth. Even some of the social influencers we have in the Southeast now, they're not interested in what this person is. Nobody's even asking the question, what is the source of your wealth? So, and you can't have a different development in a region where people have been sold out to worshiping affluence and money, and all of a sudden you now have a working system where people are doing which right thing. Nobody gets punished. In fact, they found ways to make sure that they truncate some of even the deities and the cultural systems that were keeping people in check. A lot of them had to travel very far. They were given things that would blind their own deity and say, once you do this, he will still be very active, but he will just be seeing this. He won't be seeing beyond. And they were ready. They want to do all those things to make sure that they continue to be relevant. Because if you're not rich, if you're not, if you don't have power, political and otherwise, nobody will listen to you, no matter how good you sound, no matter how wise you are. So it gets to the point where we are now seeing the results. So some of the things that are happening today were seeds that were planted more than 20 years ago. And when those things were going on, like somebody was saying, imagine M.I. Okpara, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Jim is still here. And some of these people, if they come around now and see what is happening, that he is sure that a lot of them will say, no, this is not the region we left, because of course we has nothing that replicates or looks like a resemblance of what this region used to be. So it is also the high level of decadence in conscience. It's also the high level of decay that people know, because a lot of young people that are growing up now don't even know what's the difference between chasing money the right way and just getting it. I've had situations where parents are asking their children, this thing that the other children of these other parents are pressing in their phone. You don't know how to press your own. You know, are we going to continue like this in this family? Papa Okechukwu, his elder son just bought a car, and we hear that it is this phone they are pressing. This is the one they call Yahoo Yahoo. Your own phone you have, doesn't it do Yahoo Yahoo? A parent is telling his child. So it's a very long, like I said, a very long journey. I don't even know how long it is.
All right. You know, for want of time, I would want us to have gone deeper into this issue, but knowing your pedigree and the efforts you put into the Southeast Development Commission, I wouldn't let you be without us going a little into that before our time is up, especially being that we're seeing that the federal government has launched a 25-year Southeast Vision 2050. And I ask, how would this help to resurrect the thriving industries that we have in Southeast, given to what Aba was known for, what Onitsha stood for, Enugu for its academic standing, this Vision 2050 and everything people did with the Southeast Development Commission, is it going to resurrect those phenomena?
Okay, it's even good you brought this up because when you were asking this question, I just looked at it and saw that I think I have been sounding like the old Onyedika that is an activist. Because I was telling myself it's time to retire. I think I've done something for over 20 years.
This time?
Of course. Uche, you can't keep doing things, and the people you're doing it for are not seeing it.
So I suppose you've raised people who would take over from you as well.
Well, it is easier if you want to refer it to my earlier statement. It's easier when you have resources. For instance, we are in Aneke TV today. If you're doing Aneke TV at the Afia 9, where the sun is beating you and the cameraman is sweating and the people are passing and looking at you, I don't know who will be watching it on the internet, but there are resources here. You see that a lot of things have been provided and it's working. It's easier when you're working for a society that is provided. The resources of that society is also in your hand. People who have the constitutional power. It's very difficult, especially in situations of our country now. For who do you meet now that is still trying to tell you whether they pay me or not? Do we still have volunteers who say, I don't want to be paid, I just want to learn this act? So it might not be easy. People celebrate me most of the times when especially those who have followed me over the years, when they see how much of a success the efforts I put in. Today is Tuesday. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, there were different gender-related issues I tracked at the police station. In fact, there's a woman that was supposed to be locked up on Friday to stay there Saturday, Sunday, and yesterday. Out of my intervention, she was released that Friday. By Saturday, she gave birth, a pregnant woman. So she would have given birth inside the cell. So when you look at that, which is not easy, because it's not enticing. You do things that is very unpopular. Nobody wants to. Okay, that pregnancy issue. I just got back home. I was about to sleep off to rest in the afternoon. A group of women came knocking at my door, crying. I came out and said, oh my goodness, I need to pack out of this neighborhood. That was exactly what I told myself. But I was happy I went to do that. Why is it not easy over the years for somebody to indicate interest? Most times I see people call on our politicians and say, I want to come and I want to come and serve in your office. Who says I want to come and serve in an office of somebody who is running on empty stomach and jumping from one police station to other? So if you ask the question of that replicating and raising successors, I'm sorry, we're not going to see it. Unfortunately, it seems you no longer have time. But the Southeast Development Commission, for me, is an answered prayer for Ndibo. And like I've always called on viewers and listeners, every one of us should find out what is happening there, participate, because we have been given an opportunity to create a country out of Nigeria.
All right, and that's where we'll call it a day today on the Insight. Thank you for those, provoking thoughts on the Insight today. And to you, our wonderful viewers, remember that what your views matters. Let us know what you think about what our guests have spoken about the state of the Southeast today. And we've been speaking with Aneke Kabo, who is a public affairs analyst. Thank you, Mr. Aneke, for coming today.
It's my pleasure, Uche.
Right. We'll come your way same time tomorrow. I still remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Moving over to the headlines, WAEC releases 2025 second series CB WAEC result. CJN ready to swear a new wave of judges. Government declares youth leaders and suspected cultists wanted. And now to the details of the news. The West African Examination Council WAEC has released the results of the 2025 second series computer-based West African Senior School Certificate Examination CBWASSCE for private candidates. Candidates can verify the results on www.waecdirect.org before accessing digital certificates via www.waec.org. Hard copy certificates are available through the WAEC Certificate Request Portal, ESETMAN at https://certrrequest.waec.ng. A total of 69,604 candidates registered for the exams, a 1.8% increase from the 2024 figure of 68,342. Of this number, 65,752 candidates sat for the exams at 370 centers nationwide, including 235 candidates with varying special needs, such as visual and hearing impairments and albinism. The gender distribution was 32,005 males, 48.68%, and 33,747 females, 51.32%. Out of the 65,752 candidates, 61,943, 94.21%, have fully processed results, while 3,809 candidates, 5.79%, are waiting processing of some subjects due to candidate-specific errors. WAEC assures that efforts are ongoing to expedite full release for the remaining candidates. Performance analysis indicates that 33,989 candidates, 51.69%, obtained credit or higher in at least 5 subjects, while 27,727, 42.17%, achieved this, including English and mathematics. Of these, 13,416 were male, 48.39%, and 14,311 female, 51.61%. WAEC withheld 1,899 results, 2.89%, due to suspected malpractice, with investigation ongoing and outcomes to be communicated to affected candidates. The Abia State government has launched the Education Management and Information System alongside the Abia State Learning Identity Number, a move designed to digitize and track every student's academic journey from enrollment to graduation. The initiative is expected to eliminate data gaps and ensure no student is left behind in the education system. Commissioner for Basic and Secondary Education, Goodluck Ubochi, explained that every student will be assigned a unique digital ID, allowing the government to monitor educational progress accurately. The system integrates data from public and private schools across all 70 local government areas into a single, centralized platform. Information Commissioner Oke Kanu noted that secure login credentials have been issued to schools to begin the transition. The centralized system is expected to provide high-quality, real-time data for evidence-based policy and improved academic outcomes. The state is also expanding its teaching workforce, shortlisting over 24,000 candidates for new recruitment. Governor Alex Oti emphasized that these reforms, coupled with previous successes in national examination and sports, are critical to sustaining Abia's position as the leader in education across Nigeria. The National Assembly has approved a 1.504 trillion naira budget for the Nigerian Army for 2026, pledging to eliminate bureaucratic delays that have previously hindered military operations. Lawmakers expressed confidence in the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Wadi Shaibu's roadmap during a joint defense session. Senate Committee Chairman Abdulaziz Yar Adua acknowledged past delays in fund releases, noting that the new approach will ensure timely deployment of resources to secure Nigeria's borders and maintain territorial integrity. The Assembly emphasized close collaboration between lawmakers and military leadership to enhance operational efficiency. Amid rising defense allocations, faith leaders have urged a moral and ethical approach to national stability. Figures such as Cardinal John Onayekon and Sheikh Mohammed Sadiq warned that funding alone cannot address violence, stressing the importance of government, youth empowerment and integrity. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs (NSCIA) rejected claims of targeted religious attacks, calling reports of Christian genocide propaganda. The council emphasized that Muslims are often the victims of violence and warned against skewed narratives that could incite further conflict as the army prepares to implement its trillion naira budget. Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, has urged justice sector personnel to focus on high-impact performance over routine diligence. Speaking at a federal reward ceremony, Fagbemi highlighted the role of agencies like NAPTIP and NDLEA in strengthening Nigeria's legal framework through behind-the-scenes work. The AGF emphasized the importance of integrity and efficiency in the justice system, citing the recently launched electronic content management system as a key modernization tool. The system is central to the Federal Civil Service strategy for 2025, aiming to streamline legal operations and ensure timely delivery of justice. Fagbemi praised top-performing staff and reinforced the government's commitment to meritocracy, linking workforce excellence to enhance protection of citizens' rights. He noted that this recognition is part of broader reforms aimed at improving accountability across the sector. The judiciary will further expand capacity with the swearing-in of new Federal High Court judges tomorrow by Chief Justice Kudirat Kekere-Ekun. Solicitor General Beatrice Jedi Alba confirmed that these reforms are designed to make the impact of the justice system tangible in the daily lives of Nigerians. Governor Dauda Lawal of Zamfara State has ordered the immediate release of February salaries and pensions to civil servants and retirees ahead of Ramadan. The directive issued to the State Accountant General aims to provide financial relief for families during the religious observance. Commissioner for Information and Culture, Mahmoud Dansa Wasa, confirmed that the payments will be executed without delay, ensuring workers can prepare for the fasting period comfortably. The initiative has been widely welcomed by the state's workforce. Governor Lawal also called on the public to use Ramadan for spiritual reflection and prayers for peace, unity and solutions to ongoing security challenges. He emphasized that economic stability and worker welfare remain top priorities for his administration. The early disbursement is intended to mitigate the impact of rising living costs during the festive season. Lawal reassured residents that his government will continue to prioritize policies and projects that promote stability and development across Zamfara State. Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf has defended his defection to the All Progressive Congress (APC), describing it as a strategic move to align the state with federal governance. Speaking at the Sani Abacha Stadium during the 2026 Grand Rally, Yusuf said Kano's economic and political significance requires close cooperation with the presidency. The governor clarified that his resignation from the new Nigeria People's Party (NNPP) was driven by internal crisis and leadership dispute that hindered governance. Yusuf insisted his move is aimed at maximizing federal development projects for the state. APC leaders, including National Chairman Abdullahi Ganduje and Deputy Senate President Barrow Jibrin, pledged full support, signaling united political fronts ahead of upcoming elections. The rally reflected a large public turnout and consolidated the party's influence in northern Nigeria. Yusuf stressed that close alignment with federal authorities will improve developmental outcomes for Kano, enabling the state to address infrastructure, economic and social challenges more effectively. His defection mirrors a broader trend of political realignment across the country. Ohanaeze Ndigbo Worldwide has rejected claims by ex-activist Asari Dokubo that the Igbo community attacked northern Muslims in Rivers State. The organization described the statements as venomous and inciting, emphasizing they misrepresent events at Rumokus Rusi Fruit Market last Saturday. According to police reports, the clash involved members of the Benue and Hausa communities, triggered by the alleged killing of 30-year-old Higito Wenem by a cart pusher, Zakara Afaruo. No evidence links Igbo residents to the incident and mosques were not targeted. Livingstone Wechie, Rivers State President of Ohanaeze, urged security agencies to hold Dokubo accountable for spreading false narratives and inflaming communal tensions. He stressed that the Igbo community is peaceful and respects all religious groups. Ohanaeze called on Igbo residents to remain law-abiding and ignore provocations, while emphasizing that misinformation should not be allowed to disrupt intercommunal harmony. The group reaffirmed its commitment to dialogue and social cohesion in the region. The British High Commission in Abuja has announced that from February 25, 2026, Nigerian travelers will transition to a fully digital visa system, replacing physical visa stickers with e-visas. Immigration status will now be managed online through UK Visas and Immigration UKVI accounts. Applicants will continue to submit online application, attend visa application centers for biometrics, and meet existing eligibility requirements. The e-visa system is expected to streamline travel, reduce passport handling time, and minimize the risk of lost for tampered visas. Deputy High Commissioner Gil Lever highlighted that the digital framework maintains current processes while providing applicants with secure and immediate access to visa records. Travelers will be able to share and verify the status from any location, facilitating faster travel planning. Existing paper visas remain valid until expiration. Once the e-visa system launches, approved applicants can manage their visas entirely online, signaling a modernized and more efficient approach to UK-Nigeria travel. You're watching Aneke TV News across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, here's a quick reminder of major developments in the news. WAEC releases 2025 second series CBWASSCA results. CJN set to swear in new waves of judges. And coming up shortly, government declares youth leaders and suspected cultists wanted. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Still on the news, the Edo State government has launched an intensified manhunt for 8 individuals linked to recent surge in court violence. Governor Mondo Bebolo's administration named 5 suspected court members and 3 youth leaders known locally as Okiagheles from Obagi, Ofunwembe and Ara communities, giving them 7 days to surrender to the state special security squad. Operation Flushout or Face Arrest, security forces conducted raids in Benin City and surrounding areas, recovering weapons, including pump-action guns and live ammunition. Innocent Okunozi of Obazabon is in custody after a vehicle linked to him was found carrying arms. Several self-confessed members of the Black Ark Confraternity have been arrested with investigations into their involvement in recent killings ongoing. Authorities are appealing to the public for information on the remaining suspects. The state government emphasized its commitment to eliminating crime, warning that there is no hiding place for those promoting violence. Operation Flushout continues sweep across known courts' hideouts to secure communities statewide. A funeral in Ugom community, Kajuru local government area, Kaduna State, turned deadly on Monday when suspected bandits opened fire on mourners. 2 residents, 25-year-old Beatrice David and 40-year-old Goma Idi, were confirmed dead after the attackers fled. Residents fled in panic as gunmen set fire to 4 vehicles, including the official car of Kajuru Council Chairman Dauda Madaki. Local leaders, including Onum Sim Alhaji Shaya, chairman of the Ugom Progressive Union, described the incident as chaotic and terrorizing. Several community members remain unaccounted for after the attack. The sudden assault has left the area in fear, with families still seeking missing relatives. Security agencies have yet to release an official statement and calls are intensifying for urgent intervention. Community leaders are demanding protection and reassurance that such attack will not be repeated, stressing the need for swift action to restore public safety. Kanam local government chairman in Plateau State, Honorable Salihu Ayuba Musa, is facing criticism for remaining unjust while bandit attacks devastate his constituency. Resident through Tarub Salim Dugub accused Musa of limiting his role to post-tragedy condolences instead of coordinating security measures on the ground. The criticism follows Monday's raid on Gaga town, where bandits killed several residents and destroyed homes. Dugub emphasized that absentee leadership undermines public morale and weakens the coordination needed with Governor Caleb Mutfwang to secure the area. Residents are urging Musa to return immediately to Kanam, participate directly in security planning, and lead proactive measures to protect citizens. They argue that effective governance during crisis requires presence and engagement, not distance. The Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria have raised concerns over the federal government's reversal of the sachet alcohol ban. National Chairman FARM Ambrose Eze described the decision as a public health setback that prioritizes commercial interests over children's safety. Sachet alcohol, cheap and easily concealed, is linked to underage drinking and nearly 30% of preventable deaths. ACPN warns that warning labels alone are ineffective without strict enforcement, noting the government's move undermines prior harm reduction efforts. Critics argue that allowing the production of containers smaller than 200 ml sends a negative signal about law enforcement and public protection. Pharmacists insist that safeguarding youth health requires consistent policy and enforcement rather than policy reversals. The Rivers First movement has criticized the state government for failing to address unemployment and poverty, claiming Rivers accounts for 13.4% of Nigeria's national joblessness despite substantial federation allocations. Director General Maubuyi Nagi Obi said wealth has been concentrated among political elites while ordinary residents struggle. The movement cited deteriorating public infrastructure, including schools and hospitals, and alleged that political rivalries have worsened security and governance issues. Residents reportedly face rising social vices as government programs fail to translate into practical benefits. In response, the movement plans to mobilize residents and the diaspora for mass political action. They are demanding an independent audit of state finances from 2015 to 2026, promising accountability and resistance to further resource mismanagement. Prince Aneke of the Zenith Labour Party has been elected chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, in Abia State. The election held at Aneke saw him succeed Nelson Uluocha for a 2-year term, defeating rival candidates with 17 of 19 party chairmen participating. Aneke's leadership reflects the Zenith Labour Party's growing influence after strong local government election performances. The executive team includes Victoria Akabuike, Both Party, as deputy chairman, and Larry Charles, Action People's Party, as secretary. In his inaugural speech, Aneke promised balanced engagement with the state government, supporting development policies while providing objective oversight. He emphasized unity and cooperation among the state's political parties. The Nigeria Revenue Service (NRS) has launched the Merchant Buyer Solution, an electronic invoicing and fiscal monitoring system for national taxpayers. Executive Chairman Zaka Dediji confirmed that the platform is live for the largest businesses, with plans to extend to medium and smaller enterprises in 2026 and 2027. Medium-sized businesses earning between 1 billion naira and 5 billion naira will undergo pilot testing before full implementation in July 2026. Emerging taxpayers will be integrated in 2027 with a phased approach ensuring compliance, readiness and engagement. The initiative, backed by the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, aims to improve transparency, reduce tax evasion and encourage voluntary compliance. Businesses are advised to categorize themselves and adopt the system ahead of enforcement. Nigeria's food inflation fell to 8.89% in January, the lowest in over 14 years, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. The decline from nearly 30% last year reflects lower prices for staples, including yams, eggs, grains, and palm oil. Overall inflation eased to 15.10%, defying prior projections. Analysts attribute the trend to increased agricultural output and a stable exchange rate. Regions like Ebonyi and Katsina recorded the lowest price growth, supported by higher rice and cassava production. Despite the decline, the cost of living remains high, with essentials like cooking gas and rice still straining household budgets. The organized private sector cautioned that single-digit food inflation does not translate into affordability for consumers. Real estate experts warn that government tax reforms fail to address Nigeria's rising house rents, while VAT on land and rent is exempted. Soaring building materials costs, including cement at over 10,700 naira per bag, continue to drive unaffordable rent in urban centers like Abuja, Lagos and Port Harcourt. One-bedroom apartments in major cities have doubled in price, outpacing minimum wage earnings. Former Redan President Aliyu Wamako noted that the tax relief is insufficient to bridge the housing affordability gap. Tenant advocates cite regulatory lapses and lack of mortgage systems as further obstacles. Calls for rent-to-own schemes and strict rent control are growing to ensure reforms translate into practical relief for renters. The Nigerian Rugby Football Federation has unveiled its 2026 calendar, prioritizing the return of the women's team in the continental competition in 7s and 15s formats. A new national 7 circuit will host events in Kano, Lagos, Delta and Edo, while the men's team prepares for the African Cup 7s in Mauritius. Nigeria has bid to host the African Cup Women's 7s regional qualifier in Lagos or Ogun, aiming to boost international rankings. The plan emphasizes youth development through Get Into Rugby clinics and National 15s League finals in Abuja. Coaching and officiating programs are also part of the strategic rebuild. The Federation intends to restore Nigeria's prominence in African rugby and establish a sustainable ecosystem from grassroots to professional levels. The 2026 Niger Delta Games torch arrived in Yenogua at the Samson Sisiasia Sports Complex, marking Bayelsa State's former participation. Representing Governor Doye Diri, Commissioner for Sport Daniel Igali described the event as a major boost for regional sports development. Organizers from NDDC and Dunamis Icon Limited highlighted the torch as a symbol of unity, friendship, and fair competition among Niger Delta states. The flame sets the stage for athletes to compete in a spirit of camaraderie and excellence. Bayelsa aims to defend its top position after leading the medals table at the inaugural edition in Uyo. The official games commence in Benin City, Edo State on February 20th with full government support for athletes' preparation. Timini Egbuson's latest film, Love and New Notes, grossed 106 million naira in its first week, setting the highest box office record in Nigeria for 2026. The milestone reinforces Timini's status as a leading, bankable actor in Nollywood. Co-star Bimbo Ademoye celebrated the achievement on social media, praising Timini's talent and encouraging fans to continue supporting the movie. The pair's professional chemistry has consistently drawn public attention. The record-breaking release highlights Timini's rising influence in Nollywood and cements the film as a major commercial success in the Nigerian entertainment industry. Nollywood actress Tonto Dike marked her son King Andre Churchill's 10th birthday with a viral social media appeal to fans. She humorously urged followers to like and comment on birthday posts, dubbing herself the Mummy of Nigeria for her son's celebration. The birthday follows the public reconciliation with her ex-husband Olakole Churchill, who was emotionally recognized by his son. Tonto restored her son's last name to Churchill, ending a decade-long dispute over identity. Fans have engaged extensively, turning the celebration into a digital event. The birthday is seen as a symbol of family reconciliation and a new chapter for the DK Churchill family. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The West African Examination Council has officially released the 2025 second series computer-based WASSCE results. Candidates across Nigeria and the sub-region can now access this course online and at designated WAEC offices. Officials confirmed that the result reflected the performance of students who sat for examinations in various subjects, including English, mathematics, sciences, and arts disciplines. The Chief Justice of Nigeria is set to swear in a new batch of judges, marking the commencement of a judicial renewal initiative. The ceremony aims to strengthen the judiciary and expand the capacity of courts across the country. The Edo State government has declared several youth leaders and suspected courtists wanted following a surge in violent incidents linked to secret societies. Authorities named 5 suspected court members and 3 community youth leaders, issuing a 7-day ultimatum for surrender. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness report, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Inhechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Across Nigeria, Electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study, and the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Afternoon. Welcome to the entertainment segment here on Aneke TV. I am your one and only host, Commissioner for Enjoyment, and I'm doing this today with Blue Pepper. Today we are having a lot of mixtures. Since last 2 weeks, since these guys tried to destroy, my eyes, they tried to tear my shirt, they tried to do a lot of things, but God did not let them win. She's been trying to win me, but I said I will not be to her camp. And that was why on that day of Valentine that she dragged me to pieces. Well, I'm talking about no other person than blue, sorry, red, sorry, green, black, traditional mixtures of pepper. Hello, blue pepper plus yellow tatashi. How you doing?
I'm good though. All this name for just one person. I feel special. I feel
You
yeah,
feel,
I
feel
feel
what?
obliged, very special. I
You
think
feel
you should
special.
continue the paparazzi name because if you see me, you see you understand who deserves the paparazzi.
Well, when I talk about you, I'm talking about you from a point where you basically would have so many things to offer, and I see that you're happy today.
I am very very happy.
So what happened? What's behind this? Your happiness? So?
You know, I think I woke up this morning.
At the right side of the bed.
Yeah, the right side of the bed.
All the while you have been working on you.
Should I tell you the right side of the bed? Let me just hold it there. But I woke up at the right side of my bed. You know, woke up so early, so stretchy, very energetic. I went to my house, cleaned and did everything. I did some brainstorming works, and actually I was getting what I was brainstorming for. I was like, oh right, it's gonna be a good day. And eventually I'm here, and it's actually a very good day.
Well,
with a good hope for the future.
Thank you very much for doing that. You're good. Good, yeah, you're just good.
Oh my God!
All right, this is the first time I'm blushing in this show because everyone that has come here has come to tear my shirt. They have come to put hand in my eye.
Am I exempted?
You're not exempted because you are the one, you are the culprit that will always want to bring people. Well, I think today we have something very important to share and talk about. When I just saw a video about Afrobeat singer Omale saying that he was offered $800,000 by Wizkid to come into a joint EP, something like that. I don't know if you guys saw it, and we're going to talk about it. Social lawyer, when people see that you're doing well and they now want to come into your space, something like that. He said that he was offered $800,000. Now let's talk about Nigerian music. What has Nigerian music been? Who are the big three for you, big four for you, big five? In fact, who are the big five for you?
I'm going to talk about big five. The people that if they start trending, they're trying to know the end like this. You talk about 001 Davido, you talk about Wizkid, you talk about Burna Boy, and you talk about Rema.
Okay, so how many are they?
4.
001, Wizkid,
Burna, Rema,
and
you cannot just deal with Aya or Thames or Tiwa.
Okay, but women music, the female side of Afrobeat.
Yeah.
Who is the top? Who is topping the chart?
But Tiwa.
What can you mention?
She's the queen of Afrobeat now.
Mention 3 to 4 of Tiwa songs.
Tiwa Savage, ole, me de ole. Hey.
Call Popo. Call the Popo. Ole is in the studio. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2.
Please.
Please. So please.
Somebody go find me one day.
Somebody go find
me one day. Hey, one day. I don't fall in love.
Ashamed of your life. Somebody go find you one day.
One day. I don't know why.
So have someone's son found you?
I know you are blind, but be found in Jesus' name.
Amen. Because somebody's son has not found you.
But I just said something. You are blind.
Okay, is it me that? I did not know. I just found someone. Somebody's son has found someone's daughter. Konaka. Because when I talk about African music, female music, I'm talking about people who till tomorrow they are out of this world.
It's Tiwa.
Tiwa, right?
Tomorrow her song is on the beat.
Did you listen to her album? Let me get the album title. I think I
The last one she dropped.
Yeah, did you listen to it?
I haven't gotten the time, the all pleasure time to, get done with that album. But as she said, so I'm gonna drive straight into the album when I get home.
Okay, but let me get the song. I mean, when we talk about Tiwa Savage song, Tiwa Savage is the mama. She actually has been in the music scene. I'm trying to get her song, her particular album that she released. What's the name? Okay, let me check. Tiwa Savage, Tiwa Savage. Yes, somebody's song featuring Brandy. That's the song we're talking about. Then do you know this song that says Koroba?
Koroba, 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 koroba.
What's the top on the Tiwa Savage song for you?
I know after her last performance in Ghana, where she was crying, I began to listen to that song. That song began. I felt for her, and I understand her pride somehow.
What pride do you understand? Sorry.
The fact that at that age, she's still looking for love.
She's still looking for love.
I think it's a whole lot to swallow.
At that age, she's not looking. Who told you she's looking for love?
She's looking for genuine love.
Genuine
love.
We say genuine.
See, I want to give my ladies out there some share of advice. I might not be aged enough to give you, but I think at a particular point in time where you feel that getting to a certain stage and point in life would, exclusively take you out from the threat of desire. Please, 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 please don't push too extreme. Just try to find a fit and go with it. If you know that in the future you can't be able to control what you have set up for yourself. Assuming Tiwa knows that at the point in time where she will look for genuine love and this, because some people don't care. They don't care. Once there's money, they feel like I can get any person, any man, any day, any time.
Okay.
But for some people like Tiwa, that's so soft-hearted that like they want something genuine and they want something pure, and I think letting go would be something. I think there was a time she read something. It was largely exclusively actually referring to her ex-husband and kind of showing a woman who was trying to regret some certain things, leaving her home and everything, and warning other ladies they take from some advice, because so in life, mind who you send off message to, because you don't know.
Okay, but the thing is that let's talk about Tiwa Savage a little. Looking at Tiwa Savage and how successful she has been in the music scenario, do you think that she's actually struggling to find love because she's popular, or do you think that's a societal issue where women who are single moms are finding it hard to find love again?
No, to the point that I see. You say women that are successful find it difficult to find true love and genuine love because
of their money
and their influence.
And it's not the guy. Listen, let me clear this fact. Women that say to be successful, they have done this, they are doing this, life is moving, things are working out well, they have the money. You know that definitely it's not even the man's feeling most times, because these ladies must have seen or met super richer guys. Now, what do you think is the problem basically?
The problem is the fact that most of them men don't understand. They don't align with the fact that a woman should be above them. Most men don't align with the fact that a woman should be above them. They feel like the respect that should be accorded to them as a man won't be accorded to them, and at some point in time they will feel more detached, in the sense that the woman will actually give up on them. So I feel like this is just a problem, and that's just it.
Well, the thing is that I think that we are coming to a conclusion that that women who are single basically have a lot of issues, and not that they are wrong all right.
Yeah.
But it's just basically that once a woman gives birth to a child, to a girl, a boy, and gets divorced, it's difficult for that woman to go back to marriage.
Yeah, because who wants, it's just like the stigmatization that has to do with a man with a single dad. That a woman will accept you at this prominent time is because you have the molar there.
You have the
that you have to sympathize and console her for the whole errors and mistake you have made. But it's always difficult on the female counterpart because the society has made it that a woman should be with her husband. Okay. So you leaving your home shows that there's something that maybe it's character-wise or you are doing something wrong, and which that man will not like to bring you back to her home to exhibit the same thing and actually return back to being single again. So men feel it's just like this. There is always a concept that you come to me, you're single dad, I'll be like, what happened to your first marriage? You say, the woman is this woman is this, and you think that your second marriage everything will be okay and it will correct the errors and mistakes that have happened in the first one. There is always a stigmatization. There is always a punctuating point that at some point in a man's life that these are things that you should be very careful about. It's just like what we were talking about Davido's issue yesterday. And I was telling you that if he knew this thing he knows now, he would have made some certain mistake.
He wouldn't have. He wouldn't have actually been with Sophia Momodu.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have actually done what he did. He wouldn't have.
He wouldn't even actually like to procreate outside marriage. Because these things are because in as much as like now, the second acclaimed baby mama, the one that gave birth to Harley, now that one might not be as lousy as outspoken like Sophia. Doesn't mean that she doesn't have her own problem for the fact that he did not find it fit
comfortable to marry her. Person. That's just the thing.
So at this point, I think he's now regretting some actions, and I think he will be in a place to know when a friend wants to make the same mistake. He'll be like, right.
He'll be like, wow.
This trend.
We need to bring Davido. One of these days, we need to just bring him around.
Actually, I've called him. He's actually on his way.
Right. Okay. Well, all right. My convoy as the commissioner for enjoyment, we're gonna pick him up from the airport and. But we don't. We do things.
We do big things here.
You know, people are just at the back are laughing. They're feeling like, okay, this guy
can't pull
a string.
Yeah.
Come on, you are dealing with the commissioner, for God's sake. And I'm ready for any action that we should take. Well, I said to announce to you that my giveaway is ongoing, giveaway. And I'm giving a whooping sum of advice to everyone who comes to me. I mean, just I'll give you my card contact so that you can just reach out and know what you're doing. Well, we're still on Aneke TV Entertainment, and we're talking about what happens when baby mamas leave their dadas, that's their fathers. What really happens? Now, do you think that we have a lot of baby mamas in Nigeria more than we have a lot of baby daddies?
There is a lot of baby mamas because I think you see a woman, she knows that this man is in marriage. She'll be fighting.
She'll be fighting.
Fighting to enter.
So what
just like what happened, I saw this morning, I saw Tonto having one good picture with Churchill and her son. I just said, BP from here to Rose. Miller's Rosie's listen, because someone
why are you doing this?
When the thing was going on, she said that Churchill is like a brother and a sister. They are like a brother and sister.
Yeah.
Do you understand? And you know that you were actually Tonto's friend, and you come in, you took another man's you took another woman's husband, and you want peace. What goes on? It's just like this man, this director, Chidi Chikere.
Okay.
With his Nuela, the wife, the issue of marrying. He actually married the first wife, Sophia, and actually at a point Nuela came in as Sophia's friend. At a point, the man she's seeing her husband deviating and staying away from home and everything. Up to a point to her, Nuela is pregnant, and you be like, how? and the man is, wanting for divorce, that he's now doing on too much. And it's the same wala you think you can actually take someone's husband and still remain there. No. She's out already.
Okay.
And she's out.
We're still talking about Tonto Dike, and there's this news around her. She posted this morning that she's done with her
discipleship.
G.O. You look like Mommy G.O. now.
Somebody say power.
Powers. She says she's done with her discipleship class.
But she's actually done with her discipleship class.
And that's amazing.
Pastor, I should be asking you, Pastor, what next?
Am I the pastor? basically.
The only thing is that your name, there's no Jerry there. You understand? There's no Jerry there, but there's pastor.
There's pastor. Anyway, let's talk about Tonto Dike's.
I was meaning to ask you, you just saw them Eze.
No. You got me. We do this.
At this point, I wanted to ask you all this why, like, is your name Eze or Jerry? But
my name is Commissioner. My surname is Enjoyment. Yes, in case you see me out there, doing what I know best how to do, bringing the fun and the vibes. Well, let's talk about Tonto Dike's getting done with discipleship. It looks like she is very serious now with this. Now, I want to really drag it to somewhere that you may not like, or many people, our viewers, may not like. Let's talk about this basically as something. Let's remove emotions. Many times, a lot of people, God will be calling them to do something, but they will not do it until they have exhausted life, and then they will come back to it. What do you think about this whole thing? About when something is urgent, something is needed to be done, and you had all the yes, you have made all the mistakes, then you are coming back to this. It's not like God is a judgmental God. It's not that the judgment of God is peace. The judgment of God is love and forgiveness. That's actually the judgment of God. So, but what I'm talking about is, do we need to go through the whole hurdles of life, the breakups she had, the personal issues she had, the marriage issues she had, the whole hurdle? Was it necessary to go through all those before she could arrive back where she is now? She says she has found peace and joy serving the Lord. Do you think that's part of her life or part of what it is?
It's sometimes it's God's plan. Have you heard about the man called Paul in the Bible?
Yes, I have heard about the man called Paul.
And he was previously called Saul.
Okay.
So that man called Paul, he actually came out to be one of the greatest disciples of Christ.
Okay.
So, but you see he did a lot of treacherous atrocities before he actually surrendered.
Yes.
So that sometimes when God will allow you do your thing, so that you will understand that there's nothing to all those things. Because what if after he just allows you so easily that you end up coming out and something just push you again and you say, that is so life for the that like this. Nah, man.
Yeah, you now have to go
back. Nah, man. You just go back and just start again, and the whole, dreaming and dreaming and dreaming. I don't know. And so I should, it's better that we understand ourselves, understand where we actually are. I understand the fact that there's nothing like when you are telling someone that have experienced it, or you're telling and I was again now when you hear the neighbor come out, better, because that person has seen it all. So if he has made up his mind that I've seen it all and I don't want to go back to that all I have seen again, that I want to head to another direction, and I feel that direction I'm heading to is a saving part of it.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yes,
life is just like this.
I think you are really driving it to the place I wanted to drive it. So Tonto Dike now, she's an ambassador and she's a Christian. She has declared publicly her faith.
Yeah.
And that's so amazing. That's really amazing. And congratulations
to her.
She's done with her discipleship class. So next should be the pastor. One day she will be a pastor.
Yeah.
Yeah, she will preach. She will be a pastor. And I think I have to still drop this as a warning to celebrities who are coming into the Christian fold now. You notice that I'm not drawing examples, but you notice that many times when celebrities repent, they tend to be pastors. Now, most of them don't go through process again. Most of them just repent and carry the Bible and just move. And at the end of the day, they find themselves back to where they were. I can call names. I'm talking about Justin Bieber.
Yeah.
Yes, Justin Bieber had such experience. Kanye West had such experience where he started a movement of choir singing. Hi, their songs were lovely. Come on. That right now, there's nothing like that anywhere in the world. Then Justin Bieber, he sang great songs, wonderful songs that can, touch your heart when you are even praying or doing something. Now, looking at these two people, now we're talking about something that has to do with, people when they repent, they have to go through process before they find themselves on the altar of God preaching. They have to be trained. That's just what I'm saying. Because most times celebrities repent, they just, take their Bible, they just start going to preach, to teach, to do something. And Tonto Dike is going through that process. It's amazing how she's so vocal about her faith. I think that's a wonderful thing. Now, let's talk about something before we wrap up the show. Let's talk about people who use pets. Who use pets as lions. Or who use lions as pets. Who use, many things as pets. What let's talk about pets generally. What's a pet to you? What do you do with pets? Animal pet, what do you
actually I actually, for me it's fun, like see something that is not in my own nomenclature, something that is not in my own being.
Okay.
Moving around, showing me some crazy gestures and doing one or two. I feel like it's something interesting. I just watch it and play. Feel like, but the kind of play you play with me, I'll just give you one laugh, one big slap like this, and you just go and sit down.
Okay.
But I feel like it's just something that I watch and I feel entertained.
Okay, so
for me, it's a means of entertainment.
Okay.
Watching your dog doing one kind of thing, acting so one of watching a cat, demonstrates one catwalk, you be like, imagination won't kill me like this. I think it's just something very fun and fantastic about it. Nothing much. Right,
okay,
yeah.
I'm going to show you guys a picture right now about this, because there's this guy on X, Mayor of Ekiti. He has the most dangerous pets in Nigeria. He has a lion cub, he has a python, and he has, I don't know whether that thing is this thing.
Madam,
do you think, now, I want to ask you, between a dog and a cat, which one would you want as a pet?
No, I have dogs in my house. Dogs, not even one dog. I can't do. It's not what I'm doing with a cat.
Your house?
Yeah.
Don't tell me the address. I wanted to. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
I actually have dogs.
You have dogs?
Yeah. My brother owns most of them. My brother is.
Is it big dog?
Yeah, big dog.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Please.
So my brother owns most of them, and
we have to close
they are fun to be with. Watch them and do a lot of things, and act crazy around. See some dogs.
Look at this guy. He said, this Mayor of Ekiti, he said that he's tired though, like his cub is misbehaving. How will my cub be misbehaving? That he wants to return it to the owner, to where he brought it from. Look at this life. Oh. There's a problem. I think we have to end the show. There's a problem. Let's just end the show, because I don't know how people would want to live with death in their house. Now, it's not I think we have to draw the curtain.
Many people, they doesn't go wake them. Life no hard. Now we Nigerians, they make life hard.
Do you get? Well, I think we're gonna just draw the curtain.
But wait, I want to say something.
Before we draw the curtain, you want to?
I want to just say something.
Well, say something.
I just imagine like this guy having a wife, or let me say girlfriend, and be like, maybe
the girlfriend will be chairman. I beg, hold this one. The girlfriend will be chairman.
Do you understand? I know. Let me just put myself in that shoe. I want to see my guy, and I did not inform him. I want to surprise him. Surprise! I'll just come and open door. I will see something like this.
Please. See, I'm a gentleman and I'm a commissioner for enjoyment. I don't like where there's issue.
I don't know what I will do, but but in this life, I imagine disappearing. That one moment, I will learn the tricks around someone disappearing. But that's just fun to.
Well, that's just for today. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much. I hope you were entertained. I hope you saw those stuffs. And thank you very much. Green, blue, pepper, yellow, thousands of people for coming around. And we see you same time, same station
Tomorrow.
TV 12:30. We have started, and we have started rolling our boats to bring you the best of entertainment and what it is. Have a wonderful afternoon. See you again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello young guns, welcome to another edition of Teens Fun Hub coming your way on Aneke TV. This is Teens Fun Hub, where we talk about the real life details, those juicy things you discuss with your friends. At Teens Fun Hub, it is a beautiful place to be. We talk about life, we talk about your career, relationship, education, challenges, fears, and everything in between. Yes, we want you to expect our Adiwo segment, our entertainment gist, the discussion segment, and a whole lot of fun on this special edition. I am Auntie Oni, and I will be the one guiding you on this ride. Remember to follow us on our social media platforms on Instagram, X, Facebook, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now don't go anywhere, we will be right back.
Ndị Igbo kwezuonu. Aha m bụ Wadi Fọma emere ndị Igbo. Ana m ekene na-anabata unu na Igbo segment. Ọ bụ ebe a ka ga na-ekwu ihe niile gbasara ndị Igbo, ejije ha, asụsụ ha na ihe niile ejiri mara ndị Igbo. Tata aga m na-ekwu maka ọjị. Ọjị bụ mkpụrụ na-amịpụta n'osisi ọjị. Ndị Igbo ji ọjị eli ọbịa. Ejikwa ya eme mmemme dị iche iche dịka ịgba nkwụ na ịba nwa afa. Ọjị na-agba mkpụrụ ole ma ole ma agbawa ya. Mkpụrụ ahụ nwere ngosipụta dị iche iche. Ọjị gba mkpụrụ na-eto, ọ na-egosi ekwu ịtọ nwaanyị ji eshi nri. Ọgba mkpụrụ na-ịnọ, ọ na-egosipụta afọ ịnọ dị n'ala Igbo, nke bụ Eke, Orie, Afọ na Nkwọ. Ọjị gba mkpụrụ n'ise, ọ na-egosipụta ọmụmụ na ihe ọma dị iche iche. Ọjị nwere uru dị iche iche. Eji ya eme ọgwụ, eji ya agba afa, eji ya ele ndị ọbịa, ejikwa ya eme mmemme dị iche iche. Ọjị nwere nsọ dị na ya. Ụmụ nwaanyị anaghị awa ọjị n'ala Igbo. Enwegodi mmemme ebe ọ bụ naanị sọsọ nwaanyị nọ na ya, a ga-achụnatara obere nwa nwoke ga-awa ọjị ahụ. Ya bụ abịago m isi njedebe ebe a. Ama m na mụtara ihe bụ ọjị, uru na nsọ niile dị na ya. Ya bụ ọ ga-adịwazi n'ụzọ ụka ọzọ ebe m ga-ewetara unu ihe ọzọ ejiri mara ndị Igbo. Ruo mgbe ahụ, ọ bụ Wada Ifeoma emere ndị Igbo. Ọ ga-adị.
Ndị Igbo Queen. Ndị Igbo kwezuonu. I love the sound of that. Thank you so much, Ifeoma. I really enjoyed myself. Stay tuned. welcome to the shout out segment. On this segment, we give a big shout out to whoever is celebrating anything, be it your birthday celebration, your wedding anniversary, anything I said. So on today's shout out segment, we have a few names, a few people celebrating their birthday. First on the list, we have Nwankwo Rosemary Ifebuchi. Happy birthday to you, Nwankwo Rosemary. We wish you long life and prosperity. All the way from Aneke TV. We wish you God's choicest blessings, and we ask that the Lord will continue to increase you, live large and excel. Next on the list is Owu Amarachi Cynthia. God bless you, Owu Amarachi. We wish you long life and prosperity. We pray that this new year of yours, that the Lord will continue to increase you. This new chapter of yours will be so blissful in the name of Jesus. Amen. Next we have John Chinedu Prosper. John Chinedu, someone gave us your name and asked us to give you a big shout out. Yes, this is your birthday and you deserve to be celebrated. And here on Teens Fun Hub, we are giving you a big shout out. Happy birthday, John Chinedu. May God continue to bless you in Jesus' name. Amen. Next we have Iwuchukwu Osita John Bosco. Happy birthday, John Bosco. This is a new phase of life for you, and we pray that the Lord will guide you through this new phase for you. We pray that God will continue to increase you, bless you, and so much many more blessings that you cannot actually contain. We pray for open doors for you in the name of Jesus. Amen. Finally on the list we have Igwe Sabina. Happy birthday to you, Igwe Sabina. We wish you long life and prosperity. The Teens Hub family wish you so much more than you can actually expect. This is your best year yet. Happy birthday, Igwe Sabina. May the good Lord bless you in Jesus' name. Amen. And if you want to give a big shout out to your loved ones, you remember that you can reach out to us here on Aneke TV. Just send a WhatsApp message to 081-0014-5125. I'll call again, 081-0014-5125. Stay blessed. Happy birthday to you all. Hello and welcome to the discussion segment. I am Auntie Oni. Welcome to today's discussion segment. We've got something really interesting to discuss on today's discussion segment. Last week we spoke about building quality relationships, and we established a few ways on how we can actually build relationships, the relationships that matters. So this week we're talking about something that is very important and vital in the life of every young adult out there. So today we're focusing on choosing a career path. Now, in choosing a career path, is it your job as a teenager to choose your career path, or the job of your parents? What's your take on that? I think I would like you to leave a comment in the comment section down there. I will not be doing this alone. Together in the studio, we've come with a full force and power to do justice to this topic. Join me in this discussion segment. We have Mesoma Chukwu. Mesoma, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And next we have Chinaza Ugo. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you, Antioni. Enjoy the rest of the show.
And finally we have Chinaza Ugo. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you, Antioni.
I can see the energy. I can see the energy. She did not allow me to finish calling her name. She was already
yeah.
Alright, so what's our take on this topic? Should the teenagers be allowed to go ahead and choose a topic for themselves, or should the parents do the job for them? Chinaza, let's hear from you.
I think these teenagers are supposed to be like the main character in choosing their career path, because it's their lives they are going to live out, it's their decisions, and even if they make the wrong ones, they are the one who will face the consequences. And if they make a good one, it's still their profit.
I don't think allowing them go through the difficulty of making bad choices, I mean, like letting them choose for themselves, I mean,
Yes.
that's like a long ride.
But actually, teenagers on their own are a very stubborn set of human beings. Like, I know I can speak for myself. I know I look calm, but go just they use me, they play anyhow.
Yeah,
Okay.
that aspect, I am not sure, because if you make the wrong choice, like, you are the one that will face the consequences, and also you are not the one to train yourself in school.
Yes,
Stuff like
that's
that.
true. When I say it's their lives to live, and it's also their choices to make. If they decide to listen to their guidance, if they decide to listen to the instructions they are giving, you understand, is their consequences, is their, you get what I'm trying to say.
First of all, I think life is too short to
exactly
roll.
test.
It's too short to do that whole thing, because you don't know if you die at the age of 30, God forbid though, but then I think we should be your point is
But then she
your
said,
opinion
she
though.
said something about guidance. When guidance comes in, it's more like guiding the student or the child through, but not just saying you must have to study this, okay? So, but when guiding comes in, when the parent is able to just guide the child through, like through decision making and picking choices for her career or all of that, that would be, something better than saying it's a must that you would have to do this,
But sometimes it's kind of
the other way around.
Yes.
That's what I've been seeing all this while.
Okay, let me share a story with you guys.
Okay.
I have a friend, my good friend. So when about to enter to the university, her mom was like, nothing less than nose. I'm telling you, if you want to, because we were in art class that time, so both of us, we are law aspirants. So, but during that time, her mom was like, come out from that art class, it's not for you.
Nigerian parents.
I'm telling you. Actually, mama nurse, stuff like that. So,
Mama doctor.
So she came out after the whole stuff. She came out, and do you know what? That girl, I did throw a cap for her. Like, she lied to her parents that she's studying nursing, but actually, that's not what she studied.
What she studied?
Because
see where her parents born.
I'm telling you,
how is that possible?
I don't know.
First
Did she not bring results home or something like that?
Did they it's
see
possible.
her?
Okay, first year after studying the kind nursing stuff, so she failed, and after, so she was not like she's changing course, but all these kids that has money. So she was able to get some money, and she has to change to another department. But to her mom, she's studying nurse. So she was like, Chinaza, if I'm done with this thing, how can I explain to my parents? I said, don't call me, I don't know. I just had to excuse from
Well,
that.
that's really bad.
It's actually because she don't want to study that nurse.
But it's worse than, it's better she had to face her parents and tell them that she doesn't want to do this rather than lying to them. That means she can't stand for herself.
But but do you know, though it's not actually right for parents to choose, but somehow it's right, because there are some situations or some cases that they will have to ask you to do this. Then at the juncture, you start.
I won't say that, because in this case, you need to have a stand. You need to choose a stand. So what are you saying? Are you saying parents are like, should choose a career path for their children?
I love where this is going to. You could just want to agree that parents should be a part of it, and you still don't want them to be a part of it. So what's what's your...
This question is twisted. Kind of, it's very confusing.
Okay, I think in situations where, let's bring it down this way.
Okay.
Let's just mess up,
yeah.
When you wanted to choose a career path for yourself,
okay,
how did your own journey go?
Well, my parents were the supportive people.
Okay.
It wasn't much of a trouble.
Okay.
I just had to decide on what I want to do, of course involving God, because when God is included in what you are doing, it's like easy for you to choose, and most children or most students, I would say, they chose the career path based on, it's not what they want, they choose based on the monetary aspect of it, and the jabbering stuff, the point that they will have to leave Nigeria and all of that.
But excuse me, like, that's actually the main point.
We actually choose a career where you won't earn from.
See you. Everybody's actually choosing a career to make money.
Yeah,
so whatever that's going to give you money, go for it.
Because you won't tell me that you go to school and after 6 years or 12 years, you just come and start soaking gari.
I cannot go.
There is no how you go to school and come out and start soaking gari.
Exactly.
Unless you read aquaculture, though.
Aquaculture in Nigeria, but maybe if you read aquaculture outside,
when I was in my first year, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, I had roommates who were studying cell science, and guess what? Their lecturers always had a way to paint that course in a glorified way. I mean, if you study,
everybody paints.
if they say things like, if you study this, oh my God, you are going to be this, you are going to be that. Whereas we can all see it's not paving any way here in Nigeria.
Yeah.
But I believe that our parents have a broader view of the whole thing, right? Mm-hmm. So, won't you say that allowing them to help you make that choice is actually the best thing you can actually do for yourself?
Allowing them help you make that choice is much more of guidance.
Help you make the choice.
Yes, than letting them pick and then insist that you must have to do this.
And I think that's where our Nigerian parents are getting it wrong, because it's more like they have a gun on their children's head and they're like, you see, doctor?
Most of them will be like, that kind of talk. So
but the truth is that some parents, they actually try to choose a course for a career path for their children because they maybe wanted to be something like that when they were younger, and they were not able to live up to their
so more
dreams.
like seeing themselves in their kids.
Kind of.
But if, let me just say, I was a child to that kind of parent, I would really love to live up to my parents' dream, because what else are you living for? I know you have your life to live, but it gives you so much fulfillment.
Well, no, honestly,
make your parents proud.
You would want that if they blackmail you emotionally, because that is what they do. So,
and if that's your choice, because if you're not aspiring to do that, I don't think you can have joy in doing that.
Okay, let's say for example now, is there something you like doing like now, like your hobby? What is your hobby now?
Eating food.
Thank you. So,
are you
working into a career that is going to help you to continue eating food for the rest of your lives? Yeah. Yeah, obviously, because this is not true. Yeah, no. You see, this is what I'm trying to say. Because most times you say you love doing this, you love doing that, and you want to get into a career that will help you further that. But at the end, this career will not help you, because in Nigeria now, we are trying to study lucrative courses that will help you earn and become a better person, and Japa, most important.
I just think that everything depends on how you go about it. If a Nigerian, just like you said, she likes food, so I think she should venture into a chef, stuff like that. Yes, if she's willing to go far for it, she can make it here in Nigeria. You don't
but
need to.
The truth is that she just loves eating. It's not that she wants to further into it as a career. Some people are just foodies. You understand?
So, Naza, you chose a career path because you want to make money, or because you like eating?
That's the question. Because I want to make money.
Okay, because you want to make money.
Yes.
So I think if we leave this thing to parents entirely, then it might be wrong. And if we also leave it for teenagers entirely, we'll still get it wrong. Because for a girl like this to say that what she wants to do in her lifetime is to be eating, then this whole world is doomed. It's doomed.
Why?
You know, like, so for someone like you, I would support your mom to have a gun on your head. won't you support me?
I would support you.
We should, for someone like her.
Normally, I'm just
Okay, so you are saying it's best that each side have a participation in choosing a career.
A fair share of
That is what it should be. But I still really want to hear from you guys before I actually throw my own concluding points, right? So, are there actually advantages if we let our parents do the choosing for us, or is it just to continue their destiny? Because when parents tell their children to take a particular career path, it's more like you are living the life
of your parents.
Hey, before.
Just give it a
It's like you are trying to complete their destiny lane for them. So, what do you people think? Is it okay or is it not okay? What's our take?
I think it's not okay.
Okay, it's not okay.
Yeah.
It's not okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think guiding, if they're able to just give us, that guidance that we need to take our decisions, I think that should be
Let me
okay.
say guidance in terms of support.
Just support.
Not just support. I'll still continue to use this your hobby of eating, because let's say we are kids. Even if you are 36 years old or 50 years old, you are still a child to your parents, and they still know that your minds, you can never ask an okra that carry a career.
Exactly.
So
some conditions.
So there is no way that you can know more than your parents. They have seen it all. They have
really.
I tell you, they have seen it all.
Not really.
If my mom decides to start telling you her, you see that all those things that we are seeing now.
I'm saying not really. She has not seen anything.
I will disagree with you on that.
Okay, sorry. Okay, let me prove that with points.
Okay.
According to you, you say that she has seen it all, but that's their own time. What is actually raining in their own time is not what's raining here. Stuff like that. Yeah. So they have not seen it all. They have seen it all in their own time, not in this time.
So what are you trying to say? Is there an advantage to our parents choosing a career path for us or not?
There's an advantage, a very big advantage.
Okay, what's that advantage?
That you have to get guidance from an experienced person, somebody that have seen
it all.
Because my mom always shows me an example. She will tell me, like, I wanted to be an engineer. I don't know why, but it was like my elder sister just has a way of motivating people. Anything you want to do, she'll tell you, go ahead. She's very supportive, and I love her for that. So she was just telling me, you can do it. See, you just fix this touch. And I'll be like, and my mom was now like, see this engineering thing you want to go into, that it is not because gender really matters in choosing your career. So
kind of.
She was not telling me that I cannot do this thing. Iman one as well, go pull. Iman, you understand that kind of thing. And she was not giving me an example of my older cousin, saying, see, this girl, what she studies engineering, but look at her, she's a teacher now. You see, the thing is that parents guiding you is very, very essential, because it helps you to go over a lot of mistakes.
Exactly.
You're supposed to experience by yourself.
But I think that through their guidance, they are just assuming. That's an assumption.
It's not
the right thing, because you don't know what.
It's not
planned for you. Exactly.
It is. There is a saying that your parents are the gods you see. Do you understand? So it's more like taking a little advice from them will cut you from a whole lot of future
losses.
It depends. I'm still saying it depends.
All right, at this point, we will be going on a short break. We will be right back. welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Teens Fun Hub, and you are on to the discussion segment. And the topic of our discussion is choosing a career path. Should your parents go on to choose your career path, or are you okay in choosing that career that you want to go for? So I think we have established that our parents are guiding us. So in other words, the main labor is on the teenager.
Exactly.
So now as a teenager, do you go for your passion or do you follow the money? This is a very serious, life-threatening question. If you don't answer at this point in time, I think you'll make a big mistake. So let's hear from you. Do you follow your heart? Anyway, I'm not asking you, Naza. You already you already told us your desire for this.
I must say
it's money to eat. No, she said she wants to be eating.
Okay.
So that's the second. What's your own?
Okay, I think the money is very essential.
Exactly.
Very, very essential.
That's
in I believe in the world today, you don't just follow your dreams, you solve people's problem.
Exactly.
When you solve people's problem, in doing that you can find your dream there. Because this follow your dream,
it's
maybe your
not working out.
I don't understand.
That's even money.
I don't understand. Solving people's problem could be your dream.
Yeah, I think
that's what I'm
both of
saying.
them goes hand in hand.
You didn't even get what I said.
But instead of following your dream, follow money.
Chinek. I don't understand again.
But the rest my point is,
okay,
solve problems, and in solving them find your dream. Sometimes you don't even know what you enjoy until you try it out.
Yes.
That's the truth. Some people are doctors today and they are very proud of it. They are very happy that they tried it out, because as they did, it was really enjoying for them. They enjoyed it. So I believe you have to solve problems, and in solving problem find what you really love doing there.
Yes.
Okay, I know of a person who is actually a high flyer in his class. Like, he's kind of like a top student.
Okay.
So he told me that he was asked to study medicine and surgery because he was smart. So this young man did not check if he had other hidden talents. He said, anyways, I'm a makupo, straight in. So if you were a high flyer, would you have done the same thing?
Of course, why not? Because medicine is the most highly paid.
I wouldn't.
job now.
You wouldn't. I no.
Okay, well
That's like a huge risk, because I think I would not go for medicine. You know, specifically they said medicine is for the brain hana no now.
Okay.
So but then checking it out, I would try maybe arts or.
But you see, the truth about this thing is that the guy that they told to go into medicine and surgery, he doesn't have anything in his mind. That's
Exactly.
how
And
most
that's the
children
reason they
are.
can really convince him so
Yes,
easily.
most children are like that. Most youths,
Just
most
like my
teenagers,
junior
they
sister.
just go into it. One hand higher,
They will
bam.
go. Since they can do it, they just dive in.
Because they don't really have a dream for themselves. They don't see their.
So you're saying
of
that
them
most people don't
see themselves anywhere. They
in
just
They
anything.
just anywhere that they can fit in.
Yes,
Simple, they
everyone
just go
are
there.
But that's not the best thing, if you ask me.
Of course.
You see, that's why I'm saying that parental guidance is very necessary, because maybe it's the guy's parents that told him that he should check out medicine and surgery because he's smart.
So
You
does
understand?
he enjoy medicine?
He's good with it.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. So let's look at it from this scope. What if the Lord in heaven is like, God, my son needs to go to. I mean, he's doing quite alright, because the thing here is, no matter whatever it is you place your mind to do,
you will do it.
You know you can do it.
Yes.
In fact, God made all of us to be geniuses. So we can actually do anything we want to do. But there is actually a particular place for our calling.
Yes.
So we can do everything notwithstanding, but there is a particular thing we should energize, put
Focus,
in.
channel your energy.
Exactly. Do you understand? So I think this is where I will ask another question, because I saw a video online and the woman said, I think it's a woman, yes, she said something like, it's the job of the work of the parents to build the hobbies of their children. So because your hobbies will finally lead to what you will become in future. So maybe you like painting.
So, okay, you were saying starting early to enforce it on them?
That's what I was actually thinking, because
enforce is a very
if,
hard
if,
word.
if you like force,
you're building it into them.
Like then I think I saw another video of a man that said I would actually train them to become, because when they go out there I'll not be there with them, blah 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 blah. So I would tell them, like, you need to see the energy this man, and I was even scared. If I was that man said, I don't even know what I would do, but we thank God. So I just feel like there is a range of choices to make. There are the bad ones, there are the good ones. So but our parents are there to inform us, to educate us, like that's their job over there. So but then let's talk about the disadvantages. Are there disadvantages when parents do this thing for us? Because we already said it's okay for them to guide us. But are there disadvantages to this, or is it okay?
There is no disadvantage in guiding.
Oh, in guiding.
Yes.
Exactly.
I don't think there is a disadvantage at all, because your parents will not like lead you into your death.
That's what you'd say.
That's what
exactly. But it's not what it is.
Exactly.
They can lead you into exactly, and without even knowing it. You know, Haganeche na iyane mebo kowe diriginama, as they would always say.
Yes. So this reminds me of a video. I saw a video of a man. I think the video went viral. He said he started riding a bike at so age. But when he gave birth, he told all his sons, none of you should touch this bike. Imagine that's what he did, right? But then when his children came of age, he told them not to take the bike. But one of them decided to be a stubborn he-goat, and he went ahead to learn the bike, and he said presently that is the only son that actually, you know, drives him to wherever he wants to go. So he made a point that actually struck me. He said sometimes it is important to miss road to find road. What do you have to say about that? Because people just said there is no disadvantage, okay, in guiding though, but do you think it's okay to miss road to find road?
Most of the times people would say it's God's, you know, God intervening or something. But then I think it's time wasting.
Time wasting.
Yes. Exactly. But it's better to know all of that from the start.
But it's not possible to know everything from the start.
Nobody knows.
Like she said, you cannot really know what you like doing if you have not tried it out.
Let's just say missing road to an extent.
Okay.
Because if you miss road so far, it might be very hard for you to come back.
To bounce back again.
Exactly. Or even if you bounce back, you'll bounce late.
But what I'm also saying is that this missing road thing, as she said, God's intervention. But most times, let's use Joseph in the Bible. If after Joseph's dream and his brothers sold him to the Egyptians, he could have given up on that dream. But because it was just part of God's part of the plan, because God knows the end from the beginning. So sometimes people just go into things they don't plan for. But because it's part of God's plan, in every mistake, God always finds a way to bring back order.
Joseph did not
to call you back.
But even if now you be Joseph, they kidnap you see
I think I concur with her when she said it's just God's intervention, because some people, I've heard a story of a woman who said she started off studying science. From science, she went into banking and finance. From there, in fact, she did a lot of things. But today, she's actually a proud, what she said, I can't remember. But her story was actually inspiring. And I think it's okay to try a few things, even when you are doing one thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
so we'll be wrapping it up here. Okay. But before we do so, I would like to have your advice on this topic. What do you want to tell the teenagers out there concerning the topic of choosing a career path? We'll start with you.
My fellow teenagers, well, I'm going to just drop a word. You do nothing without God. I'll just say it because he knows the beginning from the end, like she said. So working with him from the onset is something you shouldn't think twice doing, because just like your parents can save you from a whole lot of troubles, he as well can save you from a whole lot of mistakes and setbacks and everything. So stick with him. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. And Chinaza, let's hear from you.
Okay, my final note. I believe you should never do life alone. You have your parents, you have your guardians, you have a whole lot of people around you. Don't just go ahead to make that decision on your own, because you have the guidance you need. A lot of people grew up alone and they didn't have the privilege you and I have today, the privilege of good parents that will support them and lead them to the right path. So you know what you really dream of becoming, you know the problems you want to solve. Try to listen to your parents' guidance, allow them to guide you, and your life is going to be better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chinaza. Alright, finally from you.
Okay, I think that we should also, just like she said, we should also listen to our parents, which is also good. But also you should know what you have passion for and go for it. And as you're going for it, give it your all. That's what I have to say.
All right, thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate the flow of thoughts, the way we rubbed minds together. Yeah, we're juggling the whole thing up and down here and there. Really fun. Yes, actually. It was actually amazing. I had a good time with you, and I appreciate your presence here in the show. So finally, from Auntie Oni, I think, like they said, like we have all said, in fact, sometimes I believe that whatever you're hearing today is not the first time you're hearing it, right? But you should know that in choosing a career path, it's not something you should do alone. But you have the job, you have the work of finding out what you have passion for. Finding out that one thing that you can do even without getting paid. That is where passion erupts from. That is where you can do something and you don't focus on the money. I was reading a financial book on, I think by Robert, and he said it's not all about the money. I mean, what's the value you're providing? What's the value you're giving? To get money, you have to give out a value in return for something. It might not even be money per se, but you have to give out value. So that is your job. And for your parents, they're just there as people who will guide you in the journey. So if you're yet to make up your mind, because we have a lot of teenagers who are out there who want to be 1 million things all at the same time, this is the stage where you have to curtail all that. But at this point, I believe you might have learned 1 or 2 things from today's discussion. Until next time, I am Auntie Oni. Stay tuned.
Health, they say, is wealth. Coming up next is the health tips with Chinaza.
Hi and welcome to another edition of the health tips segment. So today we're going to be discussing a health issue that is very common and mostly ignored. We'll be talking about cough. So cough is the body's way of clearing the airway of irritants like germs, dust, smoke, and other infections. When one has cough, the person experiences a itchy or scratchy throat. The person also experiences tiredness, frequent coughing, and in severe cases, difficulty in breathing. Cough can come in 2 forms, either dry or wet cough. So, having said that, I would like to establish something. Cough on its own is not an illness. Rather, cough is a sign of an underlying illness. It is the body's way of saying that something is happening in the body. People don't usually die of cough, but they can become seriously ill from the disease causing the cough. That is why when you have cough, you try not to take it lightly. So, What are the causes of cough? Cough can be caused by cold or flu, smoke, dust, and other infections like viral and bacterial infections. And finally, cough can be caused by being in a polluted or poorly ventilated environment. So, cough is really common and is mostly ignored. So anytime you have cough, make sure you don't take it lightly, because cough can affect the body, and persistent cough can cause headaches, sore throats, tiredness, weakness of the body, and in severe cases it can also cause sleeping disturbance and difficulty in breathing. So what must we do to prevent cough? Firstly, we must try as much as possible to wash our hands regularly. We should stay away from sick people, stay away from smoke, dust, and polluted environments. And finally, we should take warm fluids and try to keep ourselves clean. And we should also try to rest properly. So, let's say you're at home and you catch cough. What must you do? So I'll be sharing some home remedies for cough. Firstly, you can take honey. Honey soothes the throat and relieves you from cough. Secondly, you can take warm water, ginger tea or herbal tea. This helps to loosen the mucus and relieve you from cough. Thirdly, you can gargle salt water. You add salt into a cup of water and you tilt your head up and make a gargle sound with the water in your mouth. Fourthly, you can inhale steam. Inhaling steam helps you to relieve yourself of cough and make you feel better. And finally, rest properly. Our body needs rest to be able to recover better. So, if however your cough lasts for 2 to 3 weeks and comes with blood, fever, or tiredness or difficulty in breathing, please seek medical attention immediately, because your health is your wealth. So, cough is a signal from the body. Do well to listen attentively in order to prevent serious illness later. Thank you for listening and stay healthy. I am Naza with the health tips. Bye.
That cough, do not take it lightly. Treat your cough, because it could be a sign in your system. Thank you so much, Chinaza, for that wonderful health tips. Going on to the next is our Odogu and Achalugo segment. We don't know what they are cooking, but let's find out.
Hey, Adako. You somebody came to my house. Please don't be offended. I'm looking for my Achalugo. Azao, I don't understand. Which is looking for Achalugo as in Abu kidnapping? I don't understand. Like, calm down. Am I Achalugo's keeper? Wait, you have lights. I don't like lights. No wonder she calls you Diego. Why won't you have lights? Why won't you even have 4 months pay on NEPA bills? Call him. Get out. Any small you have started. The other day you were Odogu come. Now you are calling me Porte. Odogu, please come and sit down. Come and sit down. Please don't let her fire you. Come and sit down. Come on, Odogu, come now. Come and sit down. You don't even need to ask me to sit. Sit down, You see, the fan, the air, I can't. Odogu. Jesus. Please, Odogu, what can I offer you? What do you want to do? Imana, ona de me emoji. Because before I say mo akokwana mo emoji. Do you have Amarula wine? This creamy. Which is Amarula again? Hi. You don't know what is Amarula. Are you not pregnant? But calm down now. I'll do relax. Oh, no, I'll get you water. Doctor said I should stop drinking water. Yeah, but water is good for your health now. Water is Amarula that is good for my health.
What's happening here?
Now here problem there. Atalugo, wait. Atalugo, come. Atalugo.
What's happening here?
Nothing. What did you say anything happening?
Atalugo.
Just for
No, did you say anything happening? Did you say anything happening?
I thought
you left him and he has come to receive fresh air. So why are you
stop touching me now?
Hey!
Atalugo, wait. Atalugo.
Are you begging her? Allow her. Stop begging her. Are you begging her? Is she not the one calling you person?
But you cannot give her
a look at a grown man. I don't even notice that Marola. Why would you look at a grown man?
It has nothing to do.
Atalugo, calm down.
You my friend.
Wait.
Who is your friend? Who is your friend? Do you know who is your friend? I don't understand. No. Is it because I'm becoming white for you? Yes. Wait, please. I don't understand. Please go. Because I'm becoming white for you. Please come.
Finally, Odogu seems to have found the person who will value him. Are you seeing the spice in this story? I am actually so interested to know what will happen finally on the last day. But if you want to know more about this Odogu and Atalugo segment, then you're not supposed to miss any edition of Teens Fun Hub. At this point, we will call it a wrap on this edition of Teens Fun Hub. Until we come your way next time, I remain Auntie Oni. Remember, you can follow us on our social media handles on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, all at Aneke TV. This is Teens Fun Hub, a place to be. Till next time, bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist. Insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result: reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles. Communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment, initiatives like N-Power, combined with university private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance, strong transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach.
Ekene gị bụ onye ọma na-esonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị na Aneke TV. Anyị abatakwa ka anyị karịa dịka ụmụ nwanyị anyị bụ, dịka ndị nne, dịka ụmụada, ndị na-ekwuchite ọnụ, ndị na-enwero ndị na-ekwuru ha. Maka asị na abịa n'obodo mgbe o mebibe kpọọ ụmụada, ha ga-agwa gị ya ka o si wee dị mma. Na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị nke izu a, ihe anyị na-eji neba anya bụ ọ bụrụ onye oyibo, I say I don't know how to put it correct. Agwakwa m ha na m agaghị school, mana ndị na-ebe a bụ ndị gachacha ụlọ akwụkwọ gụọ onye ọfụma, mana m nwaga nke abalị. Mana nke abalị mana ihe anyị na-eji n'anya tata bụ onwe ebe anyị gara asị na a na-edeba afa, ya deba afa, e-registration, ama m ndị na-edeba afa. Mana ihe m fụrụ ebe ahụ bụ amanya mmiri. Ụmụ nwanyị juru ebe niile, eti ka anyị si eti, ojebego, onye nke anyị. Ịgụọ ụmụ nwanyị n'ebe ahụ, ha bara ụba, ụmụ nwoke dị mkpụrụ one na one. Mana mgbe o lụzi n'inye ha oche ha ga-anọ ebe dị iche iche, na kanselọ, na House of Assembly, na Senate, na House of Rep, echeta na ụmụ nwanyị ekwesịghị ịga. Onye aka iji wee sị ka anyị nekene anyị ihe kpatara mgbe ụmụ nwanyị kwesịziri ije ewebe anyị n'azụ. Ọ gịnị kpatara ya? Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị, maka ama m na mgbe nkata ga-agacha anyị ga-ama ebe mmiri si wee baa n'opi ụgbọgịrị. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele. Ndị mụ na ha nọ na nke izu a dịka nsi wee kwuo bụ ndị jere akwụkwọ n'efife ya na n'ụtụtụ, maka ndị otu anyị je n'abalị. Ndị a wee bụrụ site n'aka ekpe m Honorable Princess Obiajulu Ugwu. Honorable Princess Obiajulu Ugwu nya bụ ihe na-anọchite ndị Enugu South Rural. Mma nkwụ maka ihe ọ na-eme kịta, emechaa anyị ga-ekwubie maka ọtụtụ mgbe ka a na-abụ ọ dịka enye nwaanyị, ụmụ nwaanyị a na-anụrụ ụmụ nwaanyị ibe ha ọgụ. Ofu onye jụ mụ ajụjụ oge gara aga sị m biko na ya na-anụ maka Princess, na onwe ndị ọ na-akwụrụ ụgwọ akwụkwọ, nwee ndị ọ na-emelụ nka, nwee ndị ọ na-emelụ nka. O nwere ihe ọzọ ọ na-eme na-abanye na akpabụ ego. Mgbe o mechara Princess ga-agwa anyị. Ya bụkwa Deputy Chief Whip n'Enugu State House of Assembly. wee na-asị gị nnọọ na nke izu a Princess Obiajulu Ukwu daalụ maka isonyere anyị.
Daalụkwa maka ịkpọbata m ebe a taa.
Onye ọzọ anyị na ya so wee bụrụ I put it to you Barrister Nnenna Anozie, Her Excellency. Ọ ihe ọ bụ. Ọ nọ na aula, ọ nọ na MBA, ọ nọ n'ihe niile na-ekwuru ụmụ nwaanyị ọnụ ha. Ụmụ onye ị ga-eje n'ụlọ ọgụ mana emechaa anyị ekwuo maka nke ahụ. Barrister Nnenna anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na nke izu a.
Onyeisi oche ekene m gị, daalụ.
M ga-ebido ebe ị nọ dịka nsogbu ekwuo ihe anyị na-eji ineba anya bụ a na-asị kịta pụta debanye afa pụta debanye afa ama m ihe a kpọrọ ya gwa gị na m jee skuul n'abalị e-registration mgbe elu ụmụ nwaanyị wee ju olu mgbe a na-edebanye afọ ụmụ nwaanyị eju mgbe a ga na-eme kampen ụmụ nwaanyị eju mana mgbe o luzi n'iwepụta ha jee kanselọ jee nọchite ogbe ha ma House of Assembly asị na anyị eru ha biko kedu ebe nsogbu anyị si?
Onyeisi oche ekene m gị, ọnọrọbụ ekenekwa m gị. Ọ dị mma nnọọ na unu mere ọfụma wee kpọta anyị ka itinye ọnụ n'okwu a, kpọtakwanụ nwanne anyị nwaanyị nke nọzi anọ na ya bụ ọchịchị ka a na-ebele anya n'ihe na-eme. Mụnwa na onwe m bụkwanụ ndị na-eme ya bụ e-registration. O nwere pati maka na arụ anụ nwaanyị nọ n'arịa bụzi nkwado anyị na-akwado maka ọchịchị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị a ga-adọ n'arọ na-abịa. Ọtụtụ ndị ọda patis ebidogokwa nke ha na-akwadokwe ka ha ga-esi wee chebiri ya. Ihe ikwu na ifuru ụmụ nwaanyị ka ha juru ebe niile abụrụ okwu asị maka na ịbịa mana ụlọ ụka ụmụ nwaanyị juru mana obodo niile ụmụ nwaanyị akụrụ anụ ọgbakọ si bịa ife ụmụ nwaanyị anyị ejupụta mana oluzie mgbe anwa asị ka enye anyị ọchịchị ka ewepụta ndị ga-achị ọkachakwa n'obodo maka oke obodo a ka anyị na-eleba n'anya tata ifu na a na-achọzi ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ha nọ. Ọ bụrụ gịnị? Ọ bụrụ ka anyị si fuo onwe anyị na dis obodo anyị maka na ihe nji ekwu na ọ dị n'obodo anyị a ka ọ kacha wee dị maka na ụmụ ọtụtụ obodo ndị ọzọ ga-eji fụ na ụmụ nwaanyị ebebego ihe anyị sobego oge obodo ụbọchịzi ụmụ nwaanyị na-achị dị obodo niile mana obodo anyị ka na-ekwudo okwu ikpuru kanselọ bụkwa nke ikpeazụ na ọchịchị dị. Ekwesịrị isi ụmụ ha ga na-agụta sị na ụmụ nwaanyị ka nkụ na ọhawa na-achị maka na ọhawa nọ na ihe a na-akpọ grassroots. Biko ihe ọ dị nnọọ ka ịbịa na famili si na nwaanyị anọrọ ịma na ihe niile anyị asachago si ekwesịrị ebido nnọọ na kanselọ ụmụ nwaanyị eju ebe niile ewebugote ya na chairmanship ndị bụzi chairman na local gọọmenti ụmụ nwaanyị eju ebe niile abịakwa na steeti otu a onye bụ n'obodo agaba mana afụtaghị otu a. Ndị be anyị ka na-ekwenye na ọchịchị ka mma n'aka ụmụ nwoke. Ọ na-adịdị ha ka ụmụ nwaanyị etozuru inwe ọchịchị ma ọ bụrụ na a ga-enye ha ọ bụrụ ndị obere ndị na-enwechara ihe nwelu isi ha ga-eme nwunye ya mana ebe ahụ a na-ekwu ihe ga-eme n'obodo ka ihe ga-esi dị mma ka kee polisi nke a ka elọ nke a na-achọ mkpụrụ ụmụ nwaanyị ụmụ nwaanyị one na one maka esi ewepụta ndọrọ ndọrọ a ị ga ha afụ mgbe a ga-ebido debanyewa afa ndị ga-ewepụta ego a ga-akpa afa ndị pati ga-ewepụta ị na-ajụzi onwe gị ka nwaanyị nwere udiri ụmụ nwaanyị one uduru ego mana ọ bụkwa ofu onye ga-asị masị ụmụ nwaanyị enwene mana ifu na opportunity a na-ewepụtacha bụkwara ụmụ nwoke ga na-eju because opportunity a bụ ebe ọ ga-anọ wee na-enweta n'ego ga-eji wee pụtakwa ya bụ ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị. So ọ bụrụ ya anyị gaa na-atinye n'ihe eji adọ ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị agwa gị ya ifu na gị bụ nwaanyị ama mmezu ya andụ ka m si wee kwu na mbụ ọtụtụ ụmụ nwoke ma ndị ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị ekwenyere dị na ụmụ nwaanyị erugo ịchị nwa nwoke ifu gị ọ na-emetụta anyị n'ihe niile ma ọtụtụ ụlọ ụka ma ọtụtụ ebe a na-ekpe ekpere ihe ofufe ifu na ha ekwetebe so o bidogodo na nkweta anyị o bidoro na ihe na-enye anyị nsogbu nkweta anyị then kedu ka obodo society kedu ihe ha kwenyere ekwetego na nwaanyị nwee ike ịchị then ndị pati nwa na-ewepụta ndị akịta na-emecha na ha na-erejista ndị mmadụ ụmụ nwaanyị eju ebe niile ihe ha believe bụ na ụmụ nwaanyị a ka anyị jiri ha wee nweta ihe anyị na-achọ mgbe elu na nwaanyị a na ụfọdụ asị gị o nwere gọvanọ na-achị mgbe anwa bịakwute asa biko ka anyị chọrọ ka iwepụta nwaanyị ka ọ bịa solu gị bụrụ onye nke ịbụa gị ọ sị na ụmụ nwaanyị mekịta ha n'ọdị ndị nụrụ di ya mụọ nwa ndị mụrụ nwa eje ọmụgwọ a na-ewere ihe na-enwere isi wee na-agụpụ anyị na anyị ga-anụ di na anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị na anyị jee na-edebe ụlọ na ịmụrụ ụmụ ihe a niile abụrụ ị nwere ego ị ga-eji wee na-eke So a lot of things, even my culture, I think it can be for why in a chimoke. Yeah, Nina, Burihe na Bohem Waka, when ya ni puta. Mana nke kacha njọ na nke ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị a because ama mmụọ nwere ebe cultures is ga-abịa na bụrụ gọvanọ ma ọ ga-abịa na bụrụ kanselọ kama nọ sistem anyị furu onwe anyị ya na ya nwaanyị bụ financial secretary women leader na ihe ndị ọzọ ebe so maka na
financial secretary bụ ka onye ga-edi ya
onye ga-ejide dị ego so ihe a bụ amarọ m ka aba nkọcha bebi mgbe nwanne anyị tinyere ọnụ ihe a ga-ekwukarị
princess amanụ m na onwe okwu ị ga-agbakwunye nna ya ịbanyego anyị afụgo ọtụtụ ọrụ anọghị m n'Enugu South mana ofu onye kwuo ya na-ajụ kedu ebe o si eweta ego o ji alụ ọrụ a ọnya bụ na nwaanyị ga-eme nwunye mana ime anya na ihe na-eme ọ dịghị ka anyị agbagotego ụmụ nwaanyị ọ dịghị ka anyị akwadotego ijide ọchịchị
nke onye isi oche ka nkenekwa gị ọzọ kene ha excellency ịma na mgbe ị kpọrọ ya ha excellency si na ọ na-eme ọtụtụ ihe anyị ji akpọ ya ha excellency bụ na ọnya bụ ofu nwaanyị zọrọ ọkwa gọvanọ na 2019 under Fresh Party so ọnya ka ebe ha excellency si bido so ọ dị ekwu ihe ọ dị eme nke a bido n'ịsa ajụjụ ịjụ ma ụmụ nwaanyị akwadogo neneni ya n'ụlọ malụ ma ọkwado gbagba olu ihe eji nwaanyị eme ma olu ihe eji mmadụ eme n'ọchịchị ịna-anya na ọchịchị na administration anyị nke taa nke barrister Dr. Peter Ndubuisemba bụ onye isi ya na-anya na ndị niile o nyelu nke a na-akpọ appointive positions bụ ụmụ nwanyị ịna-anya efu ị na-anụ transport ị na-anụ na Enugu ị na-anụ na ọ nwaanyị nọcha na ọkwa na-eme ka ebe ndị a na-aga inwe ikike inwe ike gwa m mkpọtalụ ụfọdụ ụmụ nwanyị na-eme ọfụma na gọọmenti a enwere mmadụ dịka Ngozi Edi Commissioner for Gender ọ nwanyị ka ọ bụ ime anyị ifu na violence against women bụ GBV reduce to the barest minimum ọ bụrụ na ọ dịrọ ọ ka dị mana ọ na-agbasi mbọ ike ịfụ na ekpochapụrụ ihe ọbụla bụ mmegide nye ma nwaanyị ma nwoke ya bụ gender abịa n'ebe a na-akpọ smart green schools nọ n'Enugu ị na-arụ n'ụwa smart school na-eme ọfụma smart school nke a na-eme ọfụma nwaanyị bụ ihe bụ SPA smart school ya Dr. Chinyere onye isi ị bịa na transport system Enugu alụọ bus terminal eme nke a eme nke ọzọ nwaanyị bụ ihe bụkwa SSA transport ifi ugo na ifu na ebe niile ụmụ nwaanyị nọ sektọ niile ụmụ nwaanyị agbalụ mbọ tinye ụmụ nwaanyị ihe dị iche dị ya gịnwa ka m ga-ajụzi ọ dịghị ka ụmụ nwaanyị adị nkwadobe iji ọchịchị
ihe nji wee jụọ ma ụmụ nwaanyị ọ dị nkwadobe iji ọchịchị bụ itinyesighị aka n'ebe dị iche iche mana ebe anyị na-ene anya bụ ebe a ha ga-ekwupụtazi ụfọdụ ihe na ndị kanselọs ụmụ nwaanyị abịa kịta anụnwa na lokal gọọmenti ama m na ndị kanselọ na-elu ihe dị ka 6 ma 7 ma 10 mana ị na-anya na lokal gọọmenti niile dị n'Enugu ịgụ ụmụ nwaanyị niile dị na ama m na ha erukwere iri ị bịa na House of Assembly ndị House of Assembly anyị dị ka ha dị 24 ụmụ nwaanyị ole na ebe ahụ ebe ụmụ nwaanyị ga-ekwu okwu mee ihe a na-afụ anya ịma mfụ ụmụ nwaanyị onwe ihe o mere na nwaanyị bụ ka na deputy gọvanọ rụọ ọrụ ọfụma kemgbe e kere Enugu sọsọ ofu ugbo ka nwaanyị bugo deputy gọvanọ onwe ihe o mere na enye nwaanyị deputy
ihe o ji dị mma na ibido n'oge wee na-ekwu okwu a dịka mụ na ha excellency bido na-akpa mgbe anyị na-akparịta ụka tupu anyị ebido ihe mmemme a anyị na-eme ihe o ji dị mkpa bụ na anyị ka bido n'oge ndị Igbo na-asị na ebido n'oge chụwa ewu dị ojii anyị ebidogo n'oge ihe a na-akpọ advocacy ọ ga-adị mma na ụmụ nwaanyị a niile pụta anụ na-eme e-registration APC anyị na ha tinye aka ọnụ ofu onye jụrụ m kedu mkpa ọ dị na ya rejista wee bụrụ onye pati nsị na mkpa ọ dị bụ na irejista ha as onye pati iwe nwee ike wee kwuo onye a ga-enye tiketi na praịmarị na onye a ga-eje maọbụ na onye ama nje mana ọ bụ na irejistara ị ga-anọ n'ilo na-aba mba ị ga-atụkwa vootu mbosi vote maka na ịdị registered as an INEC na INEC as a voter registered voter mana ndị ga usoro eji arọpụta ndị ga-aga ịzọ ọchịchị anwa ịma nwe nkwuwa okwu ebe anwa so ọ dị mkpa na onye ọbụla gbanye tinye aka debanye n'ọchịchị abịa na ihe na-ajụ m maka ụmụ nwaanyị ihe mee na ụmụ nwaanyị ha na-abịakwa ịbịa ụmụ nwaanyị ga-emenwu ya anyị ga-emenwu ya ọfụma mana ọ dị mkpa ọkacha kịta anyị nwere onye na-ege anyị ntị ọtụtụ oge na-asị ndị mmadụ na ihe nji wee jee n'APC ihe nji kweta banye APC bụ na 2022 anyị nwere 5 bills ụmụ nwaanyị weta na National Assembly ekwuodị maka ya na-edi anya etufuo ya efefuo ya ọ bụrụ Tinubu bụ onye isi ala mgbe ahụ mana Tinubu a bụ onye isi ala ọ bụgokwanụ gọvanọ steeti o wee kwado nwunye ya wee bụọ esinetọ onye omeiwu nke kachacha elu na Naịjirịa ọ kwụsara ebe anwa ebidokwa ọzọ kịta o nwee ihe a na-akpọ reserve seat for women's bill anyị na-ekwu okwu ya kemgbe ebido constitution review Tinubu ịba na Tinubu chọọ ka nwunye hala etinye n'ọnụ na ihe reserve seat bill nwunye ya ma etinye mana ọ na-akwado ya a na-alọbi a na-advocate ka o wee bụrụ na emeela ụmụ nwaanyị oche pụrụ iche maka na ụmụ nwoke na-asị unu na-asị nye anyị 35% nye anyị kwota onye ga-apụrụ gị n'oche ndị nke ụmụ nwoke mụ na ha nọ na house ọ na-eme anyị nsị ha na ọnụ next dispensation na anyị ga-enwekwa 8 that is to represent 35 ha sị princess ọmụ ka ị ga-achụpụ n'oche anyị eweli amụ mana nke bụ eziokwu bụ na kịta bụ oge anyị ka bido n'oge chụwa ewu adị ojii maka na anyị nwee gọvanọ na-ege ntị nwee prezident na-ege ntị ihe ụmụ nwaanyị nwee prezident na-ege ihe ụmụ nwaanyị na-amasị na-emetụta gọvanọ anyị na-ekwu ebe ọbụla nje ihe o ji dịka ma eweli isi m tinye n'ebe Peter Ndubisi Mba nọ bụ na mgbe anyị bidochara administration na mgbe omebe kabinet ya ka anyị nwere interaction nwesị onye isi nekwa na ịbụkwa gọvanọ nekwa na onye ọzọ bụkwa deputy kekwa na otu anyị ga-esi wee nwee ụmụ nwaanyị nekwa na anyị dị ịbụọ na House of Assembly kedu ka a ga-esi gọvanọ anyị wee sị na appointment ya ga-emeke sure na anyị nwere ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị and o melia anyị nwee up to 50 nke mma mgbe m kaụntụ mgbe m gụrụ ọnụọgụgụ aka na-ekwu ka a na-ekwu ebute reserve seat bill public hearing Governor Peter Ndubisi Mba bụ the first governor endorsed that bill ka enwee ụmụ nwaanyị nwee oche ya ọ bụrụ na ụmụ nwaanyị ga-achịkọnata onwe ha ọnụ jekwuwe ndị isi anyị mewe ihe a na-akpọ advocacy mewe ihe a na-eme a na-akpọ lobbying n'oge o nwere ike anyị enwee ike wee kwụọ onye ukwu ha
maka na ọ dị m ka nsogbu anyị ọ dị ebe ụmụ nwaanyị nọ ma ọ bụkwa ma nsogbu anyị ọ dị ebe ụmụ nwaanyị nọ nsogbu anyị dị ebe ụmụ nwaanyị nọ ọ bụrụ na ị na-ene anyị ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ kedu ka ụmụ nwaanyị ga-esi wee bata tinye ọnụ n'okwu o wee na-aga ọfụma maka na ebe ọbụla nwaanyị nọ ihe dị iche na-adị dịka princess si wee kwuo nene anya ebe niile ụmụ nwaanyị na-alụ ọrụ ifu na ọ na-agazi ọfụma ya bụ na echiche m bụ na ọ bụkwa na-enye ụmụ nwaanyị ohere ọ bụ na ha dị bụọ na House of Assembly mee ka ha luo 6 mee ka ha luo 10 ọ bụ na ha dị bụọ na kọmishọna mee ka ha luo 15 ifu na obodo ga-agbanwe prezidenti anyị na-alụ ọrụ gọvanọ anyị na-alụ ọrụ ụmụ nwaanyị a na-alụkwa nke ha ụmụ nwaanyị a na-akwado ibe ha ọ gịnị kpatasị nwaanyị na nwaanyị na-aga ifu nwaanyị ga-anọ n'akụkụ si mgba m nka nwaanyị ga-alụ ọ gịnị kpata ụmụ nwaanyị eji họcha ọkụ ụmụ nwaanyị pụta nyere aka wee ọnụ
ọtụtụ oge ịma na ụmụ nwaanyị na-ekwukwanụ bụ ụmụ nwaanyị nọ na di ọtụtụ ha nọ na di ọtụtụ ha bụ ụmụ ndị mmadụ ya na our I don't know how to say this in Igbo. Okay, so our society makes it look like every nwatakịrị nwaanyị ọbụla maọbụ nne nwaanyị ọbụla onye ọbụla bụ nwaanyị nọ n'okpuru nwoke ịma nkwu ma nwoke ekwube ọ bụgodị na ịchọ inwe all the wisdom, they don't want you to say it because na ịbụ nwaanyị. Nke a bụ ofu. Nke ịbụọ, ha na-eyi ụmụ nwaanyị egwu n'ịpụta n'ihe politics, n'ịpụta n'ihe ọchịchị. Ha sị gị mba gakwa n'ebe ahụ, a ga-emekwa nke, a ga-emekwa nke ọzọ. Nke ịtọ abụrụ, ọtụtụ oge ụmụ nwoke na-eji ajọ okwu wee gwa ndị nke ha nwee n'ụlọ banyere nwaanyị nke pụtara apụta. Ha sị gị, oh, ije gị ije so, ịchọ ije soli anụ ka ije soli amewe ihe ọ na-eme di ya ụda anụzi ya nwezi, you know, they tell you things that will make you ihe ga-eme gị isi ọ bụkwa etu aka politics nwadị ka ị ka na-eme ya ka ị ka na-ekwu nke ha na ka ị na-ebidozi na-afụzi. For instance, ịfụwazie nwa bụ princess asa ajọ mmadụ na mesolugo ndị politics nya echi ọ dịzie izi apụtasị gị ngwa ka ewepụ princess tinye Okafọ isi eziokwu nwaanyị akwado ozugbo oje CWO sị yes wepụnụ nwaanyị, ọ bụrụ ihe poison ihe agwara ya n'ụlọ ma di ya ma ụmụ nwoke gba ya round ihe ha gwa ya o mee ya ọ dị ka nwaanyị ibia etoruro. Anyị kwesịrị ịnanya sị ụmụ nwaanyị o ma ọ na-emete o ma ọ daghị emete ndị nke anyị fọrọ afọ anyị ga na-akwagide ha nọrụgodi n'ebe a nọchite oche anya ahụ maka na ihe na-atụ m ụjọ mgbe ụfọdụ bụ na o nwere ike ịka na-eme ka ị na-eme ewepụ nwaanyị ahụ eweta nwoke tie chi ọzọ. Nọmba anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị aka na-ajụ.
Daalụrị nne. Gị bụ onye ọma na-esonyela anyị, ama m na ọ na-adaba dịka anyị si kwue maka na anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị anyị agbachigo nkịtị karịa ka anyị kwesịrị ịgbachi nkịtị. Oge erugo mgbe anyị ga-eti mkpu, anyị ebidogokwe ntịbịa anya bụ mkpu ka anyị gbatị ụkwụ, ọ bụ na anyị nachite azụ anyị na-aga n'ihu.
A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba, ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụ ike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
Ekene gị dịka ị ka na-esonyela anyị agbatigo ụkwụ tinye mmiri n'akpịrị wee nachite azụ na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV. Ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ kedu otu anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ga-esi wee bata ọfụma na ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị. Ịnụgo na ka esi ekwu ya, anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị kwesịrị ịpụta. Egekwana ntị ha na-ekwu, hey, ịchọghị ịpụta ịchọ ịba politiks tụfie akwa, ọ bụ ọkwa ụmụ nwaanyị niile na-aba na-akọtọ asị ọ ihe eji aghọrị anyị, mechie anyị anya ka anyị ghara ịma ya, mana kịta anyị amagoro ihe ọfụma. Na-abịa ebe ị nọ barista Nnenna anọzie dịka princess si wee kwuo ọtụtụ ihe ka anyị fugo n'aka. Biko kedu ihe ọ dị ka anyị kwesịrị ime?
A ga-ebido ba ikwu na ụmụ nwaanyị anyị ndị nke banyegoro abanye dịka ọnọrọbụ ha bido mebegodo ihe mesibia ike gudetin na ikwu na onwe onye jos fuge na-asị ga nwaanyị a na-eme ihe a niile ebe ka o si nweta ego maka ego ole ka a na-akwụkwọ nọ ha na-emekwa ihe ndị ahụ. Amagodo m na krismas anụwa ndị saịdị ebe mbi maka ebiko na ma onye isi mbi ya eso mebi m na konstituensi ya ọ sị biko na a ga-enwekwa ndị famili na-enwere ka ọha m bịakwa bịa buru akpa rice bụ ọnọgide gada ụmụaka niile, ụmụ agbọghọ ndị na-achọ ọrụ na ndị si m jekwa mee ha trenin na a ga-eme ndị a trenin ka enwe ike na-enye ha ọrụ edejuba afa ọ bụ ya na-asị a na-echọ ebe 150 edebe afa debe ifuga ọ bụrụ so anyị na-afụ na ha na-eme ihe ndị mmadụ na-afụ na ụmụ nwaanyị ka ndị ọgụnyecha ndị nọ na smart school ndị nọ na transport ndị na-ebe dị iche iche afụ na ndị ahụ ụmụ nwaanyị anọ na-enwe ihe ha na-arụ ọ ga-enyere anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị aka so that anyị na-eje na advocate anyị asị ya ọkwefu na obere nke pozishọn ụmụ nwaanyị nọ na ha ji emepụta ihe otu a ha pere mpe wee nọrọ na haus spika ndị ọzọ nọ ebe ahụ nwaanyị wee binye si ka okwu isi ya ngwa ka anyị nụrụ ihe nwaanyị ga-ekwu maka nwaanyị na-asọpọtụ bil na-ewepụta bil na-ekwu okwu ọ nwere ka ị ga-esi ebe ọ bụla nwaanyị nọ ka ya fee mana olesi ọ na-enyere nwaanyị ahụ ọpọchuniti mana inye ya ọpọchuniti ọ na-eme ihe e kwesịrị ime ha a ga-ama na ọkwa mkpụrụ ibu aka ha dị mana na ihe ha na-eme ifugia so ndị nke enyegoro ya bụ ohere mee na ọfụma ndị nke na-enwetabe ohere bido gbaba mbọ ihe ọzọ bụ ọbụ na ọpọchuniti abịa anyị adịkwa nkwadobe ọ bụrụ akwụkwọ ka ị chọrọ ịnidiri ego ọ bụrụ ọrụ aka ka ị nidiri nweta ka ị wee nwee ike wee nwetagodo ya bụ ego maka nwerọkwa nke a na-adash mgbe anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị na 2019 a na-asị na a na-enye ụmụ nwaanyị free pati m si na ha na-enye akwụ m 100,000 naira ka wee nweta tiketi ifuge si ebe a jee Lagos awa onye isi mgbe ahụ Reverend Chris Okotie asị onye ọbụla ifu na ị ga-espend ego enwere onye ga-abịa wale anya gị ọsọgodo pati gị si na a na-enye free si enye na gị free maka na ọ bụ na enye gị free tiketi azụ nwaanyị onye nke kwụziri ụgwọ wee mee iwe sị ya jee pụọ gị n'akụkụ so ị ga-agba ụmụ nwaanyị ga-ebido gbaba mbọ tinyebe aka otu ọnụ si na ya gwara onye na-acha ajụ ya kedu ihe ọ ga-abụ nya rejista uru gị bụ na ibugoro pati memba ịbụzi stakeholder so a na-ekwu okwu si ndị pati apụta maka ihe niile na-ebido bụ ibugodo memba inwe interest a sị na enwere opportunity na a na-azọ escos isoro na ndị nwere ike ịpụta na ya chọọ ịbụ onye isi enwere pati n'Enugu a ADC nwaanyị bụ onye isi ya n'Enugu steeti ọ nwaanyị ka ọ bụ ị na-agwa m na enwere ọzọ ụmụ nwoke niile na-achọcha ka ha bụrụ ya mana ị ga-eprove godo onwe gị so dị nkwadobe mebe ọfụma gbaba mbọ nwetebe ego nwee ihe ị na-arụ na-emepụta ihe n'obodo na-eje imego na-apụta maka ịma nọ n'imebe ga-amalụ gị akpọ ụdịrị okwu akpọrọ asị na achọ nwaanyị ga-abịa kwuo ofu okwu pụta kwuo ifu na o tere aka gwalụ ọnọrọbụ na ọ ga-eme ha ọ sịrị ewo bizi nke nwa ọgbalụ bịaba hapụchi ihe niile maka na ọ chọrọ ka ekwugide ihe a kwuruo ya o so na ndị bụ ihe bil a n'isi ka a ga-esi mee ka ụmụ nwaanyị maka ije n'obodo ndị mba dị iche iche dịka Rwanda na ndị ọzọ ha nwecha dị special seat bill mezi eji nwee ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-achị and ichiche n'obodo a na-agwa gị maka ya obodo a na-eme ọfụma and all na this law making ihe na ka anyị chọrọ ka e nwee more women maka onye wepụtara ọchịchị bie ọkwa mbọsị aka na-ekiri steeti gọvanọ si na afịa amanzụ for 1 week maka pawa iji na-enwe ọchịchị na afịa amanzụ for 1 week ọ dị otu a emechie ya so ebe anyị chọkwala onwe ya na-akpọ appointment or this thing of tokenism ọ dị mma mana anyị achọchara ya because anyị chọrọ ebe nke ọ gaba anyị nọrọ anyị na-ekwupụta okwu anyị chọrọ elective position as much as we anyị chọkwalụ appointive position so ka enye ohere parties ndị a na-eme ha wetụta na ego nwa obere ebe ọ ga-ekwe ma nwoke ma nwaanyị enye na anyị free nwoke ga-enwetenwu tiketi a nwaanyị ga-enwetenwu ya then citizens so wee na-ezunye ndị a ka ha jezuo oshi princess bịasị gị na ya chọrọ ka ị sọpọtụ isi ego ole ka ị ga-enye m enye makwa na Honorable Emmanuel nyere ya 20,000 gị nwa bịa na-akpọ ya ịkpọrụ mitin o nwere common ọjị ịjụkwara ya mgbe ọ ga-espendicha ego a niile ọ banyezie ihe ọ ga na-achọ bụ ka a ga-esi recover so ma ndị a na-achị unu kwesịrị ịkwado nwaanyị ụmụ nwaanyị bụ unu nweenụ confidence na unu ga-achịnwu pụtanụ n'igwe enwe nwaanyị pụta ọ bụrụ na ọ dịrọ mma ya na di ya na-ese okwu nwere nke a ọnwa because ụmụ nwoke ndị na-achị anya bụ ha nwa bụ the best anyị enwego prezidenti ya na-asị na ọ gụchahụ sekọndịrị skuul mana ọ chịrị anyị chịcha anyị enwe nke a na-achị achị asị na onwero certificate onye achịcha na-achị
because they have AIDS and the AIDS
can do anything so enene nwaanyị na ka ya nene echetara m mgba nke ahụ ụfọdụ asị ka ha fụgodo ọ bụrụ na win gọvanọ Enugu steeti nche anyị chịcha ya ọfụma enwe ndị ọgbọ m bụ prezidenti ndị gafe ndị ntọcha ọ bụrụ gịnị ịchọtakwa ndị ọzọ dịkwa ka gị tinye na ndị ka gị mma sef achịrị obodo na-aga
maka na ọ bụrụ
ofu onye na-arụ ya so ihe nzọ na-agụ nwaanyị bụ ọ bụrụ ewepụta nwaanyị onwe ka anyị si jegide ha gọvanọ Mba maka anyị na-ayọkwa ya osi ike nwoke maalụ uru nwoke na nwaanyị ba ifu ihe nwunye ya na-arụgasị interventions ọ nwere nwunye arụ ọrụ nọ na ya biko ekwekwana ka ijekwa walụ nwoke tinyekwala onwe gị na ọchịchị ga
onye aka nchọ ịjụ Princess Obi ajụrụ dịka ndị nọ na House of Assembly ọha maka ọ dịara ikwu ka anyị tibe mkpu ka ụmụ nwaanyị gaa mụọ onwe ihe o mere na-abịa na dịka na steeti ọ bụ sọsọ Enugu nwoke bụrụ gọvanọ nwaanyị abụ deputy kedu nke bụ nwoke bụrụ gọvanọ nwaanyị abụrụ ya ọ bụrụ appointment biko ụnụ nwa bụ ndị n'ebe a na-emebi iwu ọ ihe dị possible.
So ihe a bụ a na-ekwu na the journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step. If you can help me translate it, I'll be happy.
Na ọ bụ na a na-atụ ụkwụ kpọm nwayọọ nwayọọ anyị eruo ebe anyị na-aga ka si otu atapịa anya.
Daalụ nne. So anyị na-ekwu kịta maka reserved seats bill. Ọtụtụ ihe ga-emenwu n'ebe a na-eme iwu. Mana ebe a na-eme iwu, ọ bụrụ na ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị anọ ga-ekwute nwa ọnụ ha, ịma na nwere ihe a ga-eme. Ya na anyị ga-ebidogodi gụọ, anyị egbegodi n'igwe, anyị etukwu ala, anyị wee gbuo igwe wee gaa ije. Ya na anyị nweta ọnọdụ maka ụmụ nwaanyị na-emebi iwu. Enugu South, a na ekenekwa ndị Enugu South maka ha gba mbọ rinne. Anyị nweta 13 wards n'Enugu South, 5 bụ ụmụ nwaanyị na councilorship. Ọ bụrụ na replicate ya na the whole local governments, that will be a lot. Abịa bugoti ya na House of Assembly, enwe ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị, so that na ụlọ mgbe anyị asị ndị kwenu si anyị, enwere ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị ga-asị anyị, maka na otu anụ ebe a kịta na ọ bụrụ sọnsọ olu ha ya abịachi olu, mana enwe ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị na enwe ike wee weluzi iwu wee kwado nke ị na-ekwu maka ya. Mana ka anyị na-eche iwu ahụ, ọ dị mkpa ekwu maka advocacy. Kwuo na gọvanọ bụ gọvanọ na-ege ntị, kwuo na gọvanọ bụ gọvanọ na-ege ntị banyere ihe ụmụ nwaanyị specifically. Ekwuru ya tie aka n'obi kwuo ya maka adama ekwu na mmadụ gwara m na-ekwu nke mfụ n'anya m. Ọ bụkwa na ya advocate ọ ga-enyekwa aka maka na ọtụtụ oge dialogue na-aka enyela aka. Ọ dị mma na anyị ga-emenwu ihe nwoke ga-eme, mana enwe strength nwaanyị nwee nke nwoke nwee. Ọ bụrụ na ọtụtụ n'ime anyị gụrụ akwụkwọ akpọ She Stoops to Conquer, ọ bụrụ na ụmụ nwaanyị ndị Igbo sịkwa na igbu ikpere ka nwee uji ahụ nne ya, anyị jee anyị maka anyị esi ebido wee gwawa ndị nọ n'ọchịchị okwu ha ege anyị ntị wee meela anyị ha anyị na-arịọ.
Daalụ rinne. Barrister Nnenna, ọ dị ka o nwere ọrụ ụmụ nwoke ga-alụ n'ọrụ a na-ekwu?
ụmụ nwoke bụ onye na-achị anyị kịta ọkwa nwoke ka ọ bụ. Anyị ji na-asị na anyị jekwunu ya, ma ndị di anyị dịka o kwuru mgbe ọ na-ekwu, ị ga-afụ ụfọdụ ndị di so n'ihe na-akwanyere ụmụ nwaanyị akwadokwana nwaanyị a n'ime na nwaanyị a na o melụ nka. So anyị nidi ụmụ nwoke ịghọtagodo onye ka jisi gị na ya bụkwu mindset anyị ka anyị si wee na-eto. O bidocha ivu mma na ezinụlọ, ịbịa n'ihe gbasara ihe a ga-emesi ike ma ebe okwu na-eru n'ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, asị ka ụmụ nwaanyị pụọ. Ị ga-afụ nwaanyị ọmụchacha nwa zụba zụchacha gbasa ya bụ ịnụrụ nwa ya, asị ya madam jee na nwaanyị adịghị ekwu okwu, kedu eme na ọma njikwe o ruzie echi nwatakịrị je banye na famili ọmarọ ifu gị ma ọ dabazia n'isi nne. So a ga-emegodo ka ụmụ nwoke anyị ghọta na ọchịchị abụrụ mgbe Chukwu na-eke ụwa, ọ sịrọ nọọsụ nwoke ga-achị, ọ sịrị jee chibanụ mụbaa na ọ gwara ya ụmụ nwoke na ụmụ nwaanyị. So ghọta na ya na ọchịchị abụrụ maka ụfọdụ na-arụ ọrụ ebe ọ ga-abụ ebe ị na-arụ na negative, ọ bụgụwa bụ managing director, o nwecha ụmụ nwoke nwere ike ịnọgị n'okpuru, onye bụrụ nwaanyị ha nwa bụrụ nwoke kwagwa bụ onye isi. So o nwere ihe ọ na-ewepụ mmadụ na-arụ na nwaanyị bụ onye ọchịchị, mana ka ndị be anyị si afụte ọ dị ka arụ na-abịa nnọọ na whole steeti asị na nwaanyị bụ gọvanọ. So mana ha gbọghọta ya na ụbụrụ isi ada enye ya maka na ịbụ nwoke ma ọ na-ebu nwaanyị. Ọchịchị ekwesịrị ịbụ na ịbụ nwoke na ịbụ nwaanyị. Eziokwu na ọ nwere ihe nwaanyị ga-emenwu nwoke ama mmenwu, enweghị nwoke, mana ọ bụrụ maka ọchịchị. Ndị gụrụ egwu mgbe wasị na ọchịchị ka mma na onye o doro anya, onye ahụ o doro anya nwere ike ịbụ nwoke ma ọ bụrụ nwaanyị. So anyị nidi ka ụmụ nwoke kwado anyị na-afụta ya na ọ bụghị ịma aka ka ụmụ nwaanyị na-ama ha, na anyị na-asị na onye nọ n'ebe a onye egwu ụmụ nwaanyị na-agụ side by side in true equality. Ya na ihe a bụ anyị na-abụ dị mma ịrụ ihe a, onye ọbụla oru equality anyị na-ekwu abụrụ na mụ na gị bụzi anyị razi maka equal opportunity na achọrọ onye ga-abụ gọvanọ Enugu steeti asị nwoke weta akwụkwọ nwaanyị weta akwụkwọ ede exam onye ọbụla pasịrị anyị achọghị mma ịbụ nwoke ịbụ nwaanyị achọrọ m ka ụmụ nwoke fụbi otu a maka anyị need ha to support us ndị di soro ụmụ nwaanyị nyebere aka n'ụlọ maka ọtụtụ mgbe akpọọ meeting ọ bụ na otu a princess nọ na ọnọlụ di ya kwadoro ọsịa biko ya na-eje Aneke TV ọsịa gịnị gị na school run erugo nne efife erugo mana ọ bụ na nwoke ga-ejenwu school run ma ọ nyere aka mee nke nne efe ọsị oke nsizie na studio pụọ njebezie school run ịfụ na ị na-enyere aka n'ọrụ ụlọ na-enyekwa aka na-akwado na-akwado nwaanyị ga-apụtanwu n'ike soro ịbịa mee mitin a na-eme ọ bụgodị ma n'abalị nwasị ka a na-eme mitin ị nwere ike iburu nwunye gị kipụ ya kọmpani na-eje mee ya bụ mitin so that ihe isi na ọ na-eje ịgba akwụna ma ọ na-eji ime ihe nwa so anyị na-ediri ụmụ nwoke ọha maka na politiks na biko gbakenenụ mbọfụ ọ bụgodoro na ka ebido na deputi nwa emere ya na Kogi steeti the whole deputy chairman bụ ụmụ nwaanyị oles ma nwaanyị winzi the chairman anyị eme otu a ifu na ọ ga-eme a na-agba maka ọba ka anyị ga-esi nweta experience asị na anyị nwere experience ụmụ kedu ka anyị ga-esi nweta ebe m nọ na be m ebe a ka anyị ga-esi nweta experience ebe a ka anyị ga-esi nweta tu obere ego anyị ga-ejizi wee na-emekwa ihe ndị ọzọ a na-eme
daalụrị nne na mkpokọta okwu gị Princess Obiajuru Ugwu mgbe ị na-ekwu okwu o nwere ihe isi wee kwuo advocacy nya bụ na unu ga na-eje na-akọwatala ụmụ nwaanyị ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ onye na-ene n'anya kachacha ndị a na-abịa registration a na-eme kịta ụfọdụ n'ime ha na-eje ebe ahụ ha kete cook ekete pọns a na-ekecha enya ha anaba ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ ụmụ nwaanyị ka ha marụ mkpa ọ dị na ha pụtara.
Daalụ onye isi oche, ndụmọdụ m ga-adụ ụmụ nwaanyị dị pụọ ime nkwunye okwu ebe ị na-anọ ọ dị mkpa na ịgbata na irejista ime rejistreshọn ga-enye aka iwe nọnwuo na ebe a na-ekwu okwu. Nke ịbụọ wee bụrụ ọtụtụ ihe na-efegharị na soshal midia tata na-eme ndị mmadụ ụmụ nwaanyị ma alụkwa na Enugu steeti Nigeria nwere Christianity as their background. Ọtụtụ ihe na-aga kịta na-eme na social media ọ na-afly ndị mmadụ a na-achọ ịma aka ka unu si kwuo nwoke na nwaanyị a na-achọ ịma aka. Na-agwa anyị nke bụ eziokwu, ọ bụrụ na anyị afụ ụmụ nwoke dịka ndị anyị na ha ga-arụrịkọta anyị akwanyere ugwu ụlọ ha akwanyere anyị ugwu ụlọ anyị, ọ ga-akara anyị mma iweta ihe anyị na-achọ n'aka ha. Mana nke bụ eziokwu bụ na anyị mewekwa ka anyị dụọ n'ugwu anyị ama ngakwa aga.
Daalụrị nne na mmechi okwu barista Nnenna ka ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ anyị.
Ndụmọdụ m ga-adụ anyị kachakwa ụmụ nwaanyị kwado n'onwe unu, gbata votas kaadị gị. Ọ bụ na nke gị emebigo jewe kịta ebidogo ihe niile gbasara next year erugo eru, next year bụ ọchịchị jee soro zọba. Ọ bụrụ kanselọ zọọ, ọ bụrụ na onye ra ka m dị otu a nwere m ego niile nwere m ihe niile wee kata obi zọọ gọvanọ and the budget na nzọrịa that position exposed that to so many things and zọọ ya one nzọrịa. So ị ga-azọnwu ihe ọbụla pụta bịa jee register bụrụ party member, the active na your political party, the active abụna oh yes ọ ga-enye aka mgbe a na-ewepụta ofu onye bụbụrụ deputy mayor n'Enugu asị m n'otu anyị a na-abịa meeting nwaanyị otu a m ga-esi bịa kụzielu ụmụ nwaanyị ndozi na-eme ntọkwanụ ndị ka nyekwa honorable ọ na-agbanikwa na-eme ntọnụ younger ones na-agwa ha kụzielu ha ka ha ga-esi wee na-abanye na political parties kịta unu na-emerejizi na ihe kwesịrị ka ime ka ị wee bụrụ memba jecheje gbata olu mgbe a ga-atụ pụta n'igwe tụọ ebe ọbụla a tinye ya sị na nwaanyị na-azọ ọchịchị tinyere ya gị na onwe gị kata obi nwee the confidence na ị ga-achịnwu jee tinye gbata ka ị bụrụ pati kedu afọ ya ka ị nweta tiketi ka ị bụrụ nweta tiketi of your party ịzọ ọchịchị ọ bụ House of Assembly ọ bụ rep nke ọbụla ị na-eme otu a ịfụ na no how anyị ụmụ nwaanyị ga-agbagote and ndị ọchịchị anyị biko nyelụ na anyị aka sọpọtụ anụ this reserve seat. Gọvanọ anyị wepụtala anyị deputi gọvanọ ka ọ bụrụ nwaanyị n'ihe ndị a niile mee ka ụmụ nwaanyị ju na grassroots kanselọ meyọ ime ụmụ nwaanyị ju ebe ahụ ị ga-afụ na ọ ga-enyere ya aka na ọrụ ọ na-alụ.
Daalụrị nne maka na ụmụ nwaanyị ju ebutuleta ibu alọ ebunyelu ndị nọ n'ọchịchị ya bụ na anyị na-ayọ ha biko nye na ụmụ nwaanyị ohere ka ha pụta bịanyela aka ọ bụrụ na onye nọ na smart school ga-alụ ọrụ ọfụma onye nọ na transport alụ ọfụma onye nọ na gender alụ ọfụma inye ụdị ndị a ohere echi ma na ha ga-edozi akachacha Enugu steeti anyị chọọ ka ọ dị mma daalụnụ maka isonyere anyị ama m na mgbe ọzọ m ga-akpọ unu ga-abịakwa maka ihe a ga-ekwu erikekwa nọọ ihe anyị na-asịzi bụ ntị na a na-agwa ha na-anụkwa wee luo mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-anọkọ na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtọhumele na-esonyelu na anyị n'ebe mmetụ aka anyị dị iche iche na soshal midia anyị na Facebook na Aneke TV, na YouTube na Aneke TV, na TikTok. Ebe ọ bụla ị pịrị aka ị ga-afụ ihe a na-eme ebe ahụ. Tụnyere anyị alụ otu ọ ga-abịa eme ya kasị ya mma wee ruo mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-abịa emesịa.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.